Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
We deserve a real king. Because if he cannot protect his own family, how is he supposed to protect...
All right, how's it going, you guys? So today we're probably just gonna play some Risk, talk about how based Candace Owens has been lately, what she's been talking about. She's been going on, ever since she got off of her maternity leave, she's been going on a bunch of podcasts and talking some real shit. So we're going to So we're going to do that. But first, we're going to watch a sermon on this week's Bible passage. It is 1 Corinthians 6, 12 through 20. So here we go. We're gonna play a game of Rescue while we do that. Ooh. That's pretty loud.
Please stand if you are able for the reading of God's word. Today's reading is 1 Corinthians 6, 12 to 20. All things are lawful for me, but not all things are helpful. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be enslaved by anything. Food is meant for the stomach, and the stomach for food, and God will destroy both one and the other. The body is not meant for sexual immorality, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. And God raised the Lord, and will also raise us up by his power. Do you not know that your bodies are members of Christ? Shall I then take the members of Christ and make them members of a prostitute? Never. Or do you not know that he who is joined to a prostitute becomes one body with her? For as it is written, the two will become one flesh. But he who is joined to the Lord becomes one spirit with him. Flee from sexual immorality. Every other sin a person commits is outside the body, but the sexually immoral person sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So glorify God
this is true
in your body.
Never mind.
This is the word of the Lord.
Thank you, Kat, and good morning. It's great to have all of you with us taking a live stream today, or who will watch it later. Happy Mother's Day to you. By the way, my name's Matt, one of the pastors here, but happy Mother's Day to you, all you moms out there. We like to celebrate Mother's Day. We like to point it out. And
I think it was yesterday we watched a sermon and it was on Father's Day. That's funny.
Big deal about it because moms are really, really important to all of us. We all have a mom, and obviously, but even for the Lord, in the Ten Commandments, commandment number 5 was to honor your father and your mother, and it seems that the Lord understands the work of parenting. He understands the value of it, the purpose of it, and so it's a really high value for us as Christians to also honor our fathers and our mothers. And speaking as a son who is disproportionately hard on my mom, that doesn't even come close to describing it, but I can say I know the power of a praying mom, of a godly mom, of a mom following Jesus. In fact, my life was in a certain place through a number of years, and my mom gathered a group of other moms, and they would just pray for me, and miracles happened. So moms are super important to all of us, and we're thankful for you and for the work that you do. We've got some amazing women here at Westside, some strong moms, godly disciples of Jesus, and so. But we also recognize that
this
is a hard day for some. Just talking about mothers is difficult. Some of you have lost mothers and miss them desperately. Others have a really hard relationship with your mom, or you want to be a mom, or there's a whole number of scenarios where this can be a difficult season for you. And so for those who this day is tough, and it kind of brings up those longings in you, we just want to say, if you're taking a live stream is exactly the right thing to do. Sitting under the Word of God is exactly the right thing to do, because He wants to speak to those longings in your heart. And so it's a good sermon for you today too, I hope, I pray. And as Nat said, we have we're dealing with some difficult topics through this few chapters, a lot to do with sex and marriage and singleness. And so if you do have questions, keep sending them in. We're collecting them, putting them together, and we will respond to them after we have a good batch. And so let me pray for us, and then we'll get into this text that Kat just read for us, which is it's a heavy, not a heavy text, but it's a good, meaty text. There's a lot of food for us to chew on here. So let me pray for us, and we'll get into it. So Spirit, would you please be pleased to work through this word, your word? Would you be pleased now, Lord, to speak to us, to minister to your people, to lift us up, to encourage us, to convict us, to exhort us to do all those things that you love to do through the preaching of your word, through the heralding of these truths. And so as we take this word, Lord, and unpack it and work to apply it to our lives and our situations, would you just be so gracious to us and lead us through it and speak in a way that only you can. And so I want to pray specifically, Lord, for those just with longing hearts, for those just experiencing just that sense of discontinuity between what they desire and where they currently are. And I just ask, Lord, that you would fill that gap with worship, that you would allow that space to be filled, to be made purposeful by making it a place of worship, a space of worship. So, Lord, would you take this time and use it? In Jesus' name, amen. So last week, if you were with us, you know that it was a little more philosophical in nature. We've actually, for a couple weeks, back at the beginning of chapter 5, beginning of April, and then last week we kind of did some more philosophical work on sexuality and the human person, especially culturally. And so if you missed those, make sure you go back and listen, because that's ground level, that's foundational for us and where we're going. But it was more philosophical in nature last week as we unpacked the theology of the human body. And a theology of the human body is really what we have in front of us here in these verses. Paul is talking about the role our bodies are meant to play in our following of Jesus. When Jesus said, hey, come follow me, that was a call that included our physical bodies, our physicality. So in verses 12 and 13, Paul pulled out the cultural idea that sex is no big deal because it's just like any other appetite. So in the same way that when you're hungry, you eat. When you're turned on, you should get off. Really simple. Don't overthink it. That's what Paul is pulling out. That's a cultural idea. And even though, the ancient Corinthians got to that place where they'd separated the body from the person, the spirit, even though they got there for very different reasons than we have today, we're still in a very similar space with a very similar philosophical framework. The most prominent cultural view of the human body, where and when you and I live, is that who you are as your authentic self is different from the biological makeup of your body. We have separated the inherently, intrinsically valuable human person from the physical body, which is why, for example, abortion works. It's why we take gender fluidity so seriously. It's how we can have and even be proud of, in some senses, a hookup culture where people are objects to be possessed for the sake of personal pleasure and then thrown away. We value the desires of the human person, but the body itself is little more than a means to an end. It's a necessary evil that we demand fall in line with how we feel. And today, our feelings are everything, absolutely everything. What we feel is king. What we feel leads us. And into this way of seeing the world, the Bible has a whole lot to say. Jesus wants to speak into this place. And first of all, the Bible acknowledges this deep disconnect that we're all feeling. It acknowledges it. We talked about this last week, but Christians should be the most empathetic, the most loving people of anyone in our city when it comes to those who feel trapped in their bodies or like their bodies don't represent them well. I mean, anybody who's come to Jesus understands the deep discontinuity that exists between who we are and the things we crave. I mean, the New Testament is full of the language of, flesh versus the spirit. We're in a war every single day. Christians are in a war between the flesh and the spirit, the desires of the flesh and the desires of the spirit. We have two sets of desires. And so if anyone can love, empathize, and care for those who live with this deep, deep sense of discontinuity, it should be Jesus' people. But where Jesus and the world go in wildly different directions is in the proposed solutions to this disconnect. See, the solution the world offers is to follow our desires, follow our cravings and our feelings with as much passion as we can muster. And the world says, and we'll protect you with new pronouns, with cultural shifts in perception, with an environment where what we feel is valued universally above all else. So follow your heart is a really cheesy way of saying what we've all been taught to do. And it's worth asking whether or not this whole ideology of following our hearts is actually leading any of us to the healing that we crave. But the Bible, on the other hand, says, no, don't follow your heart. No, your heart is sick, desperately sick and twisted, and it's actually lying to you about you. The Bible says your feelings, what you feel, those things you crave, they are not trustworthy guides. And your only hope is actually something this world can't even offer. And it's why Paul says what he does next. Let's back up to verse 13, where he writes, food is meant for the stomach, and the stomach's for food, and God will destroy both one and the other. The body's not meant for sexual immorality, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. Then he writes this, and God raised the Lord, and will also raise us up by his power. See, for Paul, unpacking a theology of the human body, the first place he goes after setting the stage is this word resurrection. See, Jesus' people don't push back on attempts to use and abuse and manipulate the body into serving our cravings, desires, and felt needs because we want to be the moral police in our culture. No, we are never in Scripture called to be the moral police. That is not what we're here to be. We are not here to, usher in a world where everybody behaves a certain way. That's not what we think God wants for our city. It's just for people to behave and follow a list of rules. This is not the gospel. No, actually, we're here to invite the people of our city onto a whole new path. We're here to use our lives, and we're here to lift our voices, so the world can hear the good news that our Creator has actually offered us another way. He's proposed another solution to the brokenness we all feel, and that solution is resurrection. The resurrection of our bodies. The resurrection of the body is the promise Jesus made before he left. It's the promise of his ascension. It's the promise that when Jesus returns, we will all be given bodies that finally make sense of who we are.
Oh, hey, I was just going for a drive, which is wild because up until very recently, the thought of
Through the resurrection of the body, Jesus promises to bring all things into alignment. This is why we pray for his kingdom to come. And until that moment, until the moment of the resurrection of our bodies, this discontinuity that we live with, this is an invitation to get closer and closer and closer to him. To live by faith in the coming resurrection of the body by surrendering today every craving, every desire, every ambition and longing and dream and feeling to him. To live by faith in the coming resurrection by surrendering everything that our bodies tell us we want today to him. That gap between what we feel and what he calls us to is meant to be filled in by worship. Worship is what happens, Westside and friends, as we lay our bodies down. That's how we worship Jesus, is when we lay our bodies down. Worship is what happens when we give every craving back to him because our eyes are just looking to the resurrection, we're waiting to lock eyes with Jesus. And this isn't just about the human body, it's about all of creation. It's why Romans 8:18 says, "For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing to the glory that's to be revealed to us." And then listen to this. For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the children of God. No one else can affirm the struggles of this life like Jesus' people, because no one else has been given the groaning of all of creation as incentive to worship. We're the ones, church, who see the purpose in this discontinuity, the purpose in this struggle, this gap between our cravings and our calling. And the whole world, the creation itself is longing for your resurrection, for you to finally step into who you are. So here's what this means. It means that first and foremost, our bodies are infused with objective meaning, divine purpose. This is true about you. It means that regardless of whether it's physical pain or mental illness or disease or gender dysphoria or just cravings, longings, and appetites that are causing you pain right now, none of that is being wasted. None of that could ever be wasted as a Christian. Because not only do you have intrinsic value and purpose, but this is key, your body is not disposable. Your body is not a one-time use item. Your body is not like the red plastic cup you play beer pong with. It's not what your body is. Your body will be resurrected by Jesus. Jesus has big plans for your body, big plans, not just for later, but also for today. See, resurrection has implications that are supposed to be lived out right now. The resurrection, the coming resurrection of the body, it has implications meant to be lived out today, and that's Paul's point. It's what it means to follow Jesus. In the words of the poet Wendell Berry, we are called to practice resurrection. So in the next few minutes, I want us to catch a vision for that, a vision for following Jesus and using our bodies to practice resurrection. Against the backdrop of sexual brokenness, we're going to see just how the coming resurrection applies to us and our bodies today. So we'll see 4 things our bodies are meant to be right now. Here they are if you're taking notes. Our bodies are made to be joined to Him meaning Jesus, joined to Him, a temple for Him, redeemed by Him, and a reflection of Him. Okay, so let's take it one at a time here, starting with joined to Him in verse 15, where Paul writes, "Do you not know that your bodies are members of Christ? Shall I then take the members of Christ and make the members of a prostitute? Never. Or do you not know that he who is joined to a prostitute becomes one body with her? For as it is written, the two will become one flesh. But he who is joined to the Lord becomes one spirit with him." Okay, now the prostitution that Paul's referring to here, more than likely, was temple prostitution, which was massive in the ancient world. So Corinth was a city, as we've talked about, full of temples, like the one to Aphrodite, for example. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, sexual pleasure, and fertility. So some historians actually put the number of temple prostitutes in her temple alone up around 1,000.
I did not know.
1,000 temple prostitutes just in her temple. The idea here was that intercourse with temple prostitutes could help you more closely encounter the divine. So Corinth was also, a major port city. Sailors constantly passing through. They had brothels and regular prostitutes all over the place as well. But for the Corinthian Christians, this whole thing was a little more complicated than it might be for us today. See, the most mature Christian among them was only a few years old in Jesus. They're young Christians. And they'd spent their entire lives being shaped by a culture that told them that sex was just an appetite to be satisfied. When you're hungry, you eat. But now, after coming to Jesus, they were learning that his call to follow me was a call for the whole person, including the body. Where culture separated the person from the body, Jesus actually does the opposite. He brings them together in a unified whole. But Paul's not majoring on sexual brokenness here. He's majoring on the purpose of our physicality. Watch what he says in verse 15. "Do you not know that your body is a member of Christ?" And then 17, "He who is joined to the Lord becomes one spirit with him." Now this is a major idea. It's a massive idea. It's a huge New Testament concept. So I want to back into this with you, because what Paul's saying here is huge. Your bodies are members of Christ. He who is joined to the Lord becomes one spirit with him. So there was a night in Jesus' ministry when one of the religious leaders, a man named Nicodemus, approached him in secret. Nicodemus had clearly been rattled by what Jesus was teaching. He wasn't just able to write Jesus off as so many of the other religious leaders were doing. No, he was rattled by it. It was affecting him, but he was afraid to express it because of what it would mean for him personally. In fact, the Gospel of John, chapter 12, tells that there were more than just a few religious leaders in that position. There were many who believed in Jesus but wouldn't express it because they were afraid. Anyways, as Nicodemus went to Jesus to try to understand who he was, try to understand the message he was preaching, Jesus took him to the heart of the kingdom when he said this in John 3:3, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." Nicodemus came to Jesus to try to understand what Jesus was saying, who he was, and Jesus confused him and actually pushed the image even further. Verse 5, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of flesh is flesh. That which is born of spirit is spirit. Do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born again." And it made no sense. Nicodemus wanted answers. Jesus increased his questions. But it's because Jesus went with Nicodemus to the heart, the central reality of life in his kingdom. Namely, the only way there is new birth. New birth. Brand new birth. Coming to Jesus means never being the same again. Why? Because coming to Jesus means being born again into a brand new creation in him. And I just wish we could go back to that space when Nicodemus heard this for the first time, because the problem for you and the problem for me, at least, some of us, is the fact that we've heard this before. And we think we understand what this means. We think we understand what this is saying, but it's such a massive reality to grasp. If we truly grasped it, everything about the way we live would change. The point Paul's making in this text when he says we are now joined to Jesus in our bodies is that to come to Jesus is to be joined to him. To be joined to him is to become something brand new. A brand new creation. It is brand new life. You are not the same anymore. You are of a different substance. You are now joined to Jesus. You're joined to the living God. You've been born again if you've surrendered to Jesus, Lord God and King. And this is why sex matters. This is why what we do with our bodies matters, because like we talked about at the beginning of chapter 5, sex does three things from a biblical perspective. Sex creates, sex delights, and sex unifies. And right here, Paul's honing in on that last one. Sex is a divinely given means of unifying two people, not just the physical joining together of our bodies, not just the physical joining of two people, but an actual union where two people become something brand new. It's why Paul quotes from Genesis 2, where God tells us that in marriage and sexual union, a man and a woman become one flesh, no longer the same as they were before. Sex is a divinely given means of creating a unifying bond between us. And for people who've been born again and joined to Jesus, what we join ourselves to after that really, really matters.
There's something I have to tell you.
I can't hold it any longer. I've fallen in love with thriftbooks.com.
And there are millions of new and used books
Under $5. We can have it all.
Petco's got you and your best bud covered all spring long, no matter your vibe or budget. Petco. Shop us in-store, online, and on our app.
And this is why we care so much about the sexual brokenness in us and those around us. Again, not because we want to monitor morality. No, we are all equally broken, but because we are all made to be joined to Jesus. We've all been made to give ourselves to those things that foster that union. The power of sex to unify is why our hookup culture and our addiction to sexual fantasy are so destructive. Because we were made to be joined to Jesus in our bodies. But it gets even better. It gets even better because we weren't just made to be joined to him, but to be a temple for him. Listen to what Paul writes in verse 18. He says, flee from sexual immorality. Every other sin a person commits is outside the body, but the sexually immoral person sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? So we talked about temples back in chapter 3, and we saw that, the local church, as we gather together, which I'm so missing right now, as I look at this camera, as we gather together to worship Jesus, to sit under his word, to taste the bread and the wine, that actually we are a temple. We are functioning as a temple. The presence of God is meant to be the center of all we do when we gather. Now Paul is expanding this image to show us that we as individual Christians are also meant to be temples of Jesus' Spirit. It's another huge idea, a huge idea that I wish we could hear for the first time. Your life and mine are supposed to be full of the actual manifest presence of Jesus, because your physical body was created to be a vessel of his Holy Spirit. Like, I don't, wherever you're sitting, however you're taking this thing in, can we just stop there for a second?
Don't
and
fucking put a giant stack
means?
on me.
Like the body that you can feel and touch, that you experience life through, is meant to be a vessel of his Holy Spirit. And that's not some weird, freaky, charismatic idea. It's the plain teaching of Scripture. It's just plain teaching. If you've been made a new creation in him, born again, like Jesus said to Nicodemus, then you've been given everything you need for the living God to take up residence in you. And man, this relationship with transcendence, this existential connection with the divine, this is what's meant to satisfy you in this life. This is where you're meant to derive all of your satisfaction. And if it feels like, well, that's not very satisfying, then that's evidence that we're not walking in this fully. The best example, that we've ever seen of this, the only perfect example we've ever seen of this, is Jesus himself.
Ooh. Oh, what the fuck?
Jesus was satisfied as a human being in his body as he lived like a temple. He lived like a temple. And there was a day when Jesus was walking with his disciples and they hadn't eaten for a long, long time. And his disciples were concerned for him and wanted him to have some food. And Jesus said, no, it's okay. I have food to eat that you don't know anything about. And they said, well, what does he mean? Has he been hiding food? See, for Jesus, he was so satisfied by this relationship with his Father that knowing his Father, knowing what his Father wanted him to do, and then stepping out in obedience, this was like food to him. This was more satisfying to his body than bread. This is how he went around conquering every single temptation.
You have to be ready. Let's fight like demons.
Most impressive.
This is only the beginning. That was insane.
Dune Part 1, now streaming on Max. And Dune Part 2, now in theaters.
Close your eyes. Just breathe. Reach out with your senses. What do you smell? A new soap. The Dr. Squatch Star Wars Collection 2. 4 new limited edition bar soaps inspired by masters and apprentices on the light side and the dark. Made with natural, nourishing ingredients that put...
And look, sometimes I hear from people who struggle with being called to more, like being called to, step into, or, when we say, hey, there's this satisfaction we can have, there's this joy we can have, there's this life we can have, and they go, well, I've been a Christian for a long, long time, and I'm not experiencing that, and so what happens is that discouragement sets in, and frustration sets in, and anxiety set in, and they feel beat up by those kind of ideas, but isn't it such good news that there is more? Like, isn't it such good news that we can look at Jesus and see that there is a way for us as men and women, as in these bodies, to move from one degree of glory to another, as Paul writes, 2 Corinthians 3. And when we see Jesus just satisfied this way in his relationship with his Father, when we see this, it should just make us hungry to know what this is, to live as a temple of the Holy Spirit, to worship God with our bodies to such an extent, just like Jesus did, to know what he wants us to do and then step into it and to find that as the most satisfying reality of any. And the way that would change the way we pursue holiness religion would go out the window, and all of a sudden we'd be pursuing joy. Tasting it, wanting more, tasting it, wanting more, tasting it, wanting more. It's a really good thing that there's more for us. And this is another reason why Christians care so much about sexual brokenness. Look, in these verses that we just read, Paul is pointing out the reality that sexual sin, in a certain way, is a really unique sin. It's not like all the other sins. Sometimes people say, hey, why does the church talk so much about sex, but doesn't talk as much about gluttony? And actually, if you're preaching through the Bible, you get to all those topics, but there is a difference. It's because where lying and greed and stealing and anger and gossip express themselves in external actions, sexual immorality strikes back at us. It affects us to the core. And we all know this. I mean, this is why sexual abuse and sexual trauma and broken sexual relationships don't just heal quickly. These things stay with us for long periods of time, if not our entire lives. Sexual relationships don't just end the way we end other relationships. There's a deeper connection there, a deeper kind of loss, a deeper grief. And the deep effect that sex and sexuality has on us is evidence of what Paul's saying, only Paul's taking it a step further. He's saying, look, the reason for the deep impact of sexual brokenness, the reason for that is found in the fact that you were designed to be a temple. Your body's been given to you to be a place of God's own presence, but when you give up your body and use it to follow your heart instead of Jesus, the temple is defiled. When you use your body to follow your cravings instead of Jesus, the temple can't function like it was meant to. And that's why he says here, flee. Run from sex outside the parameters that brings you closer to Jesus, aka abstinence or in marriage. For other kinds of sin, Paul says things like this: stand firm, hold your ground, fight back. Here he says, no, just run. But we've all failed at that, haven't we? We've all failed. I mean, we all still fail at this, don't we? We've all given up our bodies and used them to follow our appetites. We've all fallen short of the glory of God. None of our temples function exactly like Jesus did. And it's why I love our third point, maybe more than all the rest. You were made to be joined to him, a temple for him, and redeemed by him. In verse 19, Paul writes, you are not your own, for you were bought with a price. In giving us a theology of the body, Paul moves now to a brand new analogy, and it's one that at first we might want to push back on. Because what Paul is saying here in verse 19, second half, is exactly what it sounds like. This is an exchange of goods. He's applying now to us the language of the marketplace. This is the language of buying and selling slaves. Buying and selling slaves. And we struggle with that. Right? We struggle with that in a culture as radically individualized as ours. I mean, one of the greatest evils we can imagine is being treated like property or being owned by anyone else. So let's talk about this, okay? The theological term for what Paul is describing here is redemption. It means being bought back. In this case, it means Jesus bought us back from slavery. Now, you might not like to think of, your life apart from Jesus as slavery, but actually it's much worse than that. Helene Cooper grew up in Liberia, Africa, in the 70s, and today she's a Pentagon correspondent for the New York Times. She wrote a memoir. It was a bestseller, The House at Sugar Beach. In that book, she tells a story of her home being broken into by soldiers during the Liberian Revolution. And the soldiers, they came in, broke in the house, and they took Helene and her sister into the basement to rape them. But right before they did, Helene's mom burst through the door, demanding that the soldiers take her instead and leave her daughters. The soldiers agreed. And for the next hour or so, Helene and her sister hid behind locked doors, listening as these soldiers took turns with their mom. Helene and her sister were redeemed. And I know it's a jarring image, but it's good to be jarred by the reality of our redemption. As Brian Loritz writes, redemption means being bought back. Redemption presupposes slavery, peril, and an overall unwanted prior position, but Jesus stepped in for us. We were slaves and being abused and tormented by the cruel masters of Satan, sin, and death. And so Jesus let those cruel masters destroy him instead of us. He who knew no sin became our sins so that we might become the righteousness of God. And this is what it means that Jesus redeemed us. It means he bought us back. Not only that, not only does he buy us, but the second that we turn to him, and say, okay, I want that purchase applied to me. I want you as the master of my life. I want to lay my body down and worship you. The second we do that, we become born again, brand new creation.
KXLF, Zip Beverage, the DUI Task Force, Butte Cares, and the Butte Silverboro Sheriff's Department have teamed up to keep you safe.
Join to him. Temples for him. Because we're redeemed by him. But we are never again our own. Never. We never again belong to ourselves. You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. You know, we never actually did belong to ourselves, and actually autonomy is the illusion of a cruel master working to stay hidden. Autonomy is the illusion of a master that wants to destroy you so he convinces you that you're in control. We're not our own, but we get to choose our master. That's true for every single human being. And even though that might sound wrong to our culturally shaped sensibilities, just like, the body being full of divine objective purpose sounded wrong in ancient Corinth, this is actually the best news that there is. Look, we say we want freedom. We think what we mean is autonomy. We say we want freedom. What we think we mean is self-rule. What we think we mean is the absence of responsibility. But Brian Lawrence goes on to say what many mean by freedom is I can say what I want, even if it demeans and destroys you, because, well, I'm free to say it, or free in my sexuality to explore and have sex with as many people as I'd like, regardless of how my actions may affect others. But this, church, is not freedom. This is not freedom. No, it's a long, long way from freedom, because it is a denial of our purpose. It's a refusal to be released into the fullness of our creative, life-giving potential, because you were made for him. Your neighbor was made for him. Your parents were made for him. Your children were made for him. They're not made for you. They're made for him. And you're meant to point them to him, to the one they were created for, so they can walk in the fullness of their potential and their lives and their satisfaction. Because resurrection is coming. You and I, we were made for divine presence to flow through our bodies, to animate the entirety of who we are, heart, soul, mind, and body. And to refuse the ownership of Jesus over us and our bodies, to refuse it isn't to be free from submission to a master. It's simply to choose a master that will destroy you, that hates you. This is what the Bible refers to as idols, cruel masters who make big promises and have no ability to keep them. This last week, I was recommended a book by a Westsider called Playing God, Redeeming the Gift of Power, and in it, Andy Crouch does such a good job of making this point. He writes this: idols turn out to be depressingly consistent in the way they misrepresent the world. All idols begin by offering great things for a very small price. All idols then fail more and more consistently to deliver on their original promises while ratcheting up their demands, which initially seem so reasonable. In the end, they fail completely, even as they make categorical demands. In the memorable phrase of the psychiatrist Jeffrey Satinover, idols ask for more and more while giving less and less until eventually they demand everything. and give nothing. Eventually they demand everything and give nothing. And that is where many of those who were created to be joined to Jesus will spend eternity. But to belong to Jesus is exactly the opposite. To belong to Jesus, church, is the greatest experience of human freedom we could ever know, because he works exactly backwards to all of our idols.
こんにちは、司令官先輩。一人ぼっちで寂しいの？なら、アニメファイヤー最強軍用機。
He starts by giving himself to us. In the first place, he makes us, he breathes life into us, and then he just never stops giving. He gives more and more and more and more as we move closer and closer to the day he gives us unhindered life in his presence for all eternity. And it's why the words of Isaiah 43:1 are some of the most beautiful in the Bible and have just been ringing through my ears for the last couple weeks.
He's got it, so it's only for
the prophet writes, "But
experts
now
and
thus
masters."
says the Lord, he who created you, O Jacob, he who formed you, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine." Man, I've just been praying that you would hear these words. Jesus says to you, if you've surrendered to him, you are mine. You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. Jesus, the good King, the only good Master, the living God, the one who can give everything that he promises, the one who has for you what you can't even comprehend, the opposite of every other cruel master, every other idol, says, "You are mine," and they're the greatest words that any human being could ever hear. And some of us just need to hear this today. I don't know what the wrestles are for you right now in this moment. I know that there are a lot of people wrestling. I know that for those with mental illness, those struggling with depression, especially this last season, has not been easy. There's a disconnect in you between what you want, what you need, and your physical body and what your experience is. And Jesus would just want you to hear these words: "You are mine." The things that are frightening you, the things that are threatening you, the things that are beating you up right now, these are not masters. They cannot touch you because you belong to him. For those feeling trapped, for those stuck in their bodies, for those feeling like this life just can't deliver, or for those running hard after this life, delivering on everything, and you're putting all of your hope in this life to give you what you want, to satisfy you, Jesus would say, "No, stop. You are mine. I've created you to be joined to me, to be a temple for me, because I've redeemed you for myself." This is why we give him our bodies. It's why we give him our bodies. It's why we want to walk in the fullness of our redemption. It's why we go after him more and more and more. It's why we don't just settle for this. The life as we know it today is enough and all there is, and just let's get on with business as usual, because we look to Jesus, we see how he walked, and we hear his words: "You are mine." And this is why we're not the moral police in our city. This is not why we're not out there trying to change behavior. No, we're the ones living our lives and raising our voices so that the people around us will hear and see the invitation to another path, another way, another solution to our brokenness. Our bodies are made to be joined to him, a temple for him, redeemed by him. And let's wrap it up with a reflection of him. After everything we've seen, now we get to these words in verse 20, second half: "So glorify God in your body." So glorify God in your body. Whereas once this might have seemed like, a restrictive command for you just to behave a certain way and follow his rules, Now we see that could not be further from the truth. With everything we've seen, I mean, what better use of our bodies could there possibly be than just to glorify God in our bodies? What could we want more? To glorify God in our bodies means to worship Him with every craving, with every appetite, every ambition, every impulse. Not because if you don't, He'll be angry or cut you off or devastate you, but for the very opposite reason. Because in Jesus, He's pleased with you. You've not lived this perfectly, neither have I, but in Jesus, He's pleased with you. In Jesus, He pulls you close. In Jesus, you've been redeemed. Mark, why don't you come up? To glorify God in your body is an invitation to follow Jesus, to walk like He did, surrendered in everything. And it's because Jesus walked that path that today we can keep company with Him.
This case is never going to be solved. We need some answers.
This is about living out our hope in the coming resurrection. The moment everything finally gets put right in us and our world, the resurrection is coming, but resurrection is ours to taste today. And Eugene Peterson, borrowing from the poet Wendell Berry, he put it so well when he said this. He said, when we practice resurrection, we continuously enter into what is more than we are. When we practice resurrection, we keep company with Jesus, alive and present, who knows where we are going better than we do, which is always from glory unto glory. I mean, what could be better than keeping company with Jesus? And this is what the bread and the wine that we taste every single week are all about. So we invite you to grab those elements, grab the bread and the wine, and keep company with Jesus, to hold those elements out, to taste them. If you just have crackers or something else, use those. But take a few moments here, Christian, those of you who surrender to Jesus already, and keep company with Him. Remind yourself, read the text over again, 12 through 20, and just remind yourself that you were made to be joined to Him, to be a temple for Him, to be redeemed by Him, and to be a reflection of Him. This is what your body's been given to you for. And so that cracker, that bread, that is meant to represent what Jesus did with His body, the way that Jesus worshiped the Father to redeem you, to buy you back. So the cruel master who hated you could be pushed out of your life forever, and you could be transferred from the domain of darkness to the kingdom of God's beloved Son. This is what the bread and the wine show us. That wine is a symbol of His blood, the blood poured out for the forgiveness of your sins, your continuing sins, the sins that you still walk in today. That Jesus' blood has washed away your sin, past, present, and future. So that we taste the bread and we taste the wine, we proclaim the Lord's death, and we celebrate that resurrection is coming. Our bodies will be made whole. All things will be brought into alignment. This is what we mean by Jesus, bring your kingdom. And then we go out and we love. We go out and we live this. We go out and we just ask the Lord for grace to teach us how to walk this out, to teach us where our cravings need to be laid down and surrendered. It's why we begin every day, with a surrender to Jesus, with going to Him in the Word, with praying the Lord's Prayer, with whatever that looks like for you. But you need to begin every day with surrender. You need to finish every day with surrender. Just going to Him and saying, Lord, what do you want for me now? And so we want to invite that work of the Spirit in this moment. We want to invite you to confess your sins, to bring Him those things that are in the way, that you've not surrendered. And we want to walk with you in this too. So send your prayer requests in. Contact your community group leaders. Community groups can become so important as we go forward here in the next few weeks too, as restrictions kind of start to lighten up and we can get together in small groups and gather for live streams. But we want to invite you. This needs to be developed in community. So if you're alone in this and just wrestling through it, please contact us, contact the office, contact remote help. We'll get people into your life right away, praying with you, walking with you, discipling you. But for now, just the prayer for Jesus to search us. Let me pray for us, and then we'll worship together as we taste that bread and wine. So Spirit, would you please come, and would you please illuminate your word and apply it to our hearts? Let us see, God, what you want us to see. Expose in us, Lord, what you want exposed. Lord, teach us how to examine ourselves in this moment, and then teach us the joy. Give us that joy of surrender, that joy of letting go and giving back all our cravings to you, all our desires to you, not trying to, Lord, break our backs in this life to build solutions, but instead to trust your solutions that are coming in for now, to live by faith and worship in the middle of our discontinuity, our incongruency, our pain. And so, Lord, I just lift to you those who wrestle with their bodies, those who are struggling with mental illness, those with disease or chronic pain, those who desire something, Lord, that has not yet come to be. And I just ask, Lord, that you would fill us with worship, that we would be a people who worship in the meantime. And that testimony would just speak so loudly, would speak volumes to our world. And we would love those, Lord, who experience this pain but don't have Jesus, are still slaves to a cruel master who hates them. And Lord, we would not separate ourselves from them, but we would go to them. And so, Lord, would you pour your Spirit out through your church in this city, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Go. All right. Now, let's watch that Dave Smith and Candace Owens interview.
Tim Sheehy is a conservative outsider, ready to lead, secure our border, fight inflation, drive down American debt, and unleash American energy to create Montana jobs. Tim Sheehy is the...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where do we start? Well, I'll just start you with my thought process, which you're receiving it if you're listening to the podcast every day. But I think that in America, there is definitely an awakening happening regarding a lot of topics: feminism, big pharma, and definitively foreign policy. It feels like Americans are descending out of a long fog. And when I think about where that fog started in terms of me, so this is obviously anecdotal, but I think anybody that's my age would agree, it definitely began with 9/11. And I had 9/11 on my mind. I have this separate podcast with the Daily Wire Plus called A Shot in the Dark. And I was talking about the birth control industry on this particular episode. And I was pulling some clips, some words from Thomas Sowell that he wrote in one of his books regarding how the feminist movement became successful. And he talked about this process of brainwash that takes place with the spawn of the Department of Education, and how they're able to accomplish that brainwash when they have this seated audience of students in the public school system. What are the ideas that we want them to think for the future? It's a tremendous opportunity. Again, to be clear, he was talking about birth control. He was talking about sex education, this idea that we needed to sort of revolutionize our bodies. And I'm reading this to you guys from my iPhone. It's going to be a super casual conversation we're about to have. But he started highlighting the brainwashing methods that have been used in classrooms along the world. And he lists these as psychological conditioning methods that have been used by totalitarian regimes all across the world. Number one, emotional stress, shock, or desensitization to break down both intellectual and emotional resistance. Number two, isolation, whether physical or emotional, from familiar sources of emotional support. Number three, cross-examining pre-existing values, often by manipulating peer pressure. And number four, stripping the individual of normal defenses. And number five, rewarding the acceptance of new attitudes. And so he gave an example of how this could happen if you show someone someone giving birth. It's traumatizing for a kid that's in school to see like a baby coming out of a vagina, especially a kid during that time. Most Americans were graduating with their virginity. They had never had sex. So you're exposing them to sex plus birth at the same time when they're not thinking about it. That is a traumatizing experience. I'm relating this to 9/11 because I just remember this experience so clearly, how shocking it was. I remember us for months and months standing up, the moment of silence, rewatching that footage of the tower, everyone just kind of coming together as Americans to recognize, what had gone on, this act of terrorism. Obviously, I was in 7th grade. I didn't know anything really about terrorism. I hadn't even taken geography class. If you're like me, you got geography started in the 7th grade, didn't know where Saudi Arabia was, where Iraq was, but I understood from the sentiments and the shock of what had happened that no matter what we did next, it was okay. It was okay. That's what I needed to know and learn and be brainwashed about when it came to foreign policy. So fast forwarding to today, obviously, Ukraine gets invaded, and I'm asking some basic questions on my Twitter feed about NATO. Nobody in the media is talking about NATO expanding because you're not allowed to. You're the same emotional thing. Oh my gosh, Ukrainians are dying. Ukrainian children are dying. How on earth could you talk about anything else? The NATO conversation is not relevant. No, it's incredibly relevant. And I saw a clip circulating of somebody named Dave Smith. That name really stands out, right? Dave Smith. What were your parents? We'll get to that. And I want to show you guys this clip right now.
There's a lot of really wise people within the government who were completely against NATO expansion in the 90s when it first started. At least 3 secretaries of defense, Robert McNamara, Robert Gates, George W. Bush and Barack Obama's Secretary of Defense, William Perry, who was Bill Clinton's Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Defense at the time, they all opposed it in the strongest possible language, and all explicitly for the reason that this will provoke a conflict with Russia. And they were George Kennan, who was the founder of the containment strategy, the old school Cold Warrior. There's this great interview he gave with Thomas Friedman from the New York Times. You can find it online. And it's in the 90s when they're doing the first round of NATO expansion. And he is furious. His anger comes through the page when you're reading it. Because he's like, what are you guys doing? We won the Cold War. We won. And now you're picking a fight with Russia, and this isn't Vladimir Putin's Russia, this was Boris Yeltsin, and he's like, these aren't the Soviets, these aren't the communists, these are the heroes who overthrew them. Why are we picking a fight with them? And he was a Cold Warrior. He was like, you're throwing away my life's work. And he said, and this was a really, a crazy prediction, really ominous. He said, the people who are advocating expanding NATO are going to continue advocating expanding it and expanding it and expanding it. And then there will be a Russian reaction. And then when there's the Russian reaction, they're going to say, see, that's proof that we have to keep expanding it.
Dave Smith, welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. I thought that guy made some excellent points.
Dave Smith, man, that name, really hard to make a name for yourself, and somehow you did it.
Yeah.
If Grain doesn't trade, I kill them.
I got to just keep saying really wild things
so
it distracts from my simple, boring name.
So tell my audiences, in case they have not been introduced to you, who you are, where you came from, and how you were having this conversation. That clip is from the Joe Rogan Experience. Is it still being called the Joe Rogan Experience?
It sure is.
Okay. Tell us about you.
I'm Dave. I'm a stand-up comedian. I've been doing stand-up comedy for about 15 years, and I'm based out of New York City. That's where I'm from, but I moved. So that's just what I do. Is I do stand-up comedy, and I in 2008, I found the Ron Paul campaign when he was running for president, and all of these issues of foreign policy were central to his campaign, and it was just kind of fascinating to me at the time, if you could think there's George W. Bush administration, the last year of his administration, the idea that there was a guy with an R and Texas next to his name who was making this argument that we should be non-interventionist and that there's a reason why we're hated throughout so much of the world, and it's actually because we've started all these unnecessary wars and killed a lot of innocent people. And it was almost to me, it was kind of... it was almost like a portal to kind of break this weird barrier of just looking at things from inside the perspective of the American empire to looking at things from outside the perspective of the American empire, which is really all I'm talking about in that clip there. It's just like, hey, look, I'm not saying Putin's a good guy or he was right to invade, but let's just look at this from his perspective. What is his grievance here? And if you do that, you'll kind of figure out, if you're being honest, that, oh, he had a bunch of really legitimate grievances. Not to say that's okay that he invaded, Ukraine. In the same way you realize Osama bin Laden had some really legitimate grievances against the United States. That doesn't mean it's okay that he did 9/11, but anyway, so I became a libertarian and just became obsessed with all of this stuff, and then became friends with Joe Rogan. He was a good guy to have as a friend.
I think that's a pretty powerful guy to have as a friend.
Yeah,
for
sure is.
Yeah, so I think what you're describing there, by the way, is this psychological element, and that's why I hint to that point that Thomas Sowell make about isolationist, where it's funny, because if you develop this foreign policy idea that we shouldn't be intervening everywhere, they accuse you of being an isolationist. But actually, they're mental isolationists. They don't want you to know what is going on outside of your own borders. They want you to be called a traitor if you even want to discuss it or ask any questions meaningfully.
Right.
And then if you start asking questions, one of their routine tricks is dismiss you as stupid. You're not a foreign policy advisor. You've got no history. Do you even have a college degree? You can't ask these sorts of questions. And that is why they did not like it when immediately after Russia invaded Ukraine, I shared speeches leading up to the invasion and after. Vladimir Putin was saying over and over again that this is because NATO is attempting to expand, despite the fact that we were provided assurances following the fall of the Berlin Wall. Nobody in the media will report on that. Why?
You're going to have to get used to asking questions that might make you a little bit uncomfortable. Philosophy is predicated on the idea that truth is a good that we desire. Every particular question you have about justice or happiness or the good has behind it a whole series of assumptions you're making about the nature of reality. Many people think about philosophy as a process of destroying all of your basic beliefs about reality. But in truth, philosophy is about bringing us more deeply into the truth about reality. What is the good? What is the will? What is the unifying cause? What's at the beginning of everything?
The first line in Aristotle Metaphysics is, the human being is made to know, desires to know. It's hard to know, but we love to know, don't we? And these courses are about things that let us understand eternal things and judge temporal things in.
Well, look, I mean, because they're trying to sell a war, and it's good for everybody. It's good for business all around. Like whether if the corporate press, it's good for their ratings. It's good for weapons companies who happen to all, much like the pharmaceutical companies, for whatever reason, Meet the Press, brought to you by Boeing. I don't know exactly if Meet the Press's audience is really in the market for anything Boeing's making, but they seem to be cutting them a lot of checks. The truth is that, and the whole story of Thomas Sowell was that Thomas Sowell was a leftist Marxist and then got a job in the Department of Labor for like 2 years. And he was just like, oh my God, this is totally unworkable. And he started, his story, it's a really fascinating story, is he started telling them about how he's like, well, look, these people, because he had studied under Milton Friedman. And he was like, well, look, there's this argument that's saying that actually raising the minimum wage is hurting poor people because it's like a hurdle they have to jump over. It's not lifting them up, it's that now they're unemployable if they're not worth that. And he realized very quickly that no one there cared about that. It's like they're not even having the argument. They're like, how do we just expand our department? It doesn't. And so anyway, with the military-industrial complex, it's the worst of all of it because it's all the
really
typical,
hope that they don't slam
horrific incentives of government programs.
So
it's a mass murder campaign. On top of that, it's like the worst government program of all of them. And of course, and people. Look, people are making hundreds of billions of dollars off of all of these wars. So you may, and when you talked earlier about people waking up to, what's going on with these wars, I mean, a large part of that is that the terror wars over the last 20 years have just been nothing but a disaster. Nobody can even defend them. I got blocked on Twitter by John Podhoretz.
I saw that. What an idiot that guy was.
Well, it just
John
started because he
Podhoretz.
called, and I've met him once before. We did a Fox News show together. But if anyone doesn't know, he works at Commentary Magazine. He is the son of Norman Podhoretz, who is like one of the godfathers of neoconservatism, one of the most influential figures. And they just support every single war. And it has something to do with
Is it a war? I like it.
And it has something to do with the fact that they're very pro-Israel. I mean, there's a connection there. And this is something I think people need to be aware of.
I just want to say, Dave Smith is Jewish.
Yeah, sure am.
Very important. Actually, let's just rinse ourselves before you talk further about that. We condemn terrorism. We obviously do not support terrorism anywhere in the world. I condemn racism in all its forms. I condemn sexism in all its forms. I condemn anti-Semitism in all its forms.
There you go. It's right. And look, you know this from like being a Jewish guy who's critical of Israel. It's like being a black conservative. It's like it's not even what you're first met with isn't even a counter argument. It's just some exercise in social psychology to like shame. Oh, so you hate black people? You hate yourself? I guess you hate your mom and your family or whatever. It's all just so stupid. But it is enough to get most people to not want to touch it. Because most people aren't like me and you know what I mean, who are just kind of built for this type of war. But most people are like, I don't want to be called these horrible things, and so it's effective. But anyway, so Podhoretz, he called Thomas Massey anti-Semitic filth. I mean, it's like what a strong term to call him. He called him anti-Semitic filth because, and I'm not exaggerating, because Thomas Massey made the point that we are broke, we're $30+ trillion in debt. And this is insane that we're borrowing money to fund every war around the world. And he called him anti-Semitic filth. And I literally just asked him, I said, hey, of all of these wars that you've supported, because he supported the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen. In fact, in Syria, he was critical of Obama for not doing more. And I go, so which one of them worked out? Which one was the last war that you supported that worked out? And he blocked me because there's no answer to that. He can't. He's not going to even tell his own audience that any one of those wars I just mentioned was a success. But yet the same people who championed every single one of them are championing the next war. And it's kind of like, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah, these are the kind of arguments that I used to get into with Meghan McCain. McCain, obviously, there's a reason that you guys support every war. This is how you're able to fund your lifestyle. It's your only entry into discussion at all as the daughter of somebody who hasn't actually done anything successful herself other than be somebody's daughter. But it's the same thing. They speak down to us like we're stupid because they see themselves as a part of this like protected academic elite. And your perspectives is this, your perspective is that. And I'm like, you've been wrong every single time. What grants you the arrogance to say that us saying, after trillions of dollars spent, after making enemies literally everywhere, and by the way, you say this is about global security, we don't even have national security.
Right.
So you can miss me with your global security debate. We are not more secure globally, and we have definitively disintegrated as a country, as a nation, in terms of national security. Our borders are wide open, and you're calling Thomas Massey anti-Semitic filth for not agreeing, not to, by the way, be clear, he wasn't asked, he didn't even discuss not sending the mandatory billions of dollars that we send Israel every year. He was talking about the additional, what was it, 22 billion, whatever it was, 22 billion. He said, sorry, we literally can't afford to do this. He has been consistent on this point, no matter who it is, no matter what nation it is. But again, a psychological aspect here to say that if you say something that makes sense, we're going to call you anti-Semitic. And do you want to wear that label on you? Well, then you better get in line. That's psychology, not rationality.
No, that's absolutely right. And, of course, Thomas Massey was also the guy who stood up in 2020 when those gigantic spending bills were being proposed, and he was the only one saying, like, hey, can we have a vote on this? Like, this is insane. And, the price inflation that we've had over the last few years is a direct result of the spending during COVID. And sorry, because I'm sure there's a lot of Trump supporters listening, but, like, Trump was sitting there bragging about how it was the biggest bill ever, because that's, like, how Donald Trump thinks, like I have the biggest building.
Wall's going to be big.
The biggest spending
bill's going to be big.
But look, all of this stuff, it's not just the foreign policy, status quo, but it's all, and this is like the thing that I think, so my big thing is I think libertarians need to learn a conservative lesson, and conservatives need to learn a libertarian lesson. And I think the libertarians need to learn like a conservative cultural lesson, that it's like you can have the attitude that people are free and ought to be able to do what they want as long as they're not, violently imposing on other people. But that doesn't mean you have to celebrate degeneracy. That doesn't mean you have to be on this. That doesn't mean you can't have and in fact, if government's not going to regulate things, then you kind of need social stigmas to regulate things. So I'm very pro shaming and judgmental culture. But I think conservatives really need to learn a libertarian lesson about the role of government. Because the whole game right now, and this is what I really think is missing from the Trumpist populist movement, is that Trump talks about drain the swamp. And that resonates so much with everybody because everyone knows this whole system is so corrupt. And obviously it is. I mean, look, the most millionaires in the country are in Washington, D.C. And the richest counties are all the suburbs that surround Washington, D.C. And why? That's not capitalism. It's not because, there's these great big factories that make all the things in Washington, D.C. It's not Silicon Valley's in Washington, D.C. or some center of industry. And, and the other richest counties are all outside of New York City. But that's not capitalism, not producing anything. That's just because Nixon took us off the gold standard and now you have this fiat money casino there. But anyway, my point is, draining the swamp means drastic cuts in federal spending. And if you don't have that, you're never draining the swamp. That's the whole corruption right there. The reason why there's so many millionaires in Washington, D.C. is because our central federal government spends $6 trillion a year.
Yeah, well, D.C. is a brothel, is what I say. D.C. is a brothel.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of prostitutes in Congress
Yes.
that shake their butts for the highest spender, right? And that is what happened with Big Pharma. When they want to get something passed, we have more Big Pharma lobbyists than we have congressmen on the Hill.
Yeah.
The idea of even being able to lobby, how could you not think?
Hey, Gabs. Yeah, why?
Can you talk? Can you get her for me?
Why?
Because I need to talk to her.
Okay. I'll tell her to call you, okay? Okay, Gabs?
Pretty pissed off right now.
You're what? Pissed off right now?
Yeah.
Why?
Because my head's been hurting again now. I don't know what.
Oh, that's not good.
Took my medicine this morning, and now I can't do it.
Yeah.
I just can't do this now.
Yeah. Alright, I'll have her call you, okay?
Please.
Alright, I'll see you later. Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Try to get. Oh well.
that is going to lead to corruption. And you are absolutely correct, and you do not have to, say, oh, and not to like drag on Trump, because that we need to have the freedom, if we're ever going to get to a solution, we need to have the freedom to say that this person is not perfect, this person is not perfect, to be able to have a full conversation, to stop this weird idea that if you are a person, you are either all good or all bad. Even that is a form of psychology that drives me crazy. Like if I tweeted right now that Stalin said 2 + 2 = 4 and I agree, they would be like, Candace Owens is supporting Stalin. Like, no, sometimes even somebody that you disagree with can say something that is correct.
Right, and it doesn't mean you have to like give up your entire identity. I'm not like saying that to conservatives, and I'm not saying you can't respect the fact that Donald Trump came around and said some really important things and was totally right about immigration and foreign policy, and he got so much heat for this, but he was totally right that all these wars were stupid and that having open borders is unsustainable and you can't have a nation without a border and all of that stuff. He was right. He was right when he questioned NATO, and also he was framed by his own intelligence agency as committing treason. Like he was framed for treason by his own intelligence communities. Like all of that's true. But then also it's true that he totally failed to drain the swamp, and there's a lot of reasons for that. And let's look at that. Like, okay, he appointed so many of the wrong people, like so many terrible appointments.
I'd like to hear him say that too.
Yeah, the closest I ever saw was he said like to Maria Bertoramo, she pushed him at one point on how he didn't drain the swamp, and he kind of said, but it's Trump. Trump's limited by being Trump. He's a very unique person. So like, but he had one moment where he was like, I didn't really know anyone when I came here. I didn't really know who was who. But then of course he's Trump. So then the next sentence
What? Yeah.
Okay, he owes me $200.
Okay.
Love you, bye.
Love you too. Bye.
He goes, now I know people better than anyone's ever known people. I know that, that's how he operates. But the truth is that, he was just talking about building the FBI a new building. Like, these are the people who framed you for treason, man. They literally attempted a coup in the United States of America. They tried to overthrow the guy. Andrew McCabe said on 60 Minutes, he said that we sat around and they had a meeting at the Department of Justice, the top people, about whether to invoke the 25th Amendment. Like, they were talking about how do we remove this guy, and then they realized they couldn't get enough of the cabinet, so they settled on Mueller.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things that he did, and I would love for him to say this, he did come quite close. Actually, I interviewed him over at Mar-a-Lago a couple of years ago, and I asked him the question. I said, if you could undo certain things, if you could do things differently, rather, like, would you not have hired certain people that were close to you? I'm paraphrasing myself here. But he came close, and he did say that there were some people that he would never want to see again. And I think the reason why he did it was perhaps because it was so crazy leading up to his election, then he wanted to make peace, right? So I think that's also the reason why he didn't lock up Hillary Clinton, where he's like, okay, I think he wrongly thought the election is over. Now things are going to return to normalcy. I've won. So let me just give them something, a couple of things here to show them that, like, okay, now we're got to get the job done. And what he ended up giving them was
way too many
putting people in his
troops
cabinet who should have never been within his cabinet, not actually pursuing Hillary Clinton, believing that they would not pursue him into the future. I think he and all of us, by the way, underestimated just how far they would go when they got the keys again. Because we're seeing stuff here in America that I don't think we've ever seen ever.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that America has done that are like horrible things. I mean, there's many great things. I mean, the government has done some really bad things. The government has lied the people into war. The government's done all types of horrible things throughout its history. This does feel like something different. Like, this isn't something that America does.
It is.
Well, now it is.
It is,
now it is
overseas.
Well, that's right. That's right.
This is what's interesting about why we're at this moment now where people are starting to question the government. For the first time ever, they kept us in the dark, so to speak, and I'm just saying this as like a public school education 9/11 type kid, about what we were doing overseas intentionally while convincing us that we were receiving an education. We actually weren't really receiving an education. We were receiving marching orders. And then for the first time, because of Trump, which is why I am so grateful that Donald Trump was president of the United States, because it led to this awakening, they turned the guns on the American people. They've never done it before, right? They've never done what they did on January 6th. And so now American people, when they're being called terrorists, it makes you go back and you go, well, if you're calling an American a terrorist for supporting a president, if you're calling an American a terrorist for exercising your right to free speech, what about all those other people you told us were terrorists and this was the reason that we needed to go overseas and drop some bombs? This is how it's starting to work in the American psyche. We're working backwards now.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. Like, these are people who are really comfortable with supporting wars where hundreds of thousands of people die because it enriches their friends. And just if you could get yourself into that mentality, if you're that callous, but what we feel like, yeah, but they would never do that to us or something. You know what I mean? It's like, it's almost like if you found out someone was like a pedophile and you let them babysit your kids, and you were like, well, they did that to other kids in Iraq. You know what I mean? But they wouldn't do that to my kids here. It's like, no, I think the lesson is that person will be nowhere near my kids. And so I think that Donald Trump really, I think it was more symbolic than anything else. But he represented such a repudiation of the establishment and telling the American people that they are so corrupt and so stupid and have totally, mismanaged the United States of America. And in a sense, supporting that guy when everybody told you, like everybody at CNN told you, you're not allowed to, and you supported him anyway. That in their mind is like treason. Mm-hmm. That's like, oh, you're the enemy. So really, and if you look at this, it's not that there aren't really terrorists and there aren't really bad people all around the world. Most of the world is filled with them. But if you actually look at, like, say, the crimes of what Saddam Hussein committed, the crime of what Muammar Gaddafi committed, the crime of what Bashar al-Assad committed, it has nothing to do with what they tell you. It's not like Bashar al-Assad was killing all of his own people was the line. It's not that they're oppressive. We're in business with the Saudis. Mm-hmm. We're in business with Israel. The question isn't how oppressive are you to people who are helpless. The crime that they committed is that they were not on board with the American empire. They were not subservient to it. I mean, this is the same issue that we have with Iran. It's the same issue with Vladimir Putin. And John Mearsheimer points this out, and he's one of the best guys to listen to on foreign policy about all this stuff. Totally brilliant guy. And he just knows everything. But he pointed out that you go back and find me a quote before the year 2015 about anybody saying that Vladimir Putin is an imperialist, anybody saying that he wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. Find it. You're not going to find it anywhere.
Quite scandalous.
Oh my God!
Yes, I will.
Everybody get
I need a fire breather.
Hot mama.
Can you knock on the table for us?
Don't believe you.
Seriously.
Seriously, don't believe you.
Got me feeling good.
Oh, wow. You have our attention.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have fucking stacked on my borders.
And things changed. I found out that he's alive.
I tried to get away. Caught a body this morning.
Could be the beginning of a new killing spree.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I lay down with the devil. Just know.
I already fucking did. You attack Red now.
Okay? Nobody was saying this because he's never said anything like that, and he's never demonstrated it. And this is after, like, the conflict in Georgia, and he had, like, a few little skirmishes like that, What happened is in 2015, he committed the ultimate crime. And what the ultimate crime was is he went into Syria when he was invited in by the government of Bashar al-Assad, and he denied America a regime change in Syria, and it worked.
And there's a reason.
And that's why they hate him.
And there's a reason he denied it, and So I want to first back this up because I have a clip that I want to show people. Now that you're listening and we're talking about foreign policy, I want to invite you into this discussion, but also to know that you don't have to be afraid to ask questions. You don't have to be like, oh my gosh, I'm realizing how little I know. That's fine, right? Don't let people make you think that you are stupid. That was their intention. They didn't want you to have access to this information. We're all, like I said, descending out of this cloud, or this fog rather, so to speak. So this is a clip, by the way, when we talk about how they just sort of start labeling people terrorists whenever they go against not American interests. We shouldn't call them American interests, because America's not doing great either, right? We're talking about a very small group of people who are benefiting tremendously by what's happening. We're talking about the military-industrial complex. We're talking about, I've got questions about what we're really doing in Afghanistan, with the poppy fields. And so this is Hillary Clinton admitting that, we fund the people and we work with people that eventually we call them terrorists. Take a listen.
We also have a history of kind of moving in and out of Pakistan. I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work. And it was President Reagan, in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen. And let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam, so that we can go beat the Soviet Union. And guess what? They retreated. They lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which is, it wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow, because we will harvest. So we then left Pakistan. We said, okay, fine, you deal with the stingers that we've left all over your country. You deal with the mines that are along the border. And by the way, we don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, we're sanctioning you. So we stopped dealing with the Pakistani military and with ISI, and we now are making up for a lot of lost time.
I love that for her.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Isn't it so Hillary Clinton that, of course, so she lays this all out, and then her conclusion is, of course, the exact wrong one. And so the problem is that we left. The problem isn't that we were funding terrorists over the world. The problem is that then we left. We didn't occupy them forever, right? We're not just more trillions of dollars in debt now because we were occupying Pakistan for all these years or whatever. But the crazy thing is that, like, look, even if you can, first you lay that out there, and that's pretty damning already, right? That she's just admitting, like, yeah, we funded and armed Osama bin Laden and taught him about how to lure a superpower into a war in Afghanistan to bleed them dry and bankrupt their country. And, like, yeah, that worked. Unfortunately, it worked on us too. So, like, even if you say, hey, look, at the time, we thought this would bring down the Soviet Union, it contributed to bringing down the Soviet Union, and then we ended up with 9/11. You would think the takeaway from that, seeing as how you are an American senator, an American secretary of state, an American who was running for president twice, that you'd be like, oh, look what I cost my own people. You know, in an effort to, like, what, protect the people of Eastern Europe from the communism and then we got ourselves into this. But forget that, because after the fact of 9/11, it was Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State who was the chief advocate for the war in Libya. In which case, we fought on the side of the Sunni jihadists, the Al-Qaeda members. And then it was the policy in Syria under Obama. This, I guess, was after Hillary Clinton was out, when Kerry was in.
What is
but it
this
was the
person
policy
doing?
to support the anti-Assad rebels. And who were the anti-Assad rebels in Syria? Well, they were the Sunnis. They were the insurgency from Iraq, Al-Qaeda in Iraq. But as soon as they marched over the line into Syria, they were getting Toyota trucks and American weapons. And so this is after 9/11. And, you know, for all the talk about Donald Trump being a Russian spy or whatever,
slow.
you know, like, treason does have a definition. And
I wish
last
that it
I
was
checked,
I wish that
giving
it
aid and comfort to the enemy during wartime would meet that definition. And so, like, that's what Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are guilty of. Literal treason. And whatever. But so the argument that you would justify after these terrorists turned on up, now they become terrorists, not freedom fighters, you know, because they're attacking us. But that you would still keep funding them after that is really insane. And by the way, the same thing is true in Yemen, where we're on the side of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. over there because the Houthis are our enemies. And why is that? Because now we're trying to fight against the Shiites. And the Shiites never attacked us. They've never been they're not ISIS, they're not Al-Qaeda. What they are is the group of Muslims who are standing up for the Palestinians, ironically, because we bought off all the Sunni Gulf states. But so now we have to fight them.
You've heard me talk about how important it is to have a VPN to protect your online privacy, and choosing a VPN that you trust is equally as important. I can confidently say that ExpressVPN is the best VPN on the market. For starters, ExpressVPN doesn't log your online activity. Many cheap or free VPNs make money by selling your data to advertisers. But ExpressVPN doesn't do this. They have even developed a technology called Trusted Server that makes their VPN servers incapable of storing data. ExpressVPN also uses Lightway, a new VPN protocol they engineered to make user speeds faster than ever. It is always blazing fast and let me stream videos in HD quality with zero buffering. Not to mention, it's also incredibly easy to use. You don't need any technical skill to set it up. You just fire up the app and tap one button to connect. Even your grandparents can do it. It's not just me that's saying this either. Business Insider, The Verge, and many other tech journals rate ExpressVPN as the #1 VPN in the world. So protect yourself with the VPN that I use and trust. Use my link at expressvpn.com/Candace today and get an extra 3 months free on a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/Candace. That's expressvpn.com/Candace to learn more. So I want to slow this down because I know a lot of my listeners were like me. What is this guy talking about?
Sure.
He clearly really likes this stuff. He's saying all sorts of stuff. He's bringing up names. And it's just amazing that you started that in talking about Libya and talking about Gaddafi, because what I want to now present to my audience is, and you had no idea that I have this in my lap at all, this is a speech from Gaddafi, who was the president of Libya. He was also, obviously, Libya was a member state of the UN, and we should just park it here because I want to read pieces of this speech. It is definitively the reason we killed him. I have read this speech so many times. It's shocking to me what he's laid out. It's shocking to me what he said. I want to say, by the way, before this, doesn't matter what I say, right?
Doesn't matter.
Anything he did, that was terroristic.
Censored.
I condemn. Okay, fine. Can we talk about this anyways? Because this was a speech given at the UN, so I can't see what would be problematic about reading a speech that was read at the UN, other than the fact that you want people to remain ignorant and to believe the narrative that we went in there and we killed him simply because, he suddenly became a terrorist. And that was the reason why we funded militant groups against him. Okay. So I've highlighted so we can go through this, and I want to just kind of go through it slowly. He gets up there. Actually, he's feeling optimistic because he was under some delusion that a Barack Obama presidency was going to be different. We all were under the same delusion, by the way. Barack Obama, this means peace. This means less racial strife. Yeah. Well, globally, they were under this same delusion. He starts out by just talking about the United Nations, just talking about why it was formed. He says, the United Nations was formed by nations that joined together after Germany in the Second World War. Those countries formed a body called the Security Council, made its own countries permanent members, and granted them the power of veto. He starts talking about the Charter of the United States and how the preamble is very appealing, but all the provisions that follow it completely contradict the preamble. Right, so just to be clear there to people, when the United States was established following World War II, there were 4 states that were allowed to just veto, no matter what. They could veto it. So that just gives them obviously power. France, UK, the Russian Federation, and China also joined, is also a member of the Security Council. So he says,
in Montana, we cherish freedom. We're fighters like Tim Sheehy, decorated veteran, business leader.
The preamble of the charter states that armed force shall not be used save in the common interest. That is the preamble that we agreed to and signed. It says that armed force shall only be used in the common interest of all nations. But what has happened since then? 65 wars have broken out since the establishment of the United Nations and the Security Council. 65 since their creation, with millions more victims than the Second World War. That seems like a conflict. Are those wars and the aggression and force that were used in those 65 wars in the common interest of us all? No. They were in the interest of 1 or 3 or 4 countries, but not all nations. The preamble also states that if armed force is used, it must be a United Nations force. Thus, military intervention by the United Nations with the joint agreement of the United Nations, not 1 or 2 or 3 countries using armed force. The entire United Nations will decide to go to war to maintain international peace and security. If a country, Libya for instance, were to exhibit aggression against France, then the entire organization would respond because France is a sovereign state member of the United Nations, and we should all share the collective responsibility to protect the sovereignty of all nations. However, 65 aggressive wars have taken place without any United Nations action to prevent them. We joined the United Nations because we thought we were equals, only to find that one country can object to all the decisions that we make. Who gave the permanent members their status in the Security Council? 4 of them granted the status to themselves. The only country that we in the Assembly elected to permanent member status in the Security Council is China. This was done democratically, but the other seats were imposed upon us undemocratically through a dictatorial process carried out against our will, and we should not accept it. So let's just pause there and talk about that vision for the United Nations, coming out of World War II, and we just want to maintain security. How's it go?
Well, so it's a very interesting speech. I mean, the fundamental flaw that Gaddafi is making in it, which maybe it isn't a flaw, and maybe just being the perspective of the leader in Libya, this is the only thing you can really say. But the truth is that what we all know, this was never about like some type of global, like sharing of governance. That's
what I learned in my history book. What are you saying?
But it was so obviously, look, this was about empire. And this was about, we're going to stack the world
this
government.
is going to be good for me here. With 4 masters and 1 expert. Winning that's going to give me a ton of points right there. Yep. Oh, man.
In favor of us so that we get to rule this thing. And that's what it's been ever since. And, obviously, there were competing interests. I mean, there was the Soviet Union who was competing also to be the world empire. But it's obvious that, and this is one of the things, Putin mocks this all the time, too, in his speeches, and it's kind of entertaining to read or listen to them. But it's like...
This is funny. That's the guy who I pissed off last round. Gonna have to play a little bit more defensive against him this next time.
Everybody knows this. This whole thing where you have all the political class in America being like, Putin violated international law. It's like, oh, shut up. You are the biggest hypocrite in the world. There's no... Look, the reality is that when you get to a high enough level of power, there's no such thing as law. And that's always been true. And that's always what's going on here. I mean, how many times do you have even people who are like, you know, the biggest proponents of the war in Gaza right now? I just had Bobby Kennedy on my podcast, and we got into a pretty heated argument over it. And I really like a lot of things about Bobby Kennedy, but I just really think he's so wrong on this war. But even like he concedes, oh yeah, the settlements are totally illegal. Oh yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, and
Yeah.
he concedes that, and almost everybody recognizes that the occupation is illegal, and almost everybody recognizes that, like, you know what I mean? But it's just kind of like, yeah, but we're still going to fund your war, because I don't know, you're one of the people who get to break international law, but Vladimir Putin does it, and oh my God, you're a war criminal. You know, like a war criminal. What exactly does this mean? Someone please look me in my eyes and tell me Dick Cheney and George W. Bush and Barack
Aren't war
Obama and Bill
criminals.
Clinton and Hillary Clinton. These people aren't war criminals? I mean, get out of
Exactly.
here with that. So obviously the whole thing was always the whole liberal rules-based order is just that we don't have to follow the rules, but it's
you
an
do.
excuse for us to impose those rules on everybody else. Which doesn't that just sound like government in general?
Right.
Doesn't that just sound like everything? Like, think about the pictures of Nancy Pelosi and then, you know, Dianne Feinstein not wearing masks in the middle of COVID when they were telling all the rest of us to. That's just the attitude that rulers have.
Right.
These are rules for you.
Yeah.
They don't apply to
Rules
me.
for thee,
Yes,
not
exactly.
for me.
And I think what you're hinting at, obviously, we learn about this in the classroom. That's why I go back to what we think when you're in this fog is no, this was after World War. It was such an incredible war. You spent so much time
It's
learning
so
about World
crazy
War II,
that
and what we
she's
wanted to do
on
after was
Daily
just be
Wire
peaceful.
talking about
And
this.
so this was the idea of international liberalism. Democratic values work. We're going to spread these principles across the world. We're going to defend people. We were establishing the United Nations, and we are also going to establish NATO. But this is purely going to be about peace. Like, our main aim is peace, and that's what Gaddafi is calling out when he decides that he's going to speak some truth to power, because he's going, wait a second, why does peace starting to look a little bit like imperialism dressed up? You know, when you get under that bunny costume, it kind of looks like maybe you're just imperializing, and that this is just an extension of Cold War in the sense that it's the West versus the East kind of fighting for power. So he moves on. He says, at present, the Security Council is security feudalism, political feudalism for those with permanent seats, protected by them and used against us. It should be called not the Security Council, but the Terror Council. If they have an interest to promote an axe to grind, this is injustice and terrorism, and it should not be tolerated by us. And they use the veto power to protect those interests. For example, in the Security Council, they use the power of the United Nations to protect their interests and to terrorize and intimidate the Third War, causing it to live in this under the shadow of terror. From the beginning, since it was established
All right,
in
I'm second
1945, the Security Council has failed to protect security. Then
What
he
should I
sort
do
of
here?
starts unpacking everything, all of these wars that you're talking about. And he addresses Obama. He believes that we would be content if Obama could remain president of the United States of America forever, he says. So these are words that will, you know, he's dead now. And like thinking about him saying this right before they killed him is quite stunning. He says American presidents used to threaten us with all manner of weapons, saying that it could send Desert Storm, grapes of wrath, rolling thunder, and poisonous roses for the Libyan children. That was their approach. American presidents used to threaten us with operations sent to Vietnam, Desert Storm sent to Iraq, Musketeer sent to Egypt in 1956, even though Americans opposed it, and the poisonous roses visited upon Libyan children by Reagan. Can you imagine? One would have thought that presidents of a large country with a permanent seat on the Security Council and the right of the veto would have protected us and sent us peace. He then says, we are about to put the United Nations on trial. The old organization will be finished and a new one will emerge. A country that was a sovereign state, Egypt, was attacked. Its army was destroyed. Thousands of Egyptians were killed and many Egyptian towns and entities were destroyed, all because Egypt wanted to nationalize the Suez Canal. How could such a thing have happened during the era of the United Nations and its charter? Those were dangerous events, and the Suez Canal and Korean War files should be reopened. Next, we come to the Vietnam War. There were 3 million victims of that war. During 12 days, more bombs were dropped than during 4 years of the Second World War. And it took place after the establishment of the United Nations. Then Panama was attacked, even though it was an independent member state of the General Assembly. 4,000 people were killed, and the president of that country was taken prisoner and put in prison. We should open that file. How can we entitle a country that is a united Nations member state to wage war against another country and capture its president, treat him as a criminal, and put him into prison. Then there was the war in Grenada. That country was invaded even though it was a member state. It was attacked by 5,000 warships, 7,000 troops, and dozens of military aircraft, and it is the smallest country in the world. This occurred after the establishment of the United Nations and of the Security Council. We must look into and investigate the bombing of Somalia. We want an investigation. Why did that happen? Who gave the green light for that country to be attacked? Then there is the former Yugoslavia. No country was as peaceful as Yugoslavia, constructed step by step and piece by piece after being destroyed by Hitler. We destroyed it as if we were doing the same job as Hitler. Tito built that peaceful country step by step and brick by brick, and then we arrived and broke it apart for imperialistic personal interests. How can we be complacent about that? How can we not be satisfied? Then we have the war in Iraq, the mother of all evils. The invasion of Iraq was a violation of the United Nations Charter. It was done without any justification by the superpowers with permanent seats on the Security Council. Iraq is an independent country and a member state of the General Assembly. How could those countries attack Iraq? As provided for in the Charter, the United Nations should have intervened and stopped the attack. We were against the invasion of Kuwait, and the Arab countries fought Iraq alongside foreign countries in the name of the United Nations Charter. Because the reasons for the attack remain mysterious and ambiguous, and we might face the same destiny, why was Iraq evaded? More than 1.5 million Iraqis were killed. We want to bring the Iraqi file before the ICC, that's the International Criminal Court, and we want those who committed mass murder against the Iraqi people to be tried. And he starts talking about what happened to Saddam Hussein, who was the president of Iraq. Why is it that Iraqi prisoners of war can be sentenced to death? When Iraq was invaded and the president of Iraq was taken, he was a prisoner of war. He should not have been hanged when the war was over. He should have been released. Who sentenced the president of Iraq to death? We know the identity of the judge who tried him. As to who tied the noose around the president's neck on the day of sacrifice and hanged him, those people wore masks. How could this have happened in a civilized world? These were prisoners of war of civilized countries under international law. Why do the executioners not unmask their faces? Why do we not know their ranks? Why do we not know whether they were officers, judges, soldiers, or doctors? How does it come about that the president of a state member of the United Nations was sentenced to death and killed, and we do not know the identity of the executioners? The United Nations is duty-bound to answer these questions. That would be true for an ordinary citizen, let alone for the president of a state member of the United Nations who was put to death in that manner. My third point on the Iraq War relates to Abu Ghraib. This was a disgrace to humankind. Prisoners of war held in Abu Ghraib prison were torturers. Dogs were set on them. Men were raped. This is unprecedented in the history of war. It was sodomy. Ironic, given how he died. And it was an unprecedented sin never before committed by past aggressors or invaders. Turning to the war in Afghanistan, this too must be investigated. Why are we against the Taliban? Why are we against Afghanistan? Who are the Taliban? If the Taliban want a religious state, that should be fine. Think of the Vatican. Does the Vatican pose a threat to us? No, it's a religious and very peaceful state. If the Taliban want to create an Islamic state, who says that this makes them an enemy? Is anyone claiming that bin Laden is of the Taliban or that he is an Afghan? Is bin Laden of the Taliban? No, he is not of the Taliban and he is not an Afghan. Were the terrorists who hit New York City of a Taliban? Were they from Afghanistan? They were neither Taliban nor Afghan. Then what was the reason for the wars in Iraq and in Afghanistan? If I truly wanted to deceive my American and British friends, I would encourage them to send more troops, and I would encourage them to persist in this bloodbath, but they will never succeed in Iraq or Afghanistan. Look what happened to them in Iraq, which is a desert. It is even worse in the mountainous Afghanistan. It's just, the speech is honestly incredible. He then asks who killed Patrice Lumumba. He asks then he gets to American stuff, and this gets crazy.
I'm supposed to be a king. To bring the land and the sea together. The old ways aren't going to protect us. My place is...
Then there is the assassination of United States President Kennedy in 1963. We want to know who killed him and why. There was somebody called Lee Harvey Oswald, who was then killed by one Jack Ruby. Why did he kill him? Jack Ruby, an Israeli, killing Lee Harvey Oswald, who killed Kennedy. Why did this Israeli kill Kennedy's killer? Then Jack Ruby, the killer of Kennedy, died in mysterious circumstances before he could be tried. We must open the files. The whole world knows that Kennedy wanted to investigate the Israeli Dimona nuclear reactor.
Idiot.
Then there is not the whole world, definitely Americans don't know anything about
Yeah,
it.
really.
Talking about the whole world. Then there is the assassination of Martin Luther King, the Black Reverend and human rights activist. His assassination was a plot, and we should know why he was killed and who killed him. Then he talks about Somalis protecting their own food and being called terrorists. And this is probably the craziest part. He says, he said, we are addressing the phenomena of piracy and terrorism in the wrong way. And then he starts talking about viruses. Today there is the swine flu. Perhaps tomorrow there will be the fish flu. Because sometimes we produce viruses by controlling them. It is a commercial business. Capitalist companies produce viruses so that they can generate and sell vaccinations. That is a very shameful and poor ethics. Vaccinations and medicines should not be sold. Eliminate weapons of mass destruction, not landmines. With regard to the Palestinian situation, the two-state solution is impossible. Partition is doomed to failure. A buffer zone cannot be created between the two states because there are 500,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank and 1 million Arab Palestinians in the territory known as Israel. The solution is therefore a democratic state with religious fanaticism, without religious fanaticism or ethnicity. Look at the Palestinian and Israeli youth. They both want peace and democracy, and they want to live under one state. This conflict poisons the world. Arabs have no hostility or animosity towards Israel. Yeah, I would say this is a how-to guide to how to get yourself killed by the CIA.
You know, it's been so. I remember listening to this speech with like the UN translation when it happened. I completely forgot that he talked about man-made viruses and selling vaccines to people. That really was a nice cherry on top. And look, there's always been a history of this. So if anybody does have the knee-jerk reaction, because I know there are some times where it's the social psychology of it. It's hard for us to listen to some dictator of a third world country telling us how corrupt and awful we are. And there's a fair point to be like, you have issues in your own house too. There's plenty of issues with human rights abuses in that part of the world. But in the same way that, like Stalin used to always talk about how horrible segregation in America is and how bad they treat black people in the South in America. And of course, you could easily look at that and be like, okay, Joseph Stalin, like, who are you to... But he's also right about that. You know what I mean? And like, so he is making really good points about how corrupt this thing is. And so if nothing else, it's like, hey, let's not hand them this easy propaganda. But, as you go through all of the wars there, it's like one of the things that I think people should keep in mind. And I know you were just talking about this on your, I think it was on your last episode, just talking about all the lies at the beginning of the Ukraine war, right? Where they're telling us all these things about how, whatever, the ghost of Kiev, or like all these things about how Vladimir Putin's getting humiliated and all of this stuff. And this happens in every single war, And I would really just encourage to kind of connect all of this here. If you've never heard of this, to read A Clean Break. And A Clean Break was a document. It was a letter written in 1996. And it was written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser. Richard Pearl went on to serve in the George W. Bush administration, very influential neoconservative. And they basically wrote in this letter that we should overthrow Saddam Hussein in Iraq, that this should be our next move. And the letter was not to Bill Clinton. The letter was not to Bob Dole, who was running for president that year. The letter was to Benjamin Netanyahu. They sent this letter to Benjamin Netanyahu saying, for Israel's interests, we think we ought to overthrow the government of Saddam in Iraq for Israel's interest. And so I'm just saying there's a huge connection in all of this between like a lot of these wars. There's a lot of people who support them, and they support them because they think it's in Israel's interest. Now, you could easily argue that they were really stupid to do this, because actually overthrowing Saddam Hussein just gave the country to the Shiites, who are allied with Iran, who now they're telling everyone is the biggest threat. So now we got to go fight that war.
For 33 years.
Right. That's now we got to go fight that war.
You think I'm going to let you have all of that?
But just the point is that after 9/11, when
I thought that was what the deal was
destruction, and he was helping Osama bin Laden. He was in on 9/11. He's going to give the weapons he doesn't have to the terrorists he's not friends with, and then they're going to nuke Kansas, whatever this propaganda was. these people had they've been saying for years the real reason they wanted
Bro,
to
I'm
do
not
it.
gonna fucking give you.
It's so cynical that they just went, oh, America is so scared after 9/11 that we can get a bonus war now. We can not only get this war in Afghanistan, but now's the time that we could convince them
We can do the most.
to do. So it's like there are real reasons why they fight these wars, and they lie through their teeth to us about what they are. So that's just what's worth knowing, and that's, you know, I saw you were talking about this on Twitter, but that's why it's so great that Tucker Carlson's going over there to Russia right now, because it's like it behooves Americans to understand our enemies. Maybe even understand if they are actually
Or
our
to
enemies.
understand our history.
Yes, but to know what's going on here, what is the reaction here? Why is that? Look, the wisest member of the George W. Bush administration was undoubtedly Colin Powell, and he still, like, even though he didn't want to go into Iraq and he knew it was all lies, he still went and sold it. So I'm not like giving him a free pass here, but he was at least the wise. And he said after 9/11. He told George W. Bush, you have to do a two-state solution now. That's what you have to do. You have to give the Palestinians a state, because he understood that this is at the heart of our terrorism problem here, is that they know that Israel can only do this to the Palestinians because America backs them up. And so they blame us. This was in Osama bin Laden's letter to America, right? This is like one of the first grievances he lists. That and our bases in Saudi Arabia and the war in Iraq and all that stuff. The first war under H.W. Bush. So he went to Georgia, and George W. Bush was enough like Colin Powell was like, okay, well, if Colin Powell says it, then I guess I got to do it. And it was Tom DeLay in the House who told George W. Bush, he goes, well, I can guarantee you will be a one-term president if you do that, because AIPAC will be on you, all of the neoconservatives will turn on you, and I got tens of millions of evangelical Christians who will not vote for you if you don't support Israel and what they want to do.
Wow.
And so that's kind of the... But
that's, you're saying that's in this book?
That's John Mearsheimer wrote all about it. Yeah, you can go check that out if you just Google those keywords with Mearsheimer.
This is, by the way, what we call the non-expert problem. I think Scott Adams notoriously called this the non-expert problem regarding something else. But essentially, you don't know enough information about the thing, right? So then you're kind of relying on people that are emotionally engineering things to tell you what side you should be on. But it takes an expert to kind of go back and unpack and explain to you what happened. But then you also create the problem of, like, you know, can you trust the experts? So I had never heard of this ever about this. This is all new.
Well, one more thing I'd recommend looking to is Michael Scheuer. And I might be mispronouncing his last name a little bit, but he was the CIA chief of the Bin Laden unit, and he was a very high-level CIA guy, and he said the same thing. You can find there's testimony of congressional testimony that he has in lots of speeches that he's given. He wrote a couple books, but he was right away. He was like, this is just like a CIA operations guy. He's not like me. Like, he's not coming out here and being like, it's so wrong what we're doing to these people, you know, or something like that. Like, he's just like, if the order is to kill these people, then, sir, yes, sir, I'll go kill these people. But it's my job to let you know the risks that come along with killing these people and blah, blah, blah. And he was just straight up like, look, this is the cost of supporting Israel. This is the cost of democracy spreading in the Middle East. The price is terrorism. Now, if you tell me that price is worth it to you, then okay, fine. We'll keep doing this and do that. But if I were to make a recommendation to you, I would say this price is not worth it.
I could kill...
And there's no reason why we need to pay this price.
You know what's interesting is you're talking about Osama bin Laden,
but
Saddam Hussein as well, which is something that people don't know, which you can quite literally... Skylar, if you're hearing this, you can pull this up on the Wikipedia page of Saddam Hussein. This is not conspiracy at all, but obviously the... invasion of Kuwait, right? And when this invasion was taking on, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, he said, this is, you know, our territory. It's actually technically supposed to be our territory. But what was that dispute there was also just a lot of Cold War stuff. Who's going to control the oil? Britain wasn't okay with this. A lot of their economy relied on Kuwait, right? And they're like, no. We got to go to a war with Iraq. This is a war that's about, you know, this is about oil, really, at the end of the day, and how we are able to secure the wealth of the UK, right? You know, goes over, it's actually, I think, Margaret Thatcher at the time who met with Bush, but don't quote me on that. This is one of those famous things that they'll be like, no, the meeting didn't happen, and then they'll take it out and say, you're an idiot, it wasn't, whatever. Margaret Thatcher went over, convinced him that absolutely we're going to get involved because of oil. But I don't know if people know that Saddam Hussein, because at the time then both sides got involved, Russia got involved, and they started sort of negotiating because, again, this is just kind of the Cold War that never ends. And part of the negotiations, Saddam Hussein offered to leave Kuwait if things were guaranteed for the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. But let's fact check that now, that what I'm saying is correct. If you could just look up the West Bank. Maybe like a fine thing, because like I say, God forbid you say one thing. What does that say? During the negotiations and threats following the invasion, Saddam focused renewed attention on the Palestinian problem by promising to withdraw his forces from Kuwait if Israel would relinquish the occupied territories in the West Bank, the Golan Heights, and the Gaza Strip. Saddam's proposal further split the Arab world, pitting the U.S. and the Western-supported Arab states against the Palestinians. The Allies ultimately rejected any linkage between the Kuwait crisis and Palestinian issues. So that's like kind of what you're saying again, like, and people may not know this, but that's a fact. It's got to be true if it's on Wikipedia, but what I'm saying is the fact that it's made it to a Wikipedia page is
well, yeah, and it's like, so all of these guys like tell us this is what we're pissed off at you about. Like, this is what the beef is over. And we can just say, nah, they're all just saying that. And like, okay, I guess that's true that you don't know what's in someone's heart. And I don't know if Osama bin Laden really meant what he was saying or meant something else. And I don't know if Saddam Hussein really meant this. But I would just say, like, and this is what's so strange. I think this is one of the things that, because I've watched a lot of your stuff talking about the war in Gaza since it's happened. And I think this is kind of one of the things that you just kind of instinctually got about it. But we're just kind of being right away like, but why can't we just apply the same standards to everyone? Like, why is it that we have to have this huge double standard? Because all of us understand when 9/11 happens, why we're all willing to go fight a war and kill whoever did this. Everyone gets that.
Now what you do
like,
is
everyone
you
gets
slam
like,
that
oh, something
poor team
violent
into-
happened here, and we're all pissed off about it. And we got young boys who live in Hawaii who enlisted to go fight in the war in Afghanistan and the war in Iraq because New York City got attacked. Because they identify as Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that, to them, that's us. You attacked us. Why is it so crazy that Muslims would feel this way about their people when they're being attacked? That they'd be like, no, we're furious about this, and we want to go get you. Everyone understands October 7th happened, and that's why Israel, this is what I was arguing with Bobby Kennedy about the other day. He's just like, look, what country can live with something like that happening to them? And you're like, okay, fine.
Yeah,
But why do the Palestinians have to live with what's been happening to them? They've been living under totalitarianism since 1967. So why do they get to not be like, this is unacceptable? And it's that simple, really.
Sleep is the foundation of our mental and physical health. You must have a consistent nighttime routine to function at your very best. If you're struggling with sleep, you need to check out Beam. Other sleep aids can cause next-day grogginess, but Beam contains a powerful all-natural blend of L-theanine and melatonin to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. It's not just your run-of-the-mill sleep aid either. It's a concoction carefully crafted to help you rest without the grogginess that often accompanies other sleep remedies. Several people on my team use Beam to sleep better through the night, and they show up very much ready to work. And today, my listeners get a special discount on Beam's Dream Powder, their science-backed healthy hot cocoa for sleep with no added sugar. Better sleep has never tasted better. Now available in delicious flavors like cinnamon cocoa, chocolate peanut butter, and mint chip, Better Sleep has never tasted better. You just mix Beam Dream into hot water or milk, stir or froth, and enjoy it before bedtime. If you find yourself struggling to sleep, give it a shot. You want to try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder, get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/Candace and use code Candace at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/Candace and use code Candace for up to 40% off. What are some of the treatment that you get being a Jewish person that says that? Because I think it's got to be like when I'm a Black American, but I don't support BLM. I don't support this at all. I think a lot of, people are lying here in the Black commentariat, so to speak, about what they're saying about BLM. I think it's actually ultimately going to be bad for Black Americans.
Right.
It's going to increase racism towards Black Americans because people are tired of just people spiking the ball here and saying that we should have special consideration. Like the color of skin allows me to do this, allows me to do that. I should be given this and that. Like that's not going to create a good sentiment amongst white Americans. And I've been saying that from the very beginning, and I've basically been proven right with time. But yeah, it wasn't a lot of Black Americans that were saying that. So what's the experience for you, like as a Jewish person that's, I guess, not saying what you're supposed to say or asking questions.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm phrasing that right.
No, I mean, it's not. This one's been challenging, and like I don't even care. The other, like I don't know, because I get called a spouting.
It's got to be a self-hating Jew.
Yeah, you get that a lot. But I mean, like with other issues that I've taken, it just never even bothers me. It's like the you're a Putin apologist or something like that. It's like, yeah, right. I'm sworn loyal to Vladimir Putin. No, it's just so ridiculous, the accusations. With this one, it's been more difficult because there's like family of mine who really don't like, that I have this position.
I went through the same thing.
Sure. Yeah.
BLM psychology was so,
Yeah, I just like I really value telling the truth. I think it's a really important thing. I got kids. I got a son. I feel like that's got to be my example to him. Is that his father was someone who told the truth even when it was unpopular, at least as he saw it. And in this weird space that we all occupy in, where the internet has like destroyed the corporate monopoly on the flow of information, and we have all these shows
There we
and all
go.
these things. Like that's our currency. Is we tell the
That
truth.
was like the
So I got to
exact
do that
amount.
even when it's kind of uncomfortable. And the thing is that people often, it's like if I criticize the George W. Bush administration for invading
he
Iraq,
bought it
and,
out real
just this
early.
disastrous war that they clearly lied us into and had ulterior motives, and it was just a disaster. 1 million people died, and thousands of our young soldiers died, and tens of thousands of them blew their brains out after coming home, and cost trillions of dollars. So you could criticize all of that. This doesn't mean I hate America or I
No.
think Iraq's better than America.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm a libertarian. I'm a Western chauvinist. How could I not be? It's the only societies that have ever had any conception of really individual liberty. So I think there's actually lots of things about Israel that are better than most of the Arab world. It's just wrong what they do to the Palestinians, and they shouldn't do it anymore. That's all. You know what I mean? And so it's like, people have, again, it's like we were saying, the social psychology thing where they're kind of like, especially with Israel, there's a particularly peculiar case where it's like if you criticize them, it is right in people's minds. Like they've been trained to hear, it's like, oh, so you hate Jews. So that's kind of what you're saying. And that's not at all what I'm saying any more than I'm saying I hate people in Nashville because George W. Bush shouldn't have invaded Iraq. You know what I mean? Like, I think Israel's a cool country. They've made a country where it's a good place to live. I know, like, Ben Shapiro here at this network will make this point that he'll say, hey, if you wanted to be an Arab living in the Middle East, there's no better place than to be living in Israel as an Israeli citizen. And that's true. And that's a fair enough point. You know what I mean? But you were way better off being an American citizen living in America than being an Iraqi citizen living under Saddam Hussein. That still doesn't mean it was justified for George W. Bush to invade the country, And so my thing is like just kind of explaining this to people that it's like, look, this is what I think. This is what I think is right and wrong here. And I think it's important. I think it's important for people to step up and tell the truth. And as you know, as well as anybody, so much of this stuff is just weaponized. Like, it's just like, oh, well, I'm going to label you racist or sexist or anti-Semitic or any of this. And like, it's a bully tactic. And we all know what the answer to that is when someone bullies you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm from a different time, but we all learned it as kids that, like, you have to stand up to a bully. You have to punch him in the nose, and then he'll leave you alone.
I love that you said that, because that really, if I had to put a Candace doctrine on dealing with politics, I have learned to stand up to bullies, and at different times, the people that were bullied become the bullies. And so it takes a lot of nuance. It takes a lot of change, to recognize, okay, I used to agree with this person on this, but what they're saying right now is completely wild, which makes it even harder because sometimes it's people that you're friends with, people that you've respected in the past over certain stances that suddenly flip their entire, what you thought, I guess, was their operating thesis. And this issue in particular that you're talking about, like with Israel, well, first and foremost, like starting with the non-expert problem, starting with the emotional engineering, like something happens and people don't really know anything about what it is that's happening. People don't know about Ukraine and Russia and NATO and what assurances were provided. They just know that the media is telling you every single day that like Ukrainians are dying. And so they want you to jump into the conversation, but you don't know anything and you shouldn't do that. And so I've always just tried to say, hold up, wait a second. Who benefits from this emotionality?
Wait a second.
And I have to be honest.
What
I
is
was
that
so
video?
confused coming into politics, and because I had no background in politics and seeing just everything that's happened in terms of
Oh, this guy's
you know,
gonna
this
fucking wants to
widespread
slam
use of
me,
the
I
term
think.
anti-Semitism, and it was especially confusing for me because I grew up in a town with a lot of Jewish people. My entire life, my best friend, by coincidence, I never even think of them as Jewish, but they were all Jewish, you know? Best friend Denise in high school, best friend Ashley in college. I've attended more Rosh Hashanah dinners. It's weird how many Rosh Hashanah dinners I've been at. I know full Jewish prayers because I played the daughter in Fiddler on the Roof when I was in, like, I mean, I'm like, you know, after college, worked for an Orthodox Jewish family. You know, kids went to Rodef Shalom for school. I was friends with all of the, you know.
I think I get
when
hit
I
right
lived in New York, I
there.
dated and lived with a Jewish guy for 3 years. His brother was
Really?
an Orthodox Jew. And we had a mezuzah on our door, right?
A mezuzah?
And I've never said any of this stuff before publicly because I know that the threat is they want me to prove that I'm not anti-Semitic. And I'm like, no. The power of that how dare you come at me and try to accuse me. And this is when they made a real enemy of me. And I'm talking specifically when I say they, not Jewish people, because I know Jewish people, worked then in private equity for 2 Jewish people. Like, Jewish people have just been a part of my life. They've helped me throughout life. They're my best friends. And so I was very surprised growing up with these people who never would call somebody anti-Semitic if they didn't do what they want to do. These people want to work hard. You know, they want to be successful at whatever it is they love and that they do. I've never, until I got into politics, saw a different breed, right? And politics is politics, right? Right. Suddenly people were realizing there's power if you stand behind your race and you can threaten people, this implicit threat that if you don't say what I want you to say at any moment, I'm going to smear you as an anti-Semite and everything you have is going to be over. I do not take kindly to threats.
Yeah, no, look, I completely agree. And it's just so, it's like, you know, people, I've been called a self-hating Jew because I'm critical of Israel's government's policies. And it's just, you're like, yeah, I hate my mom and my sister and brother and half my kids because my wife's Catholic. But it's like, yeah, it's just too ridiculous. The truth is, the way I see it is I just hate this tendency amongst some Jewish people and some non-Jewish people to talk about anti-Semitism in America and all the time. And even before this war in Gaza, there's the talk anti-Semitism is on the rise,
But that's not the regular Jewish person. Which
No.
Yeah,
No,
right?
I hate the people who are like that.
The political class.
Yes, but in the same way, but it's true with Black Americans too. It's like, yes, there are many liberal white people who really push this on Black people, but there are a certain number of them who buy into it, and for the same reasons, because it's like a seductive thing to buy into that you're the victim. You know, everybody in life.
What is he doing?
Everybody has had moments of feeling sorry for yourself. And we all know that it's a seductive trap. You know, there's something that feels kind of nice about being like, man, I should have gotten this, but I didn't get this, and someone else got this when I deserved it more. But also, every single successful person in the world knows that that is a bad force. And you have to find a way, if you're going to be successful in life, to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop playing the victim, take responsibility, blame yourself for your own failures, and like move forward. And so it's awful that they get, but I look at my grandfather escaped Nazi Germany in 1938. And he was the only member of his family who survived. All rest of them died. And he didn't live through like the worst of the death camps and stuff like that. But he lived through the rise of the Nazis. He had several family members who were killed in front of him. His father's business was seized. I mean, like truly a society that like was cracking down on Jews and regular Jewish people who hadn't done anything, wrong. It was like a guy who was a shoemaker, you know what I mean? Like didn't do anything to anyone, didn't deserve that. And he came over here on a boat where he got so sick he almost died, and then came over and like built a life for himself here in this country. And I just feel like, as I'm Jewish, I've never had one obstacle in my way because I'm Jewish. Jews are 2% of the population in this country. We are incredibly successful. Mm-hmm. My attitude is just like, hey, what a great country. That's how we should be talking about this. I don't think it's helpful, and it just kind of like grosses me out when I see people who are like, oh, someone said something mean somewhere. Who cares?
That's literally BLM tactics. It's mirroring BLM tactics.
And it's not even, and the thing with BLM is like with black people, there's more of a thing where like, look, there are like all these pockets of black people who are not doing very well in America right now. So there is more of a conversation to be had there. Jews, it's just not true. Like, we're very successful. The problem with the BLM is that it's white, female, liberal, upper middle class values all the way. That's what it always is. You know, I remember me and my buddy, Jay Okerson, a really funny comedian. We used to do shows in Philly, and then we would drive back like late night to New York, and we used to drive through Camden, New Jersey, just for the experience
I'm gonna fucking pop
of
in
driving
here.
through Camden, New Jersey, because it's like, it's kind of a rush and it's scary. If your car breaks down, you're probably gonna die. You know what I mean? And you're kind of like, what? And I remember this one time, it's always stuck with me. It's crazy. If you've never been to Camden, you know, it's like one of these places. There's lots of places like this, like little pockets of a third world country in the middle of the United States of America. And like, it's not white people who are living in them. And I remember there was this one, you know, it's like half the houses are boarded up, and there's like gangs hanging out, and there's hookers walking around on the street. And I just look over, and there was a kid. He must have been like 3 years old. This is 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and he's just out by himself with no shoes. There's no adult anywhere near this kid. And like, okay, yeah, that's like a real problem. Like, this is really a problem. And if you want to have a conversation about what we can do to help that kid, I'm all ears for that. Now, every government program has done nothing but fail these people. But if you want to have a real conversation about that, fine. But it always seems like Black Lives Matter activists, like, I've never even heard him once bring up that kid. No. I've never even heard him once talk about. What they will talk about is if a college professor said something that offended a black girl who was at an Ivy League school. And you're like, I don't care about that. Like, I don't care about that struggle. I don't care about the black kid who's at a college who's going to have a great life and is in the first world and is, you know, like, whatever. Your feelings got hurt. Deal with it. But if you want to talk about like these kids who have nothing, okay, let's talk about it. But then, of course,
you got to get into the politics
and
figure
then
out why they have, and then once you do the research and you understand, you suddenly become a black conservative.
And you're not allowed to say any of that. So if you want to have that conversation, you're only allowed to say systemic racism and inequality and white
that's
people.
Just not the truth.
And it's just
you
not.
know? We were outpacing white Americans in terms of economic growth. This was following slavery. And then what happened? LBJ gets into office. They start welfare policies. They start incentivizing black Americans to behave badly. Don't marry the father of your children. The breakdown of family. You say these things as a black conservative, and you are persona non grata in the mainstream media simply because it's true, and the mainstream media exists to protect government interests, right? And so that's what BLM was. It was a government interest. They wanted to have all of these riots all across America, all across the globe. We had an election coming up. This was a government operation. BLM was a government operation, nothing really actually to do with black people. But the reason black people seized upon it, and the reason why they put, you know, that video, which actually was shot from the wrong angle, which made black people think that his neck was being you know, for 9 minutes, that George Floyd's neck was being compressed, was because they wanted an emotional reaction, and they got the reaction they wanted because of the Department of Education, also the schooling, constantly reminding black Americans, again, going back to that tactic of trauma, that you were once a slave, you were once a slave, you were once a slave. So black Americans come out thinking, like, okay, all I know is that if anybody says the word slavery, I better react because, that happened in this country and it could happen again. Not realizing the people that are telling you that slavery is just around the corner are only saying it for their own benefit. And that's why I say I see these similarities happening, because I was just trying to put the pieces together as, you know, I have Jewish friends who are legitimately like sharing posts, talking about the Holocaust and all of this stuff. And you can imagine that for a Jewish person coming up in school, all entire Americans, school system actually was really impressed upon us about the Holocaust as well. You know, it's another big event. You learn about you're seeing skulls. Like, that's a traumatizing thing for a kid to learn. You can imagine it's doubly traumatizing for a Jewish person. And that was not as long ago as slavery.
Right.
So that's going to be in the back of your mind. So when you have the commentary that are saying, support this and say this and do this, or else the Holocaust is coming back, how could you not expect them to have a reaction? But who is gaining from that reaction? Actually, what it's doing is that it's making, like BLM did, is actually creating more of a sentiment against Jewish people, because people are going, why are they calling me why am I getting called anti-Semitic for asking a question? And that's not good. It's not good to call people racist that are not racist. It's not good to call people anti-Semitic filth, a la Thomas Massey, who are not, in fact, anti-Semitic at all.
Yeah, of course. And what could be a better way to create more anti-Semitism in the same sense of like, you know, what could be a better way to create more racism than images of like black people looting stores and beating people up and all of this stuff, right? Like what's the natural now obviously it's not the correct reaction to blame all black people for that.
Right.
But you could see that like if you just keep playing this for white people over and over again, the natural human reaction is for a lot of those white people to be like, well, look at these black people. They're acting like animals. You know what I mean? And the same thing is true. You know, I saw that someone shared a poll where they were like talking about how a pretty shockingly high percentage of young people don't believe the Holocaust happened. There's something like 25% or something of people under 20 or something like that. And of course, their takeaway was, look, the education system has failed. Like, we're just not teaching people about the Holocaust.
That is not
And you're
right.
like, listen, okay, first of all, it's stupid that people don't believe the Holocaust happened. It definitely happened. Lots of people have done very deep dives on this, and you can go read all about it if you want to. But let's just understand what's going on here. People aren't questioning the Armenian genocide. People aren't questioning, like, lots of other genocides around the world. Why are they? It's not that they haven't been told about this. It's that you're cramming it down their throats, and then you're using it as the justification for a whole bunch of things that you're lying about. And so then people eventually just go to the conclusion like, oh, maybe they were lying about that one too. Maybe this whole thing's a lie. But to think the idea that your takeaway would be like, you know, we just haven't taught kids about the Holocaust enough, like, come on. That's just totally ridiculous. And so again, you can just see this. This is one of the things to me, like it was just always easy for me to kind of understand reactionary movements. Like it's just kind of obvious. You know, like that just always clicked for me. It always clicked. You know, you remember there was this one scene in Good Will Hunting.
Love that movie, and I watched it recently. So come at
That
me.
is a good movie.
The scene, well, it's the scene that everyone will remember. But it's where he finally opens up and starts talking about his foster dad's abuse. And he goes like, he used to lay out a stick, a belt, and a wrench. And Robin Williams is like, I got to go with the stick or something. And he goes, I used to pick the wrench. And he goes, why? Because F him, that's why. Now, I just remember there's something about that I could just totally get.
Right.
You just get that, right?
That's
like, I'm going to pick the wrench. I'm going to make you beat me just to show you, like, screw you. You know? And it's just so easy for me to understand. It's like, oh, like, why did young black kids start identifying with people in prison, and that's why they'd start sagging their pantses and embracing this gangster culture? And it's like, yeah, because everything's failed them. So like, screw you. Like they're like, you know. And why do these young like Muslims become terrorists? It's like, I don't know, because they've watched their cousin get murdered in a drone camp. So like, it's just easy to understand this. But so it's obviously like when you have these people who are lying about war after war after war that does nothing but damage our country, and then you're calling them an anti-Semite if they don't support the next one. I just understand there's going to be this reactionary movement where people are like, yeah, you know what, that does describe me. Right. Anti-Semite it is.
Right.
Yeah. I don't want to see that. So like, you know, in the same way, you don't want to see any of these overcorrective reactionary movements. But so it's like, so stop prodding people.
Stop doing that thing. Stop calling people what they're not. Stop, you know, because they ask a question, because they don't understand something particularly. And that's why I really blame, and I hope people listening to this who maybe are feeling like that, who are a part of that reaction, are going like, I'm just getting so tired of having this shoved down my throat and being called an anti-Semitic about something I don't even understand that's happening overseas. Pause, because this is not what the majority of Jews in America want. And
yeah, that's right.
You know, they don't want this either. It's also being jammed down their throats. They you know, they are being called this, being called that. They're being told that the Holocaust is around the corner unless they support this. They're going through a very emotional thing right now. And the people that you should be mad at, actually, it's a very, very, very small fraction of people who have publications, who can publish something and make so it looks bigger than it is, but it's like one person who wrote this article to convince, like, it's that John Potteritz who just goes on and says, Thomas Massey, it's anti-Semitic filth. So you're perceiving this and you're blaming all Jewish people in America perhaps because of this must be how they all feel. No, he's just an idiot.
Yeah, look.
And call him out for being a neocon, and call him out for being an idiot, and call out people that have the power to keep deluding the masses into hating one another, because they do it for their own selfish reasons. And that reason is always power, and it's always money. And I have such contempt for them, such contempt that you would divide people who love each other. You know, I like to make fun of people because of their, you know, backgrounds. We used to do that in America. They used to be cool and fun.
It was actually like how we bonded,
right,
and how we kind of bridged divides was like kind of mocking each other. Look, it's just like falling into the collectivist trap, and collectivism just makes people stupid. It's like racialism makes people stupid. They always just come to these conclusions that are so dumb. You know, it's like when people will share, like, you know, the memes of like, well, look at all these people in media and look how many of them have a Jewish star on them. And you're like, okay, but let me give you the leading voices against Israel's war. And guess what? There's a whole bunch of Jewish stars on those names too. So like, it just does, you know, it's the same mistake feminists make when they'll just be like, well, look, you know, 98% of the Fortune 500 CEOs are men. So men control this whole system. And you're like, that's men? That just describes all of us? Or you're talking about 500 men. You know what I mean? The most powerful, richest elite that your average guy, your construction worker guy on the street doesn't really have that much in common with, actually. So it's like, no, that's you're just kind of repeating the same thing they do. And it's also the same, you know, poisonous attitude that would justify collective punishment toward everybody in Gaza because of what a few Hamas militants did. So that's the, you know, that's always the big enemy is, and that's the best part of Western civilization. The best part of the tradition is the idea of like individual justice, individual rights, individual responsibility. And so, yeah, you know, I encourage people to reject all of that stuff. And, you know, sometimes people will say, like, they'll be like, well, look, sometimes wars are justified. And I do think that's true. I do think there are such things as just wars. It's just that none of these current wars meet that standard.
Yeah, no.
And none of them. And so, and look, you know, there's this great, this is for conservatives, I think there's something to think of, because this is one of the greatest quotes I've ever heard in my life. I might slightly butcher it, but John Adams, it's a famous quote, but he said, if America goes around the world looking for monsters to destroy, we will become the dictatress of the world, but we will lose the power to control our own soul. And it's like, what a beautiful quote. And how much is like, wow, he actually predicted, and that's what happened. That America decided we're just going to fight wars constantly all around the world. And what's happening here to our own culture? It's like, yeah, we've lost our own soul. And there's a connection there, you know? Like, there's something about how, like, when did the sexual revolution and, like, the counterculture revolution happen? It happened during Vietnam. You know, it's like you go on these mass murder campaigns and you're, on some spiritual level, you lose moral legitimacy. And now there's nothing to kind of like glue people together in a weird way. And then you just see like all types of degeneracy spiral out of that.
Yeah, I think that's where the military industrial complex messed up. Was like, if you were going to keep justifying this, you at least had to like keep the roads paved over here. Like, you had to make us think like, yes, no, like obviously things are going great. You had to keep up sort of the Brady Bunch delusion. You had to leave it to Beaver. Everybody's got mowed lawns. We obviously are seeing now that America is fully in decline. I'm optimistic. I think it can change around. I think it changes around once people start thinking. And you're then telling us that we can do both. We can do both. We can send money and fight in Ukraine, and we can, you know, send money to Israel. We can send money to Afghanistan. We can do everything. Clearly, we can't. The evidence is in front of us. You're trying to get us to commit to the final instruction, the final Orwellian instruction, which is not to believe our own eyes. And Americans in this moment are starting to believe their own eyes. And they're starting to ask questions. And we're starting to ask questions about why this foreign policy, where we're spending nonstop money that we clearly don't have, is failing. And yet we're being told that we have to keep in it. You know, we have to keep in it forever. And I do think that the point you just made is so important, is that they recognize that if they can get you to lean into these social issues and constantly keep us warring with one another, Candace, don't see yourself as a nuanced, independent thinker. See yourself as black. Candace, don't see yourself as a nuanced, independent thinker. See yourself as a woman, right?
There you go. Wow.
feminism is for you. Like, BLM is for you. Jewish people, don't see yourself as a nuanced individual, right? You need to see yourself as a Jew first and worry about the Holocaust. Black people worry about slavery. Women worry about the patriarchy. That is their bullshit, and I hate it.
Yes, 100%. And it's such a psyop. It's such an obvious psyop, too. Like, look, even when you were talking about, like, the George Floyd thing, right? Like, okay, and I'll, just for the record, I know there's, like, not even to get, like, too deep dive in, I know there were, like, 2 coroner's reports, and one said that it was the...
Hello? Hello? Hey.
Is my sister busy?
I don't know.
What is she doing?
She was with, Haley. Yeah. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing. Nice. What's the matter with you?
What?
I said, what's the matter with you?
I have anxiety right now.
You what?
Been having bad anxiety last couple weeks now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's no good.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. That's no good.
Yeah, it's making me like, I just been having it, well, that anxiety like 3 weeks now.
Oh, yeah.
Can't stop thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
It's like so much stuff on my mind.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do, Jace.
Yeah.
Down my road.
I don't know, Gabs.
I'm gonna have to do something.
Yeah.
'Cause I can't get over sadness and that kind of stuff still.
What sadness?
Like losing my friend.
What friend?
The one that works, his wife works at GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
Still on my mind.
Yeah, that's no good.
And still comes my sadness and just being him gone.
Mm-hmm.
Still hard. I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, I don't know.
My sadness for it. Maybe I just need to, I don't know, reach out to someone to help.
Yeah.
Maybe someone can reach out to help me and
Yeah.
help it. I don't know, it's just, like, when I think about it, Chase, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I break down crying.
Yeah.
Fentanyl and the other one. one said it was the neck or whatever. Not even getting into the details of that, I will just say, and not even saying whether Chauvin should have been convicted for murder or not. I personally would say I thought the cops handled that very bad. There was like no attempt to de-escalate. If you watch the whole police cam video, he didn't seem like he was going to be a violent threat. He seemed like a drug addict who was having a massive panic attack. And I think it was totally unnecessary to have him cuffed on the ground and be
He
kneeling
asked
on
to
his
be
neck.
put on the ground, though.
Fine. I'm just saying, once he's cuffed on the ground, you don't need to be sitting on them with his knee. And so anyway, I think there would have been a much better way to handle that. But regardless, who made the decision that that story was going to be national news? Things like this happen all the time. It's a country of hundreds of millions of people. There's police interactions all the time where there's something like this happens. Why was it on every single news station? Like, why was it constantly talked about? There are decisions that are made at very high levels, right? And if you know, and I'm sure you've seen this, but if you follow those Nexus charts and you follow all the woke words like racism, white supremacy, transphobia, any of them, put them into a Nexus chart right around 2012, it shoots up. Like all of a sudden, all of the most powerful corporate outlets, everyone in the political and media class decided we are going to start talking about these cultural issues. And it's obvious a distraction from the fact that, like, at this time, all of the wars had failed and the biggest recession in 100 years had come, and they had just totally looted the economy and totally, like, destroying the most powerful country ever. But now they would rather, you had Occupy Wall Street that was, like, outside the big banks. You had the Tea Party that was talking about government spending and debt. And they're like, yeah, we don't really like those issues. That hits a little too close to home. So all of a sudden, America is just talking about transgenderism every single day. And listen, because I don't want like conservatives to like misunderstand what I'm saying here. This was pushed on the American people as a distraction. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't get to a point where it's got to be fought back because the distraction becomes a real threat. And I am very particularly like all the stuff of pushing this on kids specifically is like insane child abuse and should be fought at every step of the way. But you could also like recognize that, like, don't take your eye off the ball because that's kind of what they want. And I think this is a thing that conservatives fall into a lot. Like, yes, is it absolutely ridiculous that a dude is competing with chicks in swimming? Yes. It's insane. It's so insane that I can't even believe it needs to be discussed as an issue. Like, the fact that that's not a starting point for all of us is just bananas.
Yeah.
However, there are way more important things in the world going on than that. You know what I mean? And like, it's not that that's not important, but it's nowhere near as important as like just what inflation has done to families over this country. Like, how many families have broken up over the number one reason for divorce is financial problems. This inflation has destroyed people. I mean, this is the type of thing that leads to like, kids growing up without a father putting a gun in his mouth. You know what I mean? Like, horrible things come out of this. These wars are the worst things in the world. And it's just like, just notice that, like, and once you try to notice this, I think it's almost impossible to not see it. That all of the people who are responsible for destroying the United States of America want you to be fighting with your fellow Americans. And that's all they want. And that's why they pick all these issues, race or sexuality or, transgender, whatever, all this stupid stuff. Is just to constantly divide us against each other. Because the truth is that one of the few things that left America and right America have in common is that we're all screwed over by the same people.
I am very humbly asking if you could chip in $5, $10, or even $25.
Who are those people?
I know that.
And that's them. It's a big club. You ain't in it,
And that's them.
And the club ain't that big, by the way. And that's why I say it appears like it's really big because it's the media. I call them the commentariat who are making you hysterical all the time about so many different issues. And that's purposefully to divide you and to make you look the other way while, the military-industrial complex just keeps on trucking through all of these countries.
We're experiencing a lot of global instability as we plunge into the 2024 election. What are you doing to protect your family in the midst of all this chaos? A great place to start is by protecting your savings. It's not too late to invest in gold with Birch Gold Group today. Unlike many other investments, gold is often viewed as a safe haven investment during turbulent times because it provides a hedge against inflation and economic uncertainty. Birch Gold will help you convert your existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and it will cost you nothing out of pocket. free info kit. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, Birch Gold has been the exclusive gold company of the Daily Wire for the past 7 years. So text Candace to 989898 to claim your free info kit on gold. That's Candace to 989898.
And I guess I want to ask you, because you're very interested in foreign policy, and what would be your...
Maybe I'll go smoke a cigarette real fast before I start another game. I'm back.
Solution to Ukraine. What's happening right now, let's say actually the military industrial complex doesn't get a say anymore. Dave Smith, this guy from New Jersey, gets a say.
Well, I mean, look, the obvious solution to all of this is that America is supposed to be what the founders envisioned for us. We're supposed to be a republic, a constitutional limited republic. We're not supposed to be the world empire, and we have no authority under our own constitution or under international law, as Gaddafi was pointed out, to be the empire. But this is how republics get destroyed. They become empires, and empires collapse. They're doomed to collapse. And so the obvious answer here is, look, all of these problems are just solved. I mean, again, I'm not saying that the conflict is completely solved, but the Americans' problem with it is completely solved by us just disengaging. And in fact, I think that, look, in the war in Ukraine, for example, they had a peace process worked out. They had an agreement in paper. None of this had to happen. It was early on in the war that they had this, before Boris Johnson, representing UK and America, went over there and told Zelensky, do not negotiate, and we will fund your entire war effort. Without that, he would have had no choice but to negotiate.
And now Zelensky's saying, let's negotiate. Okay, well, Putin said that like in speech one, let's negotiate, let's come to the table.
And he's probably going to get a worse deal than he would have gotten there, but they will end up negotiating. That is how they're going to end up settling this war. And all that's going to happen is that hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians died in the process for no reason. And the same thing is true with Israel. You know, I'm not like one of these, like, you know, there's probably some guys who I even like very much who are probably like more radical on Israel than me. I'm not like one of these river to the sea type people. Like,
no, I'm not
Israel,
either.
Did Israel get its country by violently cleansing a whole bunch of Palestinians out of what is now Israel? Yes, that's a fact of history. That's true. Lots of nations have been formed in pretty bad situations.
Yeah. Imperialism is the story of human history.
Now, I think it's good to recognize, the healthy thing is to recognize, okay, that was wrong. That wasn't okay, but it happened. We're not giving land back. We're not giving all our homes back to the Native Americans. But you know what we do say is that all the Native Americans who are still here, they ought to have their rights protected just like anybody else. And that's all I'm saying Israel should do. Israel's not going anywhere. You're not returning to pre-1947 borders. That's not going to happen. 67 borders is what it's always been about in the negotiations between, you know, in the peace process. But just imagine that if America wasn't backing up Israel, they'd have no choice but to negotiate. And for anybody out there who thinks that, like, this is so impossible, it can't possibly happen. Look, Israel went to war 3 times with Egypt in the first few decades of Israel's existence as a country. That was their huge enemy, was Egypt.
Hello?
And they made a peace for land deal in the late 70s. They've had peace with Egypt ever since. Yeah. This could happen. All these deals. It's in everybody's interest, you know what I mean, to work out a deal. Except when you have America, because we have so much overwhelming power that we change all the incentives. And now it's like, oh, well, I got America on my side, so I have no incentive to make a deal.
When did you?
So
just streaming.
I think what our country should be, what we should prioritize.
When did you
is
get
what's
to
best
Whitehall?
for our country, and it's very clear none of this.
When did you get to Whitehall?
Yes, I know, it's crazy. That's Hitler talk or something. But like, you know, it's clearly not.
Oh, I said, when did you get to Whitehall? I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear shit. Oh.
Not in our interest. We're bankrupt, and we're just bleeding ourselves dry and engendering more hatred in the world. And
Hey.
Hey. Sorry, someone was talking to me.
Oh, that's all right.
What's up with you?
Not much. Just streaming.
Are you?
Yeah.
Just streaming and just fucking cranking your hog?
Yeah. Just cranking it. Fucking now we're talking about how based Candace Owens has been lately.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, neat.
Yeah.
What's
You should come to Butte.
I should come to Butte.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. This seems like some deja vu. I think I hear that every time I come to town.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do we get to do in Butte?
I don't know, maybe go to a bar.
Yeah? With who?
No idea.
What the fuck's Noah up to?
He's having a baby.
What's that?
He's having a baby.
I know that, but I wanted to see him while I was here.
Yeah, I don't know what he's up to. He hasn't really been going out. Or
I
anything.
know, but I've been talking to him a little bit.
Yeah.
Hit him up, he hasn't stepped in back.
Yeah. I don't know. I talked to him yesterday, but not that long.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe he'll hit me back up.
What?
Maybe he'll hit me back up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we'll see. I'm gonna finish my drink here and then I'll let you know.
All right, sounds good. Let me know, because my car's dead. Otherwise, I'd come to Whitehall, but...
My car's dead? What do you mean car? I thought you had trucks.
I have a car because it gets better gas mileage.
What's your car?
It's a Focus.
It's a what?
A Focus?
The Focus what?
I don't fucking know. It's like a 2010 shitty Focus.
That's a turd.
Yeah, it's just a total shitbox.
Right on. Well,
Yeah.
I'll finish my drink here and I'll hit you up.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you later.
Also, it doesn't seem clear to me at all. It certainly wasn't in Ukraine's interest to have us help them. And I don't think it's in Israel's interest to have us help them in this way. I think Israel's probably more in jeopardy than it's ever been in my lifetime right now. Global opinion has totally turned
Shifted.
against them.
And that's the danger, because
Yeah.
it then inspires more anti-Semitism. And I think that, you know, for me personally, looking into all of the issues there, number one, I don't want to be involved in your crap. You know, you're saying you want to defend your borders. Cool. I want to defend my borders too. Is that so crazy? And yet they've now tried to say that people that are saying that common sense, that have that common sense perspective, are anti-Semites. And looking at, you know, for me, I didn't have a horse in this race, because why would I have a horse in this race? I'm an American. But then watching this lobby, that commentary op, the DC politicians essentially very quickly, you know, turn around and go after people like Tucker Carlson, trying to smear him. Who I love Tucker Carlson. I'm a Tucker Carlson stan. Everybody knows that. Smear him as an anti-Semite by saying,
I like
hey,
Tucker
not our
Carlson.
beef. How about what's happening at our own border before we send more money to defend Ukraine or Israel's border? And then I saw them turn on Charlie Kirk, a whole segment about Charlie Kirk.
Not
and
really
rise
the
of
biggest
anti-Semitism on the
Charlie
right.
Kirk
And I was
fan.
like, I worked with Charlie Kirk for 3 years.
Yeah, and he's a huge
You will
Israel
not find
simp.
a more pro-Israel, you know, I would almost say that this gets into the topic of dispensationalism.
Yeah, that's my criticism of Charlie
evangelical-
Kirk.
Yeah.
like,
If you're going to criticize, like, literally, the number one criticism of Charlie Kirk is that he's a Zionist shill. That has been
Yeah.
the story of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point.
For
USA,
real? Right.
As he's raised funds, he sends kids to Israel, and they still talk about how vicious this is. Turned on him and tried to pretend that he was an anti-Semite again. When
I think it's 'cause
referring
he
to the
said-
commentary, because he asked a question. He said, "I don't know if people know this. I mean, they're not allowed to do that. You're not supposed to tell people
Yeah.
what they're not supposed to know." But there were all of these uprisings against Netanyahu. He was polling badly, and then, you know, I think it's really weird. I've been to Israel, he said, and to tell me that there was no response, I think he said for 3 hours.
That was when he was on Patrick Bet David's show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's just right. I think was just because this is funny too, is that it's this thing where like right after an event happens, and it was right after. It's like nobody's like, and I don't even mean like he's given marching orders. I just mean like we as social, you know, as a social pack species, we kind of like form into like, oh, okay, these are the opinions that everyone's saying. But he's just really thinking, because it's like it just came to him, like this just happened. And he goes, hey, you know, Israel is the fortress of the world, and Gaza is the most surveilled area in the world. And you're telling me there wasn't a response for 6 hours? Like, did someone give a stand down order here? Like, what happened? Which is like a totally reasonable question to ask. Like, hey, let's figure out what happened first before we decide what we're going to do. Yes, so I know that was his, and then he had to prove, how much he does love Israel or something like that after. But I'll tell you, Tucker is also a friend of mine, and I have nothing but admiration for the guy. I mean, I think Tucker was obviously he was by far the smartest and most thoughtful person in cable news who was left, and that's why he was number one. I just think he's a totally sincere guy. That's my impression of him, who really does love his country and is quite happy to change his mind when he's wrong about stuff. And I still want to change his mind about some economic stuff that I think he gets wrong.
Yeah.
But but I think he's really does care about the country. And I'm sorry, but it's totally reasonable to have the position that, like, look, think about how insane this is, that a president somehow, like, I've read the Constitution a time or two. I'm sure you've read the Constitution.
You're not allowed to do that.
Yes, right. So you read this document to me, and you explain to me, after reading this fairly clear document, you're telling me the president has the authority to bomb any country he wants to at any time for any reason, yet doesn't have the authority to protect our borders. Like, you just read me the Constitution and you explain to me what part of it you can possibly interpret as leading to that outcome. And it's just insane. Like, look, our government is the biggest, most powerful organization in the history of the world. It's the biggest government ever, the most powerful government ever by every measure. But technology, wealth, resources, any of this, number of people, anything. We do so many things. I mean, we spend $6 trillion a year. There's so much stuff. And yet we can't do the most basic thing that any country could do, which is just like control their own borders. That's like the number one thing of a country. That's like the first thing that you would say, like, well, what makes a nation state? And you're like, oh, well, I can draw it on a map here. These are the borders. This is the sovereign territory. And you're telling me we can't do that most basic thing, but we can remake the world in our image, and that every single time there's a conflict anywhere around the world, resources must be sent there, yet we have these major problems here in America? And like, I'm sorry, but like, if that's an unreasonable thing to say, then this is just a goofy world. Like, I don't know. Sorry. No, you're allowed to say that. And that's actually what Tucker's demonized for saying. And no exaggeration. That's his point.
Because every country is allowed to defend its borders except for America. That turns us into xenophobes and racists, and we don't understand that we are supposed to be the pocketbook to the world. America, for all intents and purposes, at this moment, is a slave colony.
Yeah.
We work so that everybody else can have safety on their borders in the military-industrial complex.
Essentially.
We work to send money overseas.
You know what's crazy to me is I think you're a little bit younger than me. I'm 40.
I'm 34.
You're 34. Okay, so you're a little bit younger than me, and that might actually be like kind of the difference in this. Like, because I was like 18 on 9/11, right? So I was a young adult throughout the George W. Bush years. But one of the things, and for anybody, if you're like around my age, if you remember those years, but one of the things that was amazing was that, and this kind of exposes somewhat of the neoconservative agenda, but that all of the George W. Bush people who totally hated Donald Trump when he came up, and partially because of what he did to Jeb Bush, and partially just because of what he stood for, but they were totally fine with using all types of like tropes about Islam up until Donald Trump, because they were using them to justify their wars. So they were, they're even through the Obama years, the whole on right-wing talk radio and on Fox News, the biggest criticism of Obama wasn't that he was accelerating George W. Bush's foreign policy and that he expanded these wars and started all these new wars as well and kept fighting the old ones. Their thing was, he's too weak. He refuses to say radical Islamic jihad. This was their big, dumb criticism that all the neoconservatives had of Obama. He won't demonize these Muslims enough. It was fine to demonize them when that was leading to a mass bombing campaign in their country. But when Donald Trump came along and said, yeah, that's right, the crazy Muslims, and that's why we got to close the borders, and that's why we got to have a moratorium on Muslims coming into our country, they all went, you racist.
It's incredible.
As if it's like, it's okay to use it to, like, feel however you feel about immigration, right? There's some people I know who have different views on immigration. Maybe you think it's a horrible thing to close our borders and not let people in here who want to come in here. I don't agree with you, but maybe that's how you feel. But there's no comparing that to slaughtering them in their countries. Obviously, that's far worse, right? I remember there was this one story. It was when Trump first put in like he said Muslim ban on the campaign trail, and then he had some policy at first that I think got overruled, where like some Muslim countries couldn't come in. And there was this one Iraqi who was like detained at an airport, and they were making this big deal out of it. They were protesting outside, and MSNBC.
Suddenly we care about Iraqi civilians. I don't know.
I remember tweeting. I said, "This is the nicest thing our federal government has done to an Iraqi in the last 30 years. Hold him at our
killed
airport."
a million of your civilians.
Yeah.
But here we are. We really care about that. I mean, that's a nonsense, but it's because people don't know what we do overseas.
Well, I mean, but think about this, right? The million number is that's from George W. Bush's war in Iraq. But that doesn't count the George H.W. Bush war in Iraq. That doesn't count the Kurds who we encouraged after that war to rise up and overthrow Saddam Hussein, and then we just bailed on them, and then Saddam Hussein slaughtered all those Kurds for rising up, which are at least partially responsible for the U.S. for telling them to do it. Then Bill Clinton had a very long sustained bombing campaign and a total blockade around the country. This was another one of Osama bin Laden's big complaints. Then you have George W. Bush. Of course, we all know that. Obama continues that war.
Obama put the bomb in Obama.
Yeah, he sure did.
That man was
Donald
dropping
Trump,
bombs.
listen, Donald Trump continued bombing campaigns in Iraq throughout his presidency, and Joe Biden just bombed him the other day. We have been bombing Iraq my entire life.
33.
I mean,
I'm
yes.
34.
Yeah. Okay. So fine. Your entire life, not quite my
1
entire life.
year.
I had a good.
On this planet.
I had a
that I
good
was on this
6 year
planet. Yeah.
year run. But just think about that. I think about how there's not like, look, this is puny little Iraq. This is a third world country who has absolutely no capability of touching us. Like, how is this acceptable? That we're so much more powerful than this country. They are no threat to us whatsoever. And every single president since Ronald Reagan has gone on a bombing campaign against them. It's really just unbelievable.
I think it's part of it is you just can't even imagine
Whoa.
growing up in a territory where you're just having drums bombed on you, or like routinely seeing your kids die, and I think that's part of the American privilege is you don't even consider that, and instead you are being told that if you do consider that, you're completely crazy. And I don't know, maybe motherhood changed me, but I do think about that. I want the right to be able to say that I have an emotional, compassionate response when I consider innocent civilians.
What the fuck is going on here?
who are trying to raise their kids that have dreams like my children will have dreams about what they want to do in this world, that are just being like bombed every day. And that's just supposed to be completely normal. And we're supposed to say that it's fine because it's about securing the world, when once again, we are facing this predicament, this obvious predicament that we're not even bombing our own country. And that's another thing that really bothered me when I was trying to play catch up, because we were being told that we had to care and about what was happening in Israel, and we had to support whatever they did next. And so, okay, my first thing is, let me try to get educated on this topic that you're demanding my allegiance to before I say something. And I was really bothered when a church was bombed. I'm Christian. A Christian church was bombed. It was an image of a little girl being pulled from the rubble. And as a Christian, right, acknowledging that this is horrible, that there was the former congressman whose family died.
Justin Amash.
Justin Amash retweeted this, said this was sad. And in my comments, people were telling me that it was irresponsible for me to share this, that this happened without providing it the context that this happened because Hamas uses innocent civilians as human shields. They were mad at me for not submitting to an orthodoxy, right? Of like, you're not even allowed to say that it's sad that a child is dead.
Which is
as a Christian woman, right? Unless you contextualize it so that people around the world understand that it's actually kind of fine, that who they're supposed to be mad at. No, it's a dead child. And I reserve my right to say, I had no other comment. This is sad. Of course, this is sad. Stop trying to demonize my humanity. Like, how monstrous. I don't care if it's a picture of an Israeli child. I don't care if it's a Palestinian child. This is sad. An innocent child is dead and being pulled from rubble. How dare you try to control my speech? And that has been another thing that has pissed me off about this. What you're trying to do, dress up as something else, is to control my speech. And with this little threat that if I don't say it how you want me to say it, and I don't put it in the context and with the sentence as how you want me to say it, then you're going to like call me a name that makes no sense, because I said a dead child is always sad. No matter whose child it is, it's always sad to see a dead child.
Yeah, and of course, and like, you know, I don't know, I see my kids' face in all those kids on both sides of it, you know, and it's horrible seeing these images, especially with this war. There's been so much of it, you know, but also just like the thing that's crazy to me is just how much the logic of this argument just falls apart. And like, it's just so, and I've heard people who like otherwise, you know, I kind of respect and I think are smart people, some of them here on this, you know, on this network, and other people like Douglas Murray and things like that, who I think are like intelligent people.
And I know Douglas very well. He is a very intelligent person.
Question. But to make the argument that, yes, it's horrible what's happening in Gaza, but it's all Hamas's fault, and there is no moral responsibility on those dropping the bombs on these buildings, is just totally ridiculous. I mean, if you think about the logic of this human shield argument, right? Like, okay, there is a logic to a human shield argument. So like, I think what most of us would picture is like some guy, you know, grabs you and puts a gun to your head and then starts shooting at me, and I shoot back at him and I hit you. It's totally reasonable to be like, yeah, but that's on him. I mean, he was shooting at me and I had to shoot back and whatever. But that's totally different than if a guy shoots at me and then runs into a school, and then I go, all right, boys, blow up the school. And you go, hey, but there's a whole bunch of kids in there. They go,
such
no, he's
bullshit.
using them as human shields. So that's on him because he's in that building. I mean, that's just totally ridiculous. Now that doesn't work anymore. Yes, if they invaded Israel with kids in front of them, shooting at innocent people, and you shot back and hit the kids, okay, fine. That's on them for, you know, you were defending yourself. But this is totally different. Like in any type of police action, which is really how these things should be handled in Gaza because it's Israel's territory. But in any type of police action, if there's a killer who's taken some people hostage and is in a school, even if he's using them as human shields, we go, all right, bring in the negotiator, talk to him, try to get some of the civilians. You don't just blow up innocent civilians. Look, to me, and I find this over and over again, the only way, like the people who are supporting this war and the people who are just like completely pro-Israel in this situation, the underlying thing that you always find in their arguments is that they just don't value Palestinian life as much as they value Israeli life. And that's okay. I mean, you know, you can have that position, but that it's just not a reasonable way to actually, like, you know, deal with this conflict. And you can't expect the Palestinians then to not have the same attitude.
I went through a firestorm for saying, after watching Brian Mast give a speech in Congress and say there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian. That is genocidal language.
Yeah,
That is,
yeah.
that is crazy to say about any. No such thing as an Iraqi. Give me the worst country that you can imagine. Of course, there are innocent civilians. I mean, I guess the American conscience always goes, World War II, okay, Adolf Hitler. Were there innocent German civilians? Of course, yeah. Dresden is a good place to start. You know, like what we did there was
many
pretty crazy.
Many of them were more direct victims of Hitler than others.
It's an absurdity.
Yeah.
To say, you know what I mean? Absurdity to say there's no such thing, and you're talking about an entire group of people, of an innocent civilian. And I was livid about this. I tweeted that genocide, no matter who, you know, it's coming, the language it's coming from, is always wrong. Talking about Brian Mast and
Hopefully
Firestorm.
that
They were like,
16
no.
Hopefully that 16 just slams right into that 19.
You cannot say this. This is what notoriously led to David Harwich, the Freedom Center, writing a piece saying, goodbye, Candace Owens, which was one of the worst smear pieces I've ever read. Goodbye, David Harwich, to you too, because how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you lie to your audiences, claim that I said this about Israel when I was talking about Brian Mast. You just put words in my mouth, A. And then B, to try to justify what you're doing, which is such a nasty, underhanded, backstabbing tactic, then say, Candace Owens had Andrew Tate on her podcast. That was back in June, before October 7th. We didn't talk about Israel-Palestine at all. We talked about men, women, like, you know, which I'm very interested in. And then you say, here's what Andrew Tate said about Israel-Palestine. That was what the whole article was. Like, so basically, I'm guilty for having Andrew Tate, just because you're mad, because you assumed, which is interesting, by the way, that you assumed I was talking about Israel, when you can clearly see leading up to this tweet, I'm just liking Yashar Ali was a journalist, and he was like, and he's actually pro-Israel, I think, as I take him, and he was like, can we all just say that this is wrong? Like, what Brian Mast is doing here is wrong. And I was like, this is crazy. It's genocidal. And it's happening in an American Congress. What do you, like, we should all always be able to say that genocide is wrong. Like, I hope that's okay. I feel good. I think the tweet will age well, you know, and yeah, it was, that's crazy. There is a group of people that believe that, and Brian Mast, I would say, is one of them, that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, and that language is genocidal.
It's funny because that's the same thing whenever like the hit pieces are written about me, and I haven't gotten as many as you yet. I'm working on it though. But whenever, it's unbelievable. But so whenever like these hit pieces, like the Southern Poverty Law Center and the New Republic, and I've got, you know, I'm getting some hit pieces written. I'm trying to step it up. But they always go to just who I've interviewed. It's always, he had a conversation with Nick Fuentes once, and once he had a conversation with Richard Spencer, and once he did this, and you're kind of like, I just love it too, especially when it's coming from guys like Horowitz. It's like, dude, you were friends with John McCain. Get the hell out of here. The people you talk to are so much worse than the people I talk to.
Yeah.
Why am I supposed to pretend that, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know that much about Andrew Tate. I've seen like some clips of his that I really loved. and like he was saying some great stuff and saying it in like a great way. Like if he's on your side of an argument, he's like a guy you want arguing your point. Like he's very good at it. I also really don't like all of the pimp stuff that I've like heard from him. Like I'm a family guy, you know, like I'm a family man. I don't like that stuff. But regardless, it's like, I don't know. Even if the worst things that he's accused of were true, he's still not nearly as guilty as these politicians who lie us into war, you know? And like, I just hate the idea that any of them like look down at us for asking very reasonable questions and then having conversations with people.
He's the 8th most Googled person in the world behind Jeff Bezos. Is it that crazy that journalists are wondering how did he get so famous?
Yeah.
He has a large audience. Is it crazy that I wanted to sit down?
Didn't Destiny make your girl look silly? He should, what the fuck, please? What do you think? Not people she agrees with. What the fuck is that word? What are you saying right there? I was gonna watch the interview with Destiny, actually. I was gonna watch that next. And what do you mean she said? I haven't watched the interview with Destiny. I think, wasn't that yesterday? PLSY. What the fuck is PLSY?
Talk with him, and no, obviously this is normal. They didn't say the same thing about every other person. The BBC sat down with him. Piers Morgan sat down with him. But again, this is the standard. This is the dirty. This is why I say it's an underhanded trick, because you're somehow going, well, Candace did it, and it's different. Yeah, so did every other.
Oh, you said play. Okay, I was so confused for a second. You accidentally pressed the S instead of the A. Okay. You want to watch the one where she talks to Destiny? We can do that. Ooh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. That wasn't good. I think I have that actually saved in my watch later. Yeah, there we go.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Yeah, no, I haven't watched this yet. But I do like what Candace Owens is saying right now. I used to not really like her that much.
Regarded as they are not the most literate.
You think people that graduate with college degrees can't read well?
Yeah, what I'm telling you is yes. That's what I'm telling you. They're not the most literate.
What would I look up to verify that if I wanted to see, like...
You got to do the research in your own time.
I have done the research.
Like, I'm happy to...
It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true? And I'm gonna tell you...
Okay,
let me explain.
Hold on, I'm sorry, because I've done a lot of research on college degrees and a lot of research on education, and every single thing that you're saying sounds really good on like a culture war perspective. But when you look at an actual economic perspective, when you look at actual firms that hire people, and when you look at the actual median wages compared to people that even have some college education, all of it
is me going to school.
All of it. That's great for you, but for the average American, that's just not true. None of these numbers
there,
are found
we're
on
watching
average. You will
that
never
now.
find data that supports the idea that high school earners on average are out-earning college degree earners.
Every single person that I went to school with is not.
It depends on what you're talking about. A lot of people who go into the trades do out-earn people who
not using
have
the degrees that they paid for.
What did you go to college
for? Journalism.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
What do you mean? You're acting like you're a college dorm kid.
Yeah, and your catty insults towards people online make you seem like a high school mean girl. What are you doing here? What's going on?
I just did PBD, Patrick Bet-David. They know you over there, right? Are you laughing?
Maybe. I know I'm good. Do you know Adam over there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just asked Adam. He was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know Adam. Me and Adam are cool. I'm not as much sure about the PVD guy. I'm pretty, I'm a pretty far left guy, and I disagree with a lot of stuff they say in a pretty crazy way.
I don't know who the PVD guy
They
is.
got both on that show. That's why it's so great. But I just did something with Chris Cuomo. You couldn't be further left. That's what I just did.
Yeah, I saw it. Well, but then we bring on left guys, it's usually to roast the fuck out of them, so.
No, that's not what happened at all.
Oh, that might not have happened this time. That's what I've seen. When I had Anthony Weiner on, it was that. When I've seen other left
Oh, man, I do not like how I'm set up here. Right now. I really don't like how I'm set up.
One of them is on the left, right?
Which guy?
So, I really thought that Adam just said I've never voted for a Republican, but I might vote Republican.
I think Adam is fair.
Yeah.
I think Adam is fair generally from what I've seen, but he's like center at best. And I'm not even like a communist type guy, but I mean like Adam is like pretty center. Like he's like a, I just don't think he's behind all the Trump stuff.
But why laugh if I'm like, I just went Patrick Bet-David? It's like, haha, like what's that?
Oh, sorry. In my world, there's a lot. There's always like a lot of drama and people hitting each other behind. So I just laugh because it's funny because I'm not sure if those guys hate me or not. I've been on their show once. They seem like cool people, but the Patrick guy has said kind of weird things about me or my fan base before. So it's kind of like a funny. It's just a funny thing. There wasn't anything deeper to that, I promise.
Oh, okay. No, I was just curious. I was like, because you would go on a platform with someone on the right, presumably.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because you said, well, because I'm on the left when I asked you. And I was like, what does that mean? Like, why? We need more conversations.
Oh, damn it.
I'm on the left. I'm on the right. It's like, what do you actually think?
I don't like playing
Sure, I agree, for sure.
True random.
What are you talking about mainly over the past week or two? What's the stuff that's captured your attention, your eyes the most?
Man, I talk about everything on my show. I mean...
Bro, I feel like you're kind of illiterate, honestly. I had background playing 2 games, but she seems silly. What does that even fucking mean? You should play that. See what you think, not people she agrees with.
Obviously, I think the biggest topic for me has been the Diddy lawsuit. It's the craziest thing that's come out, I think, since Jeffrey Epstein. And it's definitely significant because a lot of the work that I do is talking about or I guess really asking the question is what's happened to black culture? Because this is not the black culture that I grew up with. And the Diddy lawsuit potentially answers a lot of those questions. So
do you say where you grew up?
I was born in White Plains, New York, and I grew up in Stamford, Connecticut.
Okay. What can you catch us up on the P. Diddy lawsuit? I haven't been in this area as much.
Are you kidding?
My mind is
yeah, no, I don't know much about the P. Diddy lawsuit.
For the last 4 years or 4 months, and then like a whole bunch of red pill stuff before that. So my mind is not.
So, in case you guys have not seen it, you can go over to my YouTube channel. I've been covering it, and if you're there, definitely subscribe. But so essentially, at the end of last year, Diddy was dating that girl Cassie for a long time, about 10 years.
Okay.
And she started making allegations that Diddy was very into some very sexually deviant things, that I would say.
Okay.
And forced her to do a lot of things against her will, or drugs, whatever. She files this lawsuit, and basically overnight, I'm obviously being a bit hyperbolic, but he pays her off, so it ends. And then Cat Williams kind of alludes to the fact that more stuff is going to come out in 2024, and then a producer whose name is Rodney drops a lawsuit, and he alleges to have, hundreds of hours of footage backing up his claims. And in the lawsuit, he actually dropped pictures. So it wasn't just this, because you can always have a frivolous lawsuit. It can mean nothing. And what essentially his lawsuit suggests, allegedly, just for protection here, is that there's a black male ring in Hollywood. Diddy is a gangster. On top of Diddy sits Lucian Grange, who is the CEO of Universal Music Group. And this was, for me, one of the wildest parts. He tells a story about one night where Diddy got mad at somebody and just shot them in the stomach and the hip. He shows the pictures of the blood all around the bathroom because he was right there when the person got shot, and he allegedly went to his knees and tried to help the person. It was Diddy and his son who allegedly shot him. But they said that there's one person that you call when something like that happens, and that guy's name is Fahim something, and he will come clean it up. The LAPD will write a fake police report, and he shows how the news then reported that the shooting happened outside, and then it got wiped under the rug. And what's interesting is that guy who you call, the security guy,
was the same security person who was one of only 2 people there when Michael Jackson died. So it's now reopened, all the Michael Jackson stuff. Super interesting. A lot of stuff that I would say, a lot of proof presented in these documents. Like I said, there's a lot of photos included. And if what he is spelling out is correct, then it's basically a homosexual ring that works by blackmail. They host these, what he calls freak-offs, and they drug people.
Freak
and they
offs?
get them
What
to
the fuck?
sleep with a minor or do something, that you wouldn't want publicized, and then they own you, right? Because it's like, well, we have you on camera doing this, and so you're going to say or do whatever I want. So very much like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Gotcha. Are these in indictments, or are these just like affidavits or statements to the media? Is any of this stuff like gone to court yet?
It's the lawsuit that he filed. So we're reading the lawsuit documents directly.
This is a civil lawsuit, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay.
He's suing Universal Music Group. He's suing Lucy and Grange personally. He alleges that Lucy and Grange and Diddy are in a relationship by saying that like they disappear into Diddy's room and for hours, and like this is the stuff that I've seen. I was groomed for sex. Like essentially he wasn't a gay man, but then Diddy found him when he was young. These are the allegations he's making. Again, a lot of photos like of other rappers. He's named like Cuba Gooding Jr., who's an actor.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Is there has any of this stuff like leaked to the media in terms of like pictures or strong hard evidence, or are these mainly just in the charging documents or the civil case documents so far?
That's also what's really interesting is that yes, it's being covered, but not in the way that it should be covered. The fact that you don't know about it, to me, is crazy, because we've never seen someone that with hundreds of hours of footage putting in photos like, here's a picture of the drugs that I have to carry at all times to keep Diddy high. Here's the name of the woman that gets the drugs. Here's a drug dealer. Here's a photo of me with this person. Here's the blood on the floor that night. It's like we've never seen this much proof to make those claims. So it's definitely something to watch.
Somebody said, I just see in chat, somebody said over $100 million to the first civil suit that got settled in less than 24 hours. Is that true?
What's that? Over $100 million to
the first civil suit that got settled in less than 24 hours.
Did that happen with this?
First civil
I have no idea. I'm just
You might be talking about Cassie, because that got settled pretty quickly.
Oh,
and
gotcha.
And yeah, that Diddy's basically just at the top of a gang, and the person that's above him is Lucy and Grange, which is just wild.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? You made a mention that this might be an indicator to things that have happened with Black culture. What do you mean by that, I guess?
So there has been just a very obvious corrosion in Black culture. Like the music that I grew up in, I was listening to The Temptations, Lauryn Hill. Like it was all about like family, love. It was real talent. And then something just really shifted, and it all became about derogatory, debased gangster rap. And it's the change that I've noted in a lot of my commentary. And I think other people have. Like I asked the question. There's a really, in my view, disgusting artist, just in terms of the stuff that she publishes and the photos that she publishes, named Sexy Red, who they're now.
Oh yeah, she is disgusting.
Making a thing, right? Who makes the decision to sign a Sexy Red? You're telling me you have all the money and all the talent at your fingertips, and you sign a woman who, at her baby shower, 9 months pregnant, however pregnant she was twerking and had her butt cheeks.
Didn't right after she, I swear, like right after she had her baby, didn't she like fucking make like a video of her twerking on the? It was fucking weird. I remember that.
Like somebody's face was inside of her butt cheeks.
Somebody's face was inside of her butt cheeks.
You're not signing her based on talent. You're not signing her based on following. You're signing her because it's filth, and you're perpetuating this filth into my community. So, it's just something that I've noticed, something that I talk about often, that we're intentionally being sold crack. It feels like,
So, I'm trying to think of which direction I want to go.
Any direction you want. I'm an open book.
Yeah, you're fine. There are like two kind of different ways of viewing this, and I feel like you fall more to one side, and then I'll get my side, and then we can we can iron out or figure where we are at, I guess, in the middle here. I feel like when you look at the evolution of when we say like degenerate Black culture or degenerate Black music, I think we're generally talking about like the beginning of hip hop and rap, and then kind of the evolution of that going forward, coming away from like the R&B singers and everybody like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or whatever, right?
Yeah. But hip hop isn't always filth. But yeah, I get your point.
But that seems like
we're
the general.
generalizing.
It feels like when I look at music, or if I look at music that people create, oftentimes the music is a reflection of their circumstances. And you can see, especially as America and the black communities became more conscientious maybe of the ghettos that they'd been kind of pushed into, or the policing situations that they'd had to be a part of, or drugs destroying their communities, et cetera, et cetera. And then those people turning to crime, that you also see the music and the art kind of reflect those conditions. And then those pieces of art that get created, especially the music, end up being like worldwide popular. Like the most popular genre of music in the world is like hip hop and rap. So when I look at people pushing certain stuff today, I'm like, okay, well, we got two really big, in my opinion, I went to school for music, I don't know if you talk about the saxophone or whatever, so we had two really big contributions to the world of music from America. One was jazz, that came basically from the black community, and then the second was like rap and hip hop. These forms of music become popular. People see that it's popular. They want to get involved. Obviously, the money men, the people on top, they want to kind of continue to push this because it's popular, and everybody around the world consumes it. I feel like there are a lot of market forces at work that kind of perpetuate this and keep this happening. And that feels pretty satisfying to me to explain what's going on. So when we ask, like, why is it a woman twerking with somebody's face in her butt cheeks? Because, well, for whatever reason, that's like what the worldwide culture seems to want to see right now. And then on the other side, it feels like from people, I don't want to just say conservatives, but I would say broadly speaking, I guess I'll say on your side in general, it feels like there's this idea that there's this much more intentional or like malevolent force working behind the scenes.
Yes, there is, and so I'm going to push back on what you're suggesting here. You're suggesting that this reflects the community, and they're sharing their stories in a way that makes sense. That's completely not true. Okay, WAP does not reflect the circumstances that black people are living in, singing about.
I hope that this person
vagina.
doesn't get this kill. Oh, that would be awesome. Damn it.
And how hard it's getting pounded is not the circumstance of living in the hood. I come from nothing. It's not that did not make me feel closer to the circumstances that I grew up in. And unfortunately, that's actually what people are telling black Americans. Like, actually, it's working the other way. You're putting something, your eyes and your ears are the windows to the soul. And you're basically, when you celebrate someone, and I'm using Cardi B here as an example because I think people are probably more familiar with her than they are with Sexy Red. When you put someone like that on the Grammys stage, which is, again, a decision being made. When I was growing up, the best, most talented people were on the Grammy stage. It was something you could watch with your family. And you still had poor people. You still had, you still had poor people. You still had people that were living in the hood. Okay, we didn't need somebody talking about their vagina in order to feel seen. So what you're doing is you're setting the stage for younger girls who aspire to celebrities to say, okay, well, if I mimic that behavior, I too can become famous. What you're actually doing is you're setting the idols that people are going to look up to, and people are going to think this is what I should aspire to. So it's actually working in the exact opposite way.
Can I ask a question? In that like evolution of things, so if we look at like WAP in particular, hasn't it generally been the case that music is always kind of pushing these sexual boundaries? So it might have been Elvis grabbing his crotch and dancing. It might have been Michael Jackson's dancing is incredibly suggestive, if you've seen that. It might have been in Woodstock, all the loser hippies talking about love, sex, and rock and roll and drugs. Wouldn't like WAP just be kind of like the next evolution in a long chain of...
pushing boundaries is not degeneracy, okay? And so here's what I'll say to you. Why don't you pull up the lyrics to WAP and read them right now?
Well, I don't. Why would I need to do that?
Cool. It's just Woodstock. We're just pushing. We're just pushing the boundaries a little bit. You probably have never even read the lyrics to WAP.
I think I did because I think Ben Shapiro had a huge thing about it.
He couldn't have said. You may have seen him reading the sanitized version of WAP, not the one that is not sanitized. Like the sanitized one, which is still bad, that you can perform at the Grammys, is what he read. You should read the lyrics to WAP before you make commentary that it's a reflection of what black Americans are living through. Or
that's pretty fucking, honestly, that might be racist to say.
Just somebody that's pushing a boundary. It's not that.
How do you explain the fact that like WAP was like a #1 like worldwide hit then?
Because what I said to you is that they are artificially creating artists at this point. There's no question. And by the way, the Diddy docs, which I found to be a very compelling point, was that Diddy said to the guy, allegedly, who was the producer, that if he was willing to engage in homosexual behavior with him, that he would get him Producer of the Year Grammy.
Okay, so what does that tell you? It means that the entire system is artificial. And by the way, this is something that Kanye said 10 years ago, or however long ago it was, when he took the trophy from Taylor Swift and said, like, this is all fake. This is not even based on merit anymore. And that is my point. The industry is not based on merit. It's not based on capitalism. It is based on selling ideas. So it is, who do we want to artificially make the person that every black girl will look up to, or who they will aspire to. And
so I can definitely understand that, like, maybe award shows can be rigged, or people can think different things about, you know, who's being awarded based on merits for the Grammys or something like that. But like, WAP was genuinely, do you think it wasn't genuinely a popular song, or do you think that music execs have the ability to manufacture that desire publicly?
the latter. So if you start playing something tons of times on the airways, and the latter, you can definitely make something popular. There are songs that I don't even like, that I've heard so much that I know every single lyric to. And I'm like, I don't even know how I know every single lyric to the song, but it's received this many plays. You put it everywhere. You award the person. You invite them to bizarre circumstances.
Hopefully they don't fucking kill me.
Cardi B is invited to sit down and ask questions to Joe Rogan.
So
in no scenario, unless you are really making an effort to legitimize this person and to make this person aspirational. Again, this is not an insult to Cardi. I actually think that personality-wise, she's got a ton of talent and she's interesting, and I've said great things about her on Love and Hip Hop, and there are elements of her that make her a star. But what I am saying is that a lot of that is manufactured, and I just don't see how anybody, when looking.
Don't you think it's entirely possible or easily possible? So, like, I feel like there's like so many things wrong with this. So one is, why wouldn't competing record labels start pushing talent that's actually popular that people want to hear? I think that would be a big question. A second thing would be, how can you explain the top-down domination of this type of media popularity through all of our reality TV shows?
They get all the hearts, bro.
All of our YouTube videos and the music industry. And then how can you explain that all happening worldwide?
Sure.
Like, it feels like that to try to explain this through through people that are exercising control on these platforms would require more control than anybody's ever been exercised on any platform ever, and they're doing it like on a multi-country, multi-stage level.
It's just called. It's very easy, actually. It's a very basic concept pertaining to governments. They need propaganda. Hollywood is propaganda. You should, for those of you that are watching this live, go listen to the conversation that Joe Rogan had with Cat Williams, where he talked about all of this. And he said, I know you think that you're being entertained. And this is somebody that comes from inside of the industry. And he starts talking about the Diddy stuff, the idea that in order to climb higher, you kind of have to engage in nefarious behavior, and how he was collecting all of this information, and he was speaking out about what was happening inside of the industry. And he said it is twofold. You might be being entertained, but they are making decisions about what will entertain you. And a great circumstance in which he presented that as evidence of that is transgenderism. And he asked hold on.
Okay.
He asked a question which should be answered. He said to Joe Rogan, and he laughed about it. He was like, a guy wears a dress on the red carpet, okay? And then the media tells you how great he wore the dress. And he's like, he said, tell me one situation where he didn't wear the dress wonderfully, when he didn't wear the dress in a way that was amazing. It's because they have all agreed that this is the narrative. And then he talked about the fact that the record execs also own the publications that are saying that something is amazing or something is not amazing. And that is just plain old-fashioned propaganda. So you don't necessarily need to detach what we're talking about from your concept of what governments are interested in. It's always propaganda.
So I understand Cat Williams has said this. I also understand that Cat Williams was at one point in his life addicted to crack, and I think he's famous for losing a fight to a high school kid. I think this like benched his career for a while.
Okay, you can insult him, but that doesn't.
I'm not insulting. I'm just saying that I don't know.
2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 = 4.
I'm not insulting him. I'm just saying that to like lean into his testimony, who also we would both acknowledge has a lot to gain by giving like incredulous testimony like this, like saying like, oh my God, these crazy things are happening, right? I don't know if I would just say, well, right, he does. The fact that you're talking about him and you're citing him and you know it, right? If anybody else was saying a similar thing, we'd say, well, okay, they're saying this because they have something to gain for it, right? He knows that this is going to be a hot take, and he knows that it's going to go viral if he says it, and he knows he's going to get a lot of eyes on him for it. So I think it's good to call that into question. I think the issue that I have when it comes to the accusation that everything is some top-down level propaganda is I feel like the conversation shifts away from the important stuff, which is
I do think
why are people attracted to this type of stuff? Why do people vibe with it so much? Why are we replacing traditional, better forms of media or more thought-provoking? I don't know.
Because people are inherently evil.
know what you would call it, porn.
Ah,
this
fuck
type of
me.
stuff. Instead of having conversations about the culture and the society, it's all fixated on some weird top-down plot to like control media consumption.
I think you just like to be contrarian because I don't understand the point that you're making here. Like, of course.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me restate that. I'm sorry. The point I'm making is very clear. If I was going to, I've got a almost 13-year-old son in a few days. Okay, if I was to see that he's consuming media, my go-to would be like, hey, Nathan, why are you watching this? This is crazy. We need to look at something else. I need to like.
Bro, Red is
friends.
pissing me
What are you
off.
looking at online? Like, we need to change our media consumption habits because this isn't working. I would never think like, I think that the school is involved in disseminating media towards him, and there's no way that we can change this because I feel like on your side of the story, people are basically like, we're hopeless. There's nothing we can do.
No, it's not hopeless, but if you want to be able to do something about something, you need to be able to acknowledge the something, right?
Well, what would the thing
so
what we
you can't
do
you
about
make it
it?
to make it a conspiracy. It's like, no, when I graduated high school, there wasn't a single trans kid. Now you've got like more than 50% of kids that think that they're other. Like,
Same.
that is obviously propaganda. Clearly, there's just no. It's just not possible that you didn't exist. Maybe there was one person, and then all of a sudden everyone is.
Sure, I think it's okay to draw
that can
the line,
only
yeah.
happen. That can only happen through propaganda, right?
Maybe,
They're
yeah,
suddenly
there's-
being told an option. They're kids, right? You want to experiment, and you want to be different. You're looking for a way to stand out, and so you hold on. And in the classrooms, you've got
Fuck
teachers
Red,
that are
bro.
reinforcing
Fuck
this
Red.
narrative, that is, yes, top down, right? It's like Hollywood in lockstep with the Department of Education that is making these options available. If it was natural, when I graduated high school, there were gay kids. There were lesbian kids. There wasn't a ton of them. It wasn't an identity. That's another thing. The identity
back then,
thing
yeah, the identity
is very new.
an interesting thing. I agree for sure.
And so it shows you who are they emulating? Who are they copying when they do this stuff? Like, because it's an option. It's just being presented to you. It's obviously not natural if it didn't exist naturally. And
I
so
agree, but culture is a very complicated thing.
Culture is not a
Movies
complicated
is
thing.
So complicated. I think
they are
governments pray that they have the
deciding-
amount of control over culture that you think they do. There's no shot that anybody would be able to top down control that much stuff.
Like I said, there have been a lot of evidence that has come out, whether you're looking at the Jeffrey Epstein case or you're reading through the 72-page document for the Diddy lawsuit that suggests that the government is involved.
Even on the Jeffrey Epstein case, like, what's suggesting government involvement here?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's suggesting?
Like, what part of the
involvement?
Jeffrey Epstein case is like, oh my God, the government is like playing a part in this?
Well, the fact that he had ties to the Mossad and the CIA. And that when
Oh,
his home,
she
he
said
had his
it.
face and about 6 different passports. Who can issue passports?
Sure, but when we look at it,
who can issue you a different identity? In
I don't know
different
about
countries?
different identities, but for passports, I imagine you can get that illegally, or you can just get it from countries depending on citizenship status.
Well,
but what I'm saying is that, like, for when we look at Epstein, right? Epstein was a billionaire, right?
Why was he a billionaire?
Why?
Yeah, he wasn't a billionaire when he first. He got his money from some sketchy shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
No, that's the
Yeah,
question.
no one
Nobody
knows
knows why.
how he
I don't know
him or his
why.
brother
Yeah, but
has
there's like
had
a
billions
million
of
different.
dollars.
Sure, there's lots of people where I don't know how they made their money, but to fill in the gaps of all of this with some.
No, you should always
huge
know how
conspiracy.
somebody became a billionaire. Like, that's like a very easy thing. Like, somebody shouldn't just be like, I became a billionaire, and you have no idea how. Like,
I'm sure there are tons of people
it's
who are
like, I
billionaires that
sold the
aren't.
product. You know why Elon Musk has.
After they become like an international figure, most people know how someone became a billionaire. It's not just like, oh, how did they make all their money? Like Trump, everyone knows how he made all of his money. Fucking. Fuck! Bro, why am I getting such shit dice? Fuck me.
Has money, you know why Jeff Bezos has money. You should
Yeah.
not say we can't connect the dots on how this person became a billionaire that was able to purchase
Filings
an
aren't
island.
always going to be public. That like, oh, well, I can figure out exactly why this person became a billionaire. If they don't work in like public traded companies or something, how will you ever know? There's no way you're going to know that.
He did.
I'm going to describe True Detective Night Country in 3 words.
I'm so glad that White attacked Red so that he didn't have as much troops, because otherwise I probably would have been dead.
Then what's the question?
The
White's a homie
it's not a
forever,
question.
dog.
It's just nobody understands why Jeffrey Epstein or his brother have billions of dollars.
Well, you just said did he have a ton of shares in publicly traded companies?
What do you mean? Did he have a ton
Like
of
when we
shares in
ask, for
publicly
instance,
traded
like, so here's a question. Do you know how Jeff Bezos made his money or how Elon Musk made his money?
Yeah.
I know that Jeff Bezos created Amazon, and I know
Elon Musk made his money through PayPal, and then he
know that Elon Musk has created a ton of things. Tesla, you got Starlink.
Okay, kind of, so not really. Bezos made his money because of the appreciation of shares of Amazon that he had a huge stake in, right? And Elon Musk made a lot of his money. Initially, it was on PayPal and a couple of ventures, and then because he had a huge equity stake in SpaceX and Tesla, especially, that's where they made their money. Is ownership of stock of publicly traded companies. That's what I'm saying. We can look at those people. We can say we know how they made their money. So I don't think Epstein had massive shares in publicly traded companies, did he? So he wouldn't have made
saying hello there.
Yeah, you dumb cunt. Now if your thing is just.
Fuck you. Die. You're gonna be the first to die because you're shit. Bro. White is just the homie. Aw, man. I want to kill Red. I deserve the Red kill. No, it's me.
To be contrarian.
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm asking you because it seems like you're just like, whatever your position is, I'm going to take the opposite and I'm going to say something really quickly and try to say, well, how do we know? And it's like, that's actually quite boring.
Sure,
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, dude, like, let's actually have a real conversation because tons of stuff is happening right now. A lot of stuff is being exposed.
Oh,
right?
yes!
People are for the first
I get the
time
kill!
able to grasp a theory that finally makes sense, right? It finally makes sense. It makes sense that there is a blackmail ring operating in D.C. because we don't understand why we keep sending our politicians to D.C. and then it's like they completely serve anybody other than the American people.
He just saw the
right?
injustice
so
that
that
happened
Jeffrey
to me,
Epstein
and he
case
was
got
like-
exposed, and if you were following it and reading the documents,
I did follow it. I read the entire document, the 80-page report that came out from the government. Did a report on the prison where he supposedly got killed.
And you're realizing how many artists have stood up and said this exact same thing was going on. Now you have somebody that has filed something with proof saying it's going on, and then you just have like a Destiny being like, "Oh, what if it's not going on? What if it's not? Whoa.
And now,
so here's like oh, maybe WAP is just really just that amazing. People just love talking about vaginas and like mopping the floor. It's like you can do that thing, but it's not interesting. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure. All right.
It's like,
here's just an easy test question so I can get my bearings straight. What do you think about the 91 or so indictments for Donald Trump?
What do you mean?
Do you think that those are credible indictments that have credible evidence behind them?
Well, you speak to me specifically about which indictment you're talking
So
about.
the Mar-a-Lago case.
I actually haven't followed that one, so I'm not going to push back on that one, but I can tell you the ones that I have followed and I've given an answer on. Like, obviously, we've never seen the media or the justice system go after any president in the way that
That
they
doesn't
have.
matter. You could say the same about P. Diddy. You've never seen the media go after a black artist
I didn't
like
say
this
it did.
besides.
It didn't. I didn't finish my statement. Why are you saying it doesn't matter? Why'd you just say that?
I'm just it could be that nobody's ever done something this
But I haven't.
before.
Boom.
You're so contrarian that you haven't even
I'm
let
not-
me finish.
why do you keep calling me
you
contrarian?
haven't even let me finish my sentence. You said that doesn't
Okay.
matter. It's like what do you?
Because you gave a point that was irrelevant.
I know,
Go
but
ahead.
like
You can
I
finish.
don't understand what you're objecting to. You asked
said
me a
that you said the
question.
media's never gone after somebody like
Hold
this
on a
before.
minute.
which
You
doesn't-
asked me
yeah.
a question.
Mhm.
I started to answer it by saying the media has never gone after anyone like this before.
Okay.
And then you just said it doesn't matter. It's like, can I answer
Go
the
ahead. You can-
question?
yeah, allow your full
like, or
answer.
you just gotta like contradict right
I'm
away.
not contradicting. I'm just
Yeah,
fighting the
you
crazy
kinda
narrative
are.
that
One
prevent
sec,
anybody
I
from
wasn't
having a real
paying it.
analysis.
I was too stoked on that. I need to go
It's not a
back.
question. It's just nobody understands why Jeffrey Epstein or his brother have billions of dollars.
Well, you just said
Whoa.
did he have a ton of shares in publicly
Whoa.
traded companies?
Whoa.
What do you mean? Did he have a ton
Like
of
when we
shares in
asked, for
publicly
instance,
traded
like, so here's a question. Do you know how Jeff Bezos made his money or how Elon Musk made his money?
Oh man.
I know.
White is
that
almost
Jeff
making
Be-
it look like we're like collaborating or something. White is just being such a homie, and I'm being a homie too.
Bezos created Amazon, and I know that Elon Musk has created a ton of things. Tesla, you got Starlink.
Okay, kind of, so not really. Bezos made his money because of the appreciation of shares of Amazon that he had a huge stake in, right? And Elon Musk made a lot of his money. Initially, it was on PayPal and a couple of ventures, and then because he had a huge equity stake in SpaceX and Tesla, especially, that's where they made their money. Is ownership of stock of publicly traded companies. That's what I'm saying. We can look at those people. We can say we know how they made their money. So I don't think Epstein had massive shares in publicly traded companies, did he? So he wouldn't have made.
Did you
any-
actually look into the Epstein case, or are you just because I can't tell right now if your thing is just to be contrarian?
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm asking you because it
yeah.
seems like you're just like, whatever your position is, I'm going to take the opposite and I'm going to say something really quickly and try to say, well, how do we know? And it's like, that's actually quite boring.
Sure,
You know what I
understand.
mean? Like,
So
it's like, dude, like, let's actually have a real conversation because Tons of stuff is happening right now. A lot of stuff is being exposed,
Ah,
right?
damn, I'm not
People are, for
playing.
the first time, able to grasp a theory that finally makes sense, right? It finally makes sense. It makes sense that there is a blackmail ring operating in D.C. because we don't understand why we keep sending our politicians to D.C. and then it's like they completely serve anybody other than the American people, right? So when that Jeffrey Epstein case got exposed, and if you were following it and reading the documents...
I did follow it. I read the entire document, the 80-page report that came out from the government. Did a report on the prison where he supposedly got killed.
And you're realizing how many artists have stood up and said this exact same thing was going on. Now you have somebody that has filed something with proof saying it's going on. And then you just have like...
Sorry, I already placed, bro. I couldn't attack Black.
So here's like a maybe WAP is just really just that amazing. People just love talking about vaginas.
I'm gonna attack Black. You can... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do what I did. No. I didn't mean to. I understand why you did that. I unaccidentally miscommunicated. Shit. Make alliance. Sorry. Man, I lost such a good homie on accidentally. All right. I mean, I'm winning now. Should I try to kill Black and then add White as a friend again? Should I attack Black and then go like this?
Do that thing, but it's not interesting. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure. All right.
It's like,
Here's just an easy test question so I can get my bearings straight. What do you think about the 91 or so indictments for Donald Trump?
What do you mean?
Do you think that those are credible indictments and have credible evidence behind them?
Well, speak to me specifically about which indictment you're talking
So
about.
the Mar-a-Lago case.
I actually haven't followed that one, so I'm not going to push back on that one, but I can tell
Whoa!
you the ones that I have followed, and I've given an answer
I was trying to be
Obviously,
homies with you.
You've never seen the media or the
I
justice
accidentally
system go
messed
after
up. Fuck.
or any president in the way that
That
they
doesn't
have.
matter. You could say the same about P. Diddy. You've never seen the media go after a black artist
I didn't
like
say
this
it did.
besides.
It didn't. I didn't finish my statement. Why are you saying it doesn't matter? Why'd you just say that?
I'm just it could be that nobody's
I
ever done
didn't
something
mean
this-
to
But
do
I haven't
anything
before.
wrong.
You're so contrary.
I pressed the wrong button.
Why do you keep
You
calling
haven't
me
even let
contrary?
you haven't even let me finish my sentence. You said that doesn't
Okay.
matter. It's like what do you
Because you
what-
gave a point that was irrelevant.
I know,
Go
but
ahead.
like
You can
I
finish.
don't understand what you're objecting to. You asked
said
me a
that you said the
question.
media has never gone after somebody like
Hold
this
on a minute.
before. which
You
doesn't-
asked me
yeah.
a question.
Mhm.
I started to answer it by saying the media has never gone after anyone like this before.
Okay.
And then you just said it doesn't matter. It's like, can I answer
Go
the
ahead.
question?
Yeah, allow your full
Like, or
answer.
you just gotta like contradict right
I'm
away.
not contradicting. I'm just
Yeah,
fighting the
you
crazy
kinda
narratives
are.
that prevent anybody from having a real analysis of any of the things going on. But you can lay out your whole thing about
All
what
right,
you think
then
about
you
it.
know, since you know my narrative, even though you asked the question, I wasn't able to answer it.
You can
I'm
answer the
glad
question.
that you defeat the narrative. No, we're good.
I wasn't
We're
meaning
good.
to.
I'm not
Because
gonna have
wait,
you
wait.
ask. I'm not gonna actually have you ask a question and then cut me off and say that I'm parroting a narrative when I haven't even told you what my opinion was. That's not you being interesting. That's you being obnoxious
I think that you're trying to avoid answering the question.
by being cut off by you.
I said you can finish it if you want.
You're trying to avoid answering the question. Quite literally, I was trying to answer the question and you cut me off. So we're good on that. We can move on and talk about something other than Trump and his 95 indictments.
I think it's 91 or 92.
Okay.
Okay, well, what are we talking about that won't get you as triggered?
Okay. I just honestly, like I said to you in the beginning of this, I said I am an open book.
I'm just curious what you think about the Trump indictments. Do you think that a civil suit that's filed where there isn't a grand jury that looks over it, there's not like it's not like a DA case, it's not like a federal prosecutor. Do you think that the Diddy stuff is like rock solid? Do you think that's really, really, really important to look at? But then when we look at indictments that have gone to grand juries that have then issued warrants or subpoenas or whatever, I was just curious if you think that the credibility on that side is as heavy as the P. Diddy stuff.
I was really happy to answer that question. Would you like me to answer it?
Sure.
So I would say that you are comparing two cases that are not similar, and I'll tell you why they aren't similar. In the case of Diddy, you have somebody that has no power that is filing
Are they going to
this
try
and
to kill me?
producing evidence to say that
I think they are.
justice, essentially the same thing that people that defend Trump are saying, the justice system is corrupt, right? That these people are responding and being motivated by things like the LAPD's involvement that night in writing a fake police report, if his allegations are true. And he had photos and said that he was the person that said call 911, and then seeing the media report on it and lie about what happened at that studio is very scary. It's scary if unless he faked these blood photos, which is a plausibility, but it shows you that there are people that are sitting at the top that have a ton of power, right? So the people
Oh, man,
that
I
are
have to play real smart
acknowledging
now.
that, and then also saying that those same people, that same network of individuals that can make up allegations and make them go away with the media or stay and make it a big deal because of the media, are defending Trump and what's happening to him. So this isn't, these two things are not at conflict with one another, what's happening with Diddy and
I'm not
what's
trying
happening
to
with
fight
Trump.
you.
It's actually,
I've been
they
trying to
complement one another
avoid
in terms of
fighting
what
you,
we're
bro.
saying. Now, the only case, I followed two of them, the Fannie Willis one.
Well, can I ask a question about the LAPD thing?
Yeah.
So if we're worried because in the P. Diddy case, it looks like the LAPD at the very top might have been involved with something, if that's the claim. I mean, isn't Donald Trump at the very, very, very top if he's the president? Isn't he literally like the top guy in the world?
He doesn't control the courts. And that's, hold on. The point of exactly being is that if they feel that they have a person that they cannot control, so if there is this blackmail ring that exists, and it's starting to look like there is, definitively, and I very much believe that, and I am not ashamed to say that it is pretty much the only thing that makes sense in Hollywood, is what I read in these documents, then it would be clear as to why it is that when you are existing outside of the ring, or you are somebody that cannot be controlled, you are somebody that is attacked. Now, again, we have heard many artists, and I like that we have this example in Hollywood, because we don't need to go down the path of Trump derangement. We can actually talk about people that we don't feel any way about, right? Diddy, I don't have an issue with Diddy. You don't have an issue with Diddy. We can look at this case more objectively, because people, I think, do get so about Trump that you can't just look at things objectively. If that person is alleging...
Wait, do you think that's what happened here?
Fuck!
I mean, you did jump... I'm glad it's live and you can go back and watch it, but like I didn't get to... You asked me a question, and then before I could answer my question, you did say like narrative, and I'm like, okay, that feels like the Trump derangement trap. I don't want to do it. I want to have a productive conversation about the plausibility that people that are extremely powerful are blackmailing people, and these people can't speak out because whatever they have on them on camera is scary. There's Justin Bieber, I think. There's also something going on with him. His pastor said, pray for them. There are evil forces that in Hollywood, kind of at the same time as this. Cat Williams, I know he used to do crack, whatever, has spoken out about this. There's been a lot of artists that have spoken out about this. Kanye West has spoken out about this, about the control and the network that's happening within Hollywood. So I think instead of, trying to dismiss these people as crazy or crackheads or whatever it is you want to dismiss them as, when enough people say something, including Michael Jackson, who's dead, maybe there's some truth to it. Like, can we examine whether or not this might be true, especially when somebody is such an underdog like a producer and does something like this?
I think analyzing who's saying what, I think is important. But I think that when we say that somebody's an underdog, so we're going to believe them because they give a story that we might happen to like or plays into something else that we believe. I mean, I would just be critical of the underlying material. Like, if the sources are a few people, like, everybody stands to gain something when it comes to viral stuff. Everybody knows that. When you have outrageous claims to make, and if he has evidence, I think that's interesting.
Otherwise, I would have said, I don't know, it's frivolous. Like, you can always sue a rich person.
But I'm also saying that, like, a charge is a charge, or a claim is a claim, or a filed case is a filed case. It'll be interesting to see what ends up playing out in court,
Right.
and then we actually
I'm keen
see.
to see that.
Yeah,
I'm keen to see that. That's what I want to see. I'm not condemning the person. I'm not a person that believes that you. I would hope, and I obviously have lost faith in the court system in some ways, but I would hope that it works the way it's supposed to work, and that it will take more evidence, and that he has to appear in front of people and show us more evidence and show us more video evidence of what's going on. But
So when you
what I will say is that it looks credible.
Okay. When you
on
say
the
that you've lost
outset.
faith in the court system, does that mean that if a guilty verdict is returned, you'll think it was a good case, but if a
No,
non-guilty verdict is
that's not
returned,
what
are
it
you gonna?
means.
Oh, okay. Well, why would you preface with "I've lost faith in the court system"?
Because I have seen some circumstances in which things that should not happen do happen, and a good example of that, if you want to talk about the craziest case that I followed in a long while, it was the defamation one, where the jury awarded, she was asking for what, 10 million, and they awarded her for 400 or 800 million just to like bankrupt Trump, and her allegations had expired, but they created a new law in New York so that she could bring them forth about something that she says happened in 1996. What is that whack lady's name? She was so.
Wait, are you talking about when they extended the
E. Jean Carroll
statute of limitations
Yes.
to allow people to sue people relating to?
And then
rape?
she got funded to reopen this. They changed the law, and then she got funded by the person who is basic. I don't want to call him a Democrat operative, but he obviously is very involved in the Democratic Party. The person that started LinkedIn is the one that funded her to do this lawsuit. I mean, the whole thing is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's just like making new laws.
I thought this law was changed in New York a while ago.
No,
I don't
it
think
wasn't.
it was specifically for Trump.
No, it wasn't. Nope. It was specifically after she went on and was doing the rounds on. And those were wacky when she was like, I don't even know. When he was like, what is rape? Anderson Cooper asked her, and she was like, I think
She
most
said
people
it's
think
something
rape
that's
is
hot.
sexy. It's not
Yeah.
someone jumping
Fucking
on you.
weirdo, bro.
You know, it'd be great for this if you could bring up clips like that, because it would be awesome for people to be able to watch it.
Whoa.
But she was so clearly clinically insane. She was so insane that even Anderson Cooper had to go to commercial. MSNBC had to go to commercial. So this is not a woman, that was making what any person who can listen to somebody interview about their rape would say are credible allegations. But there was just such hatred for Trump that they just made it happen. And in no circumstance, I can't imagine what circumstances somebody asks for like 10 million and the judge is like, no, you're going to give you 400 million. Other than we hate Trump so much and we hope to bankrupt him.
Was this a jury trial?
There were multiple parts of this lawsuit, but it was.
Because if it went to trial and if it was a jury, then
Yeah, it was jury trial. Yes.
does anybody have a link to that rape clip? I'm curious if anybody has ever heard a conversation.
It's rape. We just gotta look at it. It's so nutty and so crazy, and they just kept going with it everywhere she went, left and right. People could not hold a conversation with her. She was so unstable, and she couldn't even define what rape was. She was just saying, I think rape is just like, when someone thinks you're sexy. So it's like, so did Trump just think you were sexy? She had no witness. I mean, I've just never seen anybody able to get or however many millions of dollars she got with absolutely not a shred of proof in a case that shouldn't have even have been brought forward according to your own statute of limitations.
Also, people are saying that the 400
faith.
million is that's for the business fraud case. Maybe the.
Sorry, yeah, I'm mixing numbers. What was how much was she awarded for you guys that are like, checking? She was awarded. They gave her more than she even asked for. Yeah, they literally extended the law. The whole thing was so rotten to its core. That makes you lose faith, right? That makes you lose faith in the justice system. That's not saying that there aren't cases. There are different judges. There are different juries. With Trump, it's hard because people are passionate about him one way or the other. So it's going to be hard not to find a jury that is corrupt, especially when you are in New York. But I don't see how any person can objectively look at what happened there.
Wait, what does that mean in a corrupt jury?
Like emotionally corrupted, because when it comes to Trump, people tend to feel either I love him so much, or I absolutely hate him and he's the end of the world. So I think it's hard to get a
Looks
jury
like I'm gonna have to
that is going to be fair in that circumstance because he's so.
Do you know where is P. Diddy being sued at? Do you know what the venue is?
I want to say L.A. I want to say L.A., but definitely fact check me on that so I don't spread misinformation.
I'm only asking because I see a couple people. Oh. So for this, it says Rodney, Lil Rod Jones.
Oh, New York.
Producer.
That's right. It is in New York.
Wait,
that is correct.
Does that mean that the opening up of the statute of limitations for the Trump suit is the same thing that's allowing this court case to go through then?
No. You got to look at what he's suing them for. This all happened recently. The Trump thing happened in '96. Just so we're clear, this happened in 2022, 21.
All of the allegations are recent.
Yeah. It just happened. He was working on an album that he dropped like last year or something. It's not from 1996.
Oh, okay. I thought the way you were talking, I thought these were earlier allegations.
No. This all just happened, and he obtained a ton of proof because of it.
Gotcha. Have you reached out to this guy to try to have a conversation with him or anything?
No. I would hope that would be. I would imagine. I mean, I don't know if you'd be able to while you're. I don't know while you're in court. I'm sure his lawyer would say don't speak until things are done. And my guess is that because of the powerful names that are listed in this lawsuit, they're going to want to just settle it and be done with it. But the photos that are pictured there, it's going to be very hard, I think, to come back from it without some sort of an explanation. I mean, he named names.
Well, I think the problem, my imagination would be, the problem is that even if the photos show sexual acts or whatever, the difficult part is going to be proving that these were part of a conspiracy to blackmail or something like that, right? Because just photos of people having sex or doing whatever stuff isn't probably enough unless you've got like text messages showing some pattern of.
Yeah, I think, I guess what you're saying is that people could then say, okay, well, they're all having sex, but they're doing it willingly. But what he's alleging is that Diddy's team gets these people drunk and high and drugged and then brings in women that they know are minors. This is one part of his allegations. And then these people have sex with them, or they have gay relations, and like everyone's doing it, and then they do something that's like gay while they're high, and then he owns them because he has this stuff that's on cameras. Now explaining, could you technically, even after it's all exposed, say like, oh, well, maybe they all did it willingly? Sure, you could always.
Sure. Well, I mean, the burden would be on him to prove at least.
Which is why I really want this to go through, because there's just been a lot of artists who have said this over the years, that there's like some sort of gang that's operating in Hollywood. And I would just like to see these allegations play out, you know? And I think everyone should want that, by the way.
I wonder what gang it is.
What do you think on a broad
Gang
level?
Diddy.
Yeah. Okay, so you keep calling me contrarian. On a broad level, the reason why I tend to fight back against the overarching narratives is because I feel like they leave listeners feeling very powerless. So when I talk to my audience, I want people to vote. I want people to be politically active. I want people to, take an interest in their local city council stuff, their local races, because I think that people getting involved politically, especially voting, is a really important way to change the landscape of our country on a local level or on a national level.
I agree.
I also think that people talking to their friends and family and spreading ideas and messages, I think these things are important as well. But I think that the reason why I push back sometimes against the broader. When I say narrative, by the way, I don't necessarily mean that it's like conspiracy theory or whatever, but the reason why I push back against like the more broader narrativizing of things happening culturally is because I feel like it leaves listeners feeling very disempowered. I remember when I was in Austin and I asked Alex Jones on stage after he'd done another one of his big rants about the deep state and blah, blah, blah. I think I asked him, I was like, well, what do you want your listeners to do? And it was the first time I ever heard him be quiet for more than 5 seconds because he had no answer. So I'm curious for you, when you talk about this overarching stuff, and you want to bring people's attention to it, what is like a Candace Owens listener supposed to take from that? Or what are they supposed to do in the real world, I guess, to like fight against some of the stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I always tell people what they can do. Like, one of the biggest pushes is telling parents that they should be involved in their kids' education, and you saw that. That was conservatives who brought forth that movement of parents actually showing up and demanding changes in the textbooks, and finally recognizing how far things had gone because we allowed the Department of Education to just spike the ball for decades, actually paying attention to what they do. I always tell people to get involved in local elections because they matter more. And I think that a lot of the corruption that's taking place in Washington, D.C. is what we're speaking about, because it seems like no matter who we elect, when we send them to Washington, D.C., it's almost like their allegiance is to the lobbies. And by the way, I believe that lobbying should be illegal. I believe that we need term limits. These are the things that would, I think, affect change overnight. And so I hope that in speaking to those things, when people say, what would be the first things that you would do if you were in office? I always say, elect people that are saying those exact same things. Don't elect people that are then going to go to DC and make it their own business, and want to grow the government because it's making them money and they're accepting money from lobbyists. That's why I always point to my favorite Congressman, Thomas Massey, because I think he does a really good job of actually representing Americans and American interests. So, I'm not a person. I haven't taken the black pill, as how it's termed, taking the black pill, and I'm like, there's nothing you can do. But we have to understand what it is that we're fighting, and we can't be scared to recognize a conspiracy. A lot of times we're just talking, there's questions that we have, and we just say, why is this person doing this? Like I said, the Diddy lawsuit didn't make me feel hopeless. It actually made me go, oh, okay, if this is what's actually happening in Hollywood, then it makes sense. What
do you think for when you look at black community stuff specifically, What would you think are the big, like, 2 or 3 things that the black community in the United States needs to do to kind of save itself from the whole of, fatherless children and welfare consumption and abortion and everything else that we're kind of stuck in right now?
Well, the first thing I think is to educate yourself about where it's all coming from. I think Black Americans need to be educated on Black history, not in the Democrat textbook way, but in the real way of understanding where all these initiatives came from, because a lot of times Black Americans are asking the government to solve what the government created, which welfare programs obviously destroyed the Black family, and it was the intention of Lyndon Baines Johnson to do that because he was an avowed racist and spent decades in the Senate voting against every measure to give Black Americans any measure of freedom until he was basically forced with a figurative bullet to his head to sign the Civil Rights Act to restore some calm nationally. So I think, first of all, everything begins with education, and I think that people that are nefarious understand that, which is why the 70% illiteracy rate that we're seeing across inner city communities is in my opinion by design. 40% of students now can't pass the literacy exam, excluding Black America.
When we say by design, who would want that?
People that want to control you. There's a reason why when we had slave codes, slaves weren't allowed to learn how to read. When you're not educated, anything I tell you becomes your reality.
I can understand that, but slaves worked.
I'm just trying to work for a second right now.
So do Americans. Every day we go to work, and our money gets sent overseas.
But they have to be literate to go to work, right? I feel like illiterate Black people that are doing gang violence probably aren't serving any system very well. No?
You are, because you keep voting in the people that are taking more power from you. Right?
Do you think those people are voting much? The Black gangbangers and stuff?
I think yes, Black people do vote, and it's not.
Hold on. To be very clear, I didn't say Black people because I don't think that all Black people are like this. I'm saying that specifically the ones that are illiterate, involved in gang violence, and are unemployed. Do you think that they're out there voting in a meaningful way that's changing the political landscape of the United States? Are they having a meaningful impact on the electoral system?
Yeah, so even if people are fully illiterate, they will vote if they have an emotional reason to vote, which is what the Democrats very much understand. I want to correct my language there and say, because I think it's uniparty at this point, that they will continue to vote emotionally. So when you see something like, Black people rioting and looting in the streets, because of what happened to George Floyd, what you are dealing with is people that are being intentionally misinformed about circumstances so that they are emotionally reactive. Because, I have children. I have a 3-year-old. I know what it means to be ignorant. My child can't read. He is emotionally reactive. And if you can turn an entire population into an emotionally reactive toddler that has no facts or no understanding of history, you can make them do whatever it is that you want them to do. So
I guess it's interesting because it feels like the most, we would say the most mind controlled people in America are actually young white college kids. And those guys have lots of literacy and lots of education. So I don't know why we wouldn't send Black people into the colleges and turn them instead of...
Actually, no. That's actually interesting. I'm glad you brought up college, because if you look factually speaking, Americans are getting dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber, and yet we have never handed out more degrees, which is interesting.
What do you mean when you say Americans are getting dumber? What do you mean by that?
What I mean, talking about in terms of passing tests, passing exams, the literacy level in America, everything is actually going down. And SAT scores, everything is going down. And which is why they're now let's just abolish the SAT, the sort of a thing that they're
which I think they've gotten rid of and brought back in some places. Yeah. But I don't know if the same people getting illiterate are the same people that are going to college and getting degrees.
Yeah, we're handing out degrees, and yet people think they're educated when actually they're just brainwashed bots, and they're quite stupid. They are stupid, and that's the magic of a college degree, is that it makes people think that they're smart. Right? And it's astonishing. You really should examine that, how every decade within America, people are getting dumber and dumber and dumber. And one of the things that my colleague Matt Walsh did, which is really incredible, is he read a letter that was written by a civil rights soldier who's 17 years old or 18 years old, had no education, and it sounded like poetry. Unbelievable the way people used to be able to speak and write before we created the Department of Education, which in my view, it is there just to exist to turn you into a mindless bot that will serve the government's interests.
We can say that, but the reality is aside from the cultural thing, on the economic side, America has one of the most productive workforces, maybe the most productive workforce in the world.
When you say productive workforce, what do you mean by that?
Productive in an economic sense is how how many like units of things are produced by 1 hour of labor from a U.S. worker. And I'm pretty sure U.S. worker productivity is higher than it ever has been. I think that continues to climb. It's one of the biggest complaints about lack of increase of wage growth, for instance, is that wage growth doesn't seem to have tracked to the massive increase of productivity of the average American worker or the median American worker. I just think that like if you wanted to control, it just seems strange that we've got two completely and totally diametrically opposed ways of controlling society. One is to make black people specifically, I guess, illiterate so that they are easier to manipulate, even though I seriously doubt these people even vote that much. And then the other is to make people the most literate by sending them to college and have them read
They're not the most literate. That's what I'm telling you. They are not the most literate.
You think people that graduate with college degrees can't read well?
Yeah, what I'm telling you is yes. That's what I'm telling you. They're not the most literate.
What would I look up to verify that if I wanted to see like...
You got to do the research in your own time.
I have done the research.
I'm happy to...
It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Just what I said. As an owner...
To exist to turn you into a mindless bot that will serve the government's interests.
I mean, we can say that, but the reality is aside from the cultural thing, on the economic side, America has like one of the most productive workforces, maybe the most productive workforce in the world.
When you say productive workforce, what do you mean by that?
Productive in an economic sense is how many like units of things are produced by 1 hour of labor from a U.S. worker. And I'm pretty sure U.S. worker productivity is higher than it ever has been. I think that this was a bad lobby. It's one of the biggest complaints about lack of increase of wage growth, for instance, is that wage growth doesn't seem to attract to the massive increase of productivity of the average American worker or the median American worker. I just think that like if you wanted to control, it just seems strange that we've got two completely and totally diametrically opposed ways of controlling society. One is to make black people specifically, I guess, illiterate so that they are easier to manipulate, even though I seriously doubt these people even vote that much. And then the other is to make people the most literate by sending them to college and have them read
They're not the most literate. That's what I'm telling you. They are not the most literate.
You think people that graduate with college degrees can't read well?
Yeah, what I'm telling you is yes. That's what I'm telling you. They're not the most literate.
What would I look up to verify that if I wanted to see like...
You got to do the research in your own time.
I have done the research.
I'm happy to...
It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Just what I said. As an owner of a college degree, median wage comparing to that person is
just because
like...
you own a... You can go to college for 4 years and spend $100,000 getting a degree in gender studies. Please do not tell me that you believe that that person is educated or highly literate.
Like more than half a degree is awarded for STEM-related things. Number one. Number two, $100,000 is way over the average we're paying for any degree.
Well, that's what I paid. So I'm just.
What did you go to school for?
The average annual.
Red was a master. What the fuck?
But if you are going to school, you're probably spending in America about $30,000 a year, minimally, if you're out of state.
Isn't the average amount of...
Just look it up. You got Google, right?
What
state are we in? What state are we in? Miami? Let's go to look up University of Florida. Pardon. What state are we in? Florida?
Yeah.
Go to University of Florida out of tuition rates. Because what do you mean? $100,000 sounds about right.
Yeah, but we're looking at... So one, this is for
$28,659 out of state.
Correct.
$30,000.
Yep. So one, this is the out-of-state tuition.
Yes, that's what I
Number
just said.
two, hold on. This is the sticker price. Nobody pays this for school. You've got Pell Grants. You've got different types of student aids. You've got tons of different scholarship initiatives. Very, 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 very few people actually pay.
I'm
any
right,
of this
but
price.
you're trying to make me wrong.
Well,
so I paid that price.
Right. No, what I'm saying is
I paid that price, so I
saying,
paid back my loan. So you're not going to convince me that very few people are paying this. My sisters paid that price, and they paid back. So you're just saying like, and yes, granted my school was more expensive. It was I think $35,000. There you go. The average $29,000.
So if we look at
you can just say you were right, Candace.
So 51%.
You're not going to get hurt.
Yeah, so 51% of bachelor's degrees for students graduate with an average of $29,400 in student loan debt. Right? So that's only 51% of people, I guess, that acquired debt, and then their average debt is about $29,400.
Are you? I don't get what the point is of you doing this.
The point
are you trying to say?
The point I'm saying is that one, the sticker price for an out-of-state tuition school is not what I would use as the median price you need to pay for a 4-year degree. Number one. Number two, very few people actually pay.
We didn't talk about that because I said this is the median price. I said it is.
I think that you should only go to college for like if you're going to go be a lawyer or a doctor, maybe engineering, but very, very rarely. Definitely don't go to school to become a music major like fucking Destiny did.
Utterly absurd
that doesn't make any sense.
People are spending $100,000 to come out with a degree. We weren't talking about. We weren't debating the median price.
Sure, but number one, you're going for out of state. If I'm in state, my tuition is $6,400.
I literally said out of state. I actually said out of state.
Yeah, but why do I care about that number?
I don't get where you're going. The point
on,
of
wait,
when
wait,
we
wait,
started
back
this
up.
conversation,
The
I
very
was just
specific-
saying that there are individuals that are going to school that are spending $100,000, right?
I don't know what
for
that
a
has to do with
degree
anything.
in gender studies.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
we're
going-
talking about, I'm sure, and I could probably find people with $1 million student loan debt that got an even dumber degree than gender studies and basketball or whatever. But in general, that's not the cost of a college degree. And in general, college degrees confer huge wage premiums onto the people that earn them. These are like
no, they don't, and that is the reason why you have so many young women that are. And this is why, I think that what you actually do here is harmful. And I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
I'm
hold
gonna,
on.
no, I'm gonna
Wait,
tell.
let me finish my thing real quick.
Explain.
Hold
Let
on,
me
I'm sorry,
explain.
because I've done a lot of research on college degrees, been a lot of research
No.
on education, and every single thing that you're saying sounds really good on like a culture war perspective.
It's
But
not
when you look at an
culture
actual
war.
economic perspective, when you look at actual firms that hire people, and when you look at the actual median wages compared to people that even have some college
Biggest
education,
regret-
all
biggest
of
regret
it
is me going to
all
school.
of it, that's great for you, but for the average American, that's just not true. None of these numbers are found on average. You will never find data that supports the idea that high school earners on average are out-earning college degree earners, or that 90% of people are going to
Go
school
to
for
trade
basket
school.
weaving.
Do not listen
Why
to
would
him.
you go to
Please
trade
learn
school?
a
Trade
real-
school?
learn a
Trades
real
on average-
craft.
Why would you go to trade school?
Please go to trade school. Please do not end up. And I talk about this on stage the whole time. And I'm on the universities. I did 2 universities this year. Please, if you do not know what you want to do not go spend a ton of money putting yourself in debt to go into society already having debts that you need to pay off to make $25,000 a year in a career path that you didn't even know that you wanted to
Why
take.
would a 4-year degree
because
earner
you're
make
listening
$25,000
to
a year?
destiny. And by the way, I am. Thank you, Sanction.
I mean, it also depends on what you want to do in life. Like, if you don't want to go to a trade school, don't go to a trade school, But, like, just to go to college, I think is dumb.
Right, Destiny. I am so
You
right.
you should want to know. You should know what you want to do if you're gonna go to college, unless if you're like rich or something, then go to college, I guess. Like if that's what you. But if you're poor, and you don't know what you want to do, I don't think you should go to college. Especially nowadays, you can learn most things from the internet.
Please go to trade school and don't listen to this and listen to me because I bought into this rhetoric because I was in high school and it's gonna be great. You're gonna go and you're gonna take a blah blah blah, and then when you get out in the real world, it's gonna be great. You're gonna have better positions. You're gonna make more money. It is a lie.
What did you go to school for?
That I don't care what website he is looking on, like to tell you that is a lie. The overwhelming majority of people, and I'm so glad people in the chat are saying that I am right, because the overwhelming amount of people are shocked when the real world then smacks them in the face, and that lie, that dream that was sold to you by your guidance counselors in high school, that's going to be so great and you're going to be able to make more money, and you just start to realize that it is absolutely crap. And I really would like to say, do not disrespect people that go to trade school, because I just that
I'm
was
not
just
disrespecting anybody that goes to trade school. What are you talking
like,
about?
It's just like you
Wait,
were
why
like,
are we virtue signaling on this?
because
You shouldn't go to trade school because if you go to college, you make more money.
That's not true. It's just not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
That's not true. You can
I don't know if that's true. A lot of people who go to trade school make a shitload of money. A lot of people who don't go to school make a shitload of money, bro. I know a lot of people who are like, who go into just mining and they make a fuckload of money. Like 6 figures a year. I mean, yeah, you have to work a lot of overtime and a lot of, it's pretty physical labor, but still.
like quite literally, you can be the person that goes to trade school and
I don't know what you mean by he made her look silly.
you will make so much money doing jobs that actually bring value to society.
Computer programmers don't bring value to the society. Mechanical engineers don't bring value to society.
I am not, if you want to be a mechanical engineer, yes, but if you know what you want to do and you know you want to be a chemical engineer, I'm not saying nobody should go to college. I'm saying too many people are going to college
for
They're
stupid fucking degrees,
for things that they don't even know what they want.
Yeah, no, we're not saying to not go to college if you want to go into mechanical engineering or something like that. Go to college for that. But if you're just going to go to college and you don't know what you're going for and you go into some stupid fucking major, yeah, don't go to college.
want to do, and they get out into the world and they can't make any money, and it is a struggle, and they are suffering. I'm watching these girls. I know that people on the right like to mock these girls who are crying on TikTok, who are saying like, you know, I got out of college and here's how no money that I can make. I didn't know this. I actually feel bad for those girls because we have to just stop lying to people about what college is. It's been inflated.
When you look at like black community
the worth
stuff,
of it.
isn't in the black community, isn't one of the reasons why women are starting to out earn black men is because they're going to school and they're going to college and they're actually getting degrees and they're getting real careers? Isn't that one of the biggest contributing factors?
I don't know that.
Okay. Okay. Final question.
I think, by the way, I think women, by the way, all across the board are graduating at higher rates than men. But I do want to say, because I do want to make a point about what you do. Because I did see that you did a video and you were like taking the side of hoes. Like you saw this Candace.
Did she say selfish bitch? I must have misheard.
It's a selfish should mention not marry her. That's
Holy. Oh, I'm gonna get triggered. I feel like I might lose my mind this episode. I agree that these people can be cringe sometimes, but you're saying she's a narcissistic that men shouldn't marry? You're taking that so far.
It's a partnership. It's a bond. It's forever. But there's no difference.
I mean, maybe she is a narcissistic
You just
bitch.
ignored it because you got a dialogue tree and a narrative you want to push, and you're not going to engage with anything she's saying. She gave you a perfectly legitimate answer. It is a more permanent form of relationship. It's solidified by law. It's not something you just walk away from or break up from. It's a commitment, ideally for lifetime. She gave you a good answer. You just don't like to hear it because it was a good one, and you weren't expecting a random OnlyFans girl to give you one. And now you're surprised that a bunch of girls that you thought were just going to be titty bimbos are actually giving you a run for your money.
You're still talking.
Okay.
Some insecurity coming out of it. The women today are very low value. Bash anybody.
I'm not bashing. Hold on. I'm not bashing. The women are low value, that they're going to have worse relationships and lives, and they're going to be unhappy. But I'm not bashing them.
Absolutely fascinating to see how someone's mind can be so warped. You know, in the same way that I think it's fascinating.
Fat bro.
I've been respectful in listening to, you know, your lifestyle.
No, you're not respectful.
I'm actually sitting down with hoes on the whatever.
Also, if you're gonna do what I did, where you just like fuck around and don't go to school and don't like try, I guess I started a business, but like still I don't like what I'm doing. So don't fuck around and just party and do drugs instead of going to school either. If you're gonna go just party and do drugs, go to school while you're doing that for sure. But most likely don't party it. Like, obviously don't party and do drugs. It's a fucking waste of time. And then you turn 25, 26, and you're like, oh, fuck. What the fuck did I do? So don't do that, for sure.
Or podcast, and you did.
You were being so rude to that lady that made the TikTok. Oh, my God.
Okay. But the point is that you then went through
You
this.
called her a bitch.
Bro, it's his... He must be tired or something, but it looked like he had like mascara on or something. Like
you then went through
shit.
this video and just tried to justify these lifestyles, right?
I don't think I was trying to justify the lifestyle. What I was doing is I was fighting it back against the insane judgment from one side to the other. We live in America. People should be able to live the lifestyles they want.
And
as long as they're not harming other people, I think everybody has the right to pursue
And
that.
I just want to say to that.
I mean, people have the right to do that, I guess, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't live any lifestyle that they want.
To people that are watching this, to anybody that you follow, literally, you should take a measure and really ask yourself whether or not that person is telling you that stuff because they believe it, or whether or not that person is telling you something that ultimately it feels good because then it means that you can remove yourself from responsibility. Oh, I see, yeah, it's fine, I can be a hoe, whatever, but is going to lead you to misery, right? And so I tell people, you know, I've seen a lot, I've been through a lot, I've lived through a lot, very proud of myself where I've ended up, and I'm trying to provide people the shortcuts. And I'm trying to tell you that, yes, I understand that as a young woman, if you jump onto OnlyFans, you can make money. And you can make money very quickly. But I am also telling you that if you do that, you will, the overwhelming majority of people, can you find an exception? Sure, will regret that sort of a lifestyle. And,
I think I'd probably agree with you.
And to these young people that are listening to you doing the like, YOLO, if it makes you happy, don't. I am telling you, like, throw this out. It is trash. Like,
I agree. You shouldn't do OnlyFans as a young person.
You should not be aspiring to
you shouldn't do OnlyFans as a young person.
relationships.
You should go to college and get a degree instead.
Somebody that's just holding up a mirror to tell you that you're great and you're doing amazing. Like, you don't need that. You're not great. You can do better, right? Your life is worth more. There are rules that work. College is every single person that I went to school with is not using the degrees that they paid for.
What did you go to college for?
Journalism.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
What do you mean?
Like journalism stuff?
You probably don't know my backstory. So because my family was poor, I had to take out loans to go to school. My mom didn't even graduate high school. So
Wait, why? If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
What do you mean?
What? I just told you.
If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Why would I have to take out loans to go to? What do you mean?
Is he saying that the government would do it for her? Is that what he's saying? Is that the government would pay for it?
I have to take out loans my family can't afford to pay to put me through school.
Hold on. Was your family actually poor, or did you just lie?
What are you talking about?
If you go to school and your family has a low gross income, you fill out the FAFSA. And the FAFSA is going to award you a ton of federal aid, assuming that you don't actually have the gross income.
Well, what time did she go to school also?
From your parents to actually go to school. So if your parents are super poor, I don't know why you had to pay full out-of-state tuition to go to a university.
I did. Do you think? What do you mean? Did I lie?
I don't know how, if your parents are poor, if they have a low gross income, how do you not qualify for the FAFSA?
Okay, well, all I can say to you is that I had to pay $35 almost. My school cost more, and by the end of it, and I'm also including because then I defaulted on my student loans and I had to pay it back. So now I had to pay back the bank for not being able to pay them on time.
Something doesn't match up here.
Okay, well, I'm telling you the truth, so I don't know what to say.
Did you fill out a FAFSA?
Yeah, well, I also didn't have parents that could help me fill it out. I was a first-generation college student. My dad...
you didn't have the same school counselor you told these people to ignore? You didn't talk to one of them and said, hey, can you help me fill out?
Like, if you're trying to shame me for not doing things right.
I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just saying the background doesn't make any sense. I'm not shaming anything.
I'm just like, I don't get your point here. Like, I'm telling you the truth. I have no reason to lie about this.
My point is, you complained about having $100,000 in debt. You told these people not to talk to counselors. And you said that your family was poor, so you went to school for journalism on an out-of-state tuition. You didn't fill out a FAFSA for any student aid. There's a ton of money there.
I'm just saying, like, what is your point in saying, am I lying about it? Like,
because I don't understand how you came from a poor family and didn't fill out a FAFSA and get a ton of student aid.
I did fill out FAFSA.
And they didn't give you anything?
I maybe got, in terms of I remember getting a Pell Grant that was like $8,000.
Okay. Per
year?
I'm
telling the truth. So I just want to be clear. I'm telling the truth about my life. Like, I don't know what to say to you. And I don't get what was your question of saying, like, why did you take out a loan if you were poor? I don't understand that question. Like, I don't get it.
Because the implication is that if you filled out a FAFSA, your parents' gross income is used to heavily...
I don't have a social security number, so I don't know if I would even be able to get a FAFSA. Like,
determine the amount of student aid that you qualify for. And if you're coming from an incredibly poor family, you usually get a ton of student aid.
Well, that's not what happened. Maybe that's circumstance. And please, guys, jump in the chat. Like, if somebody said Destiny, that's stupid. I don't think they just give you free college if you're poor. That's not my experience. Did you go to university? Did you get free money?
I did, and I got some free money, but I had to get married for it because my parents had a high gross income but a lot of debt, so I didn't qualify for the FAFSA. So I had to get married at 19.
I paid back my student loans all by myself, so I could tell you that I spent over 6 figures paying back my student loans to attend the University of Rhode Island, and that is the truth. I mean, and no, I am not lying. My family does not have any money.
Okay.
My parents don't own anything. We don't even have a house. Like, we don't even own, obviously, I don't mean like we're homeless. I meant like as in like my family didn't even own property. So it's like, no, I'm not lying about that. So I don't know what rabbit we were chasing there.
Isn't the issue here then, why would you go... Also, I understand if you have to leave at any time, because he said you had a hard out at 3 and we're at 3:06, so...
Yeah.
I don't understand why you would go to an out-of-state school for a journalism degree and then turn around and blame colleges for being bad when it feels like...
I'm not blaming colleges for being bad. I am telling people the truth so that they can avoid making some of the mistakes.
Which is, don't go to an out-of-state school for a degree that might not confer a high amount of money?
I probably should have. Yes, I'm sorry that I was 17 years old and I didn't have parents that were able to provide the economic advising, of course, that would have been smarter. And my sister, 2 of my sisters went in state, but they still had really heavy loans. So I don't know about this FAFSA magic thing that you think happens. Then my sister paid about $20,000 a year when she went in state. So I just don't know what you're talking about at all with that, because all of my sisters, we all had to pay loans. My older sister just finished off paying her loan. So I don't know. I just don't know what you're talking about, the FAFSA magic button. Maybe if I missed the FAFSA magic button and they were going to pay for everything, then maybe I am just really stupid and I had no idea that they would just pay for everything.
I'll be honest, maybe it's like a difference in like areas or people that we talk to, maybe because the high school I went to was like very oriented and trying to get you to college. But when I was going to college, like I think FAFSA stuff was like the most important thing, like student aid.
But
and the qualification for it was
I did fill it out. I don't know if it's because my family had multiple children and we were all going to, I don't know what the circumstance is, but I'm just telling you that the truth is that I paid for my college. And I do try to tell people that if you don't know what you want to do, spending tens of thousands of dollars trying to figure that out is probably not the right move. Like You can always go to college. You can go later. You know, try to figure out what you're good at. Get an internship. I hire people that are right out of high school because I don't just believe this. Like, you know, there was a young woman that now works for me who was like, I don't really know what I'm doing here. I kind of just want to be a mom. I was like, do not spend. And her out of tuition rate was $50,000 for a Tennessee school.
Okay.
And so I hired her. I mean, I'm not telling people, like I said, I tell people how I actually live and what I actually believe. And I don't know that you do that. Don't justify women acting like whores.
Well, I don't justify trying to prescribe lifestyles to people.
What?
Don't justify trying to prescribe lifestyles to people.
It's not prescribing a lifestyle.
Of course
it's just,
it is. When somebody
said
said that they would be happy not having kids, you were like, oh, she sounds like a conceited bitch or something.
That's not what she said.
That was the TikTok clip you were responding to.
That was not what she said, and I can tell you exactly what she said.
That she was got to go on
I said there was
vacations
absolutely no reason to make a comment that suggests that she was actually being insulting to people that had kids. It wasn't just one video. She makes multiple videos about how great life is if you don't have kids. If I was making videos with my kids saying about how great life is if you just, stop being a loser and get married, people would come after you because people hate the traditional lifestyle on display.
Wait, but that's literally what you guys say. Get married, have kids. That's the only way to go. Otherwise, you're a loser.
No, we do not. You're just making up words that have never
then maybe
come
that's
out
not
of
the
my
case.
mouth.
So wait, so if somebody said, if there was a young woman and she was like, I'm 20, I think I want to go to a career and be whatever. I don't think I want to have a family. I don't think life's for me. You would say, okay, well, that's fine. You should make that choice.
No, I would say that's completely normal at 20 years old. That's
wait. So then they should change their opinion later on. What if she was 25 or 30? She's like, no, I don't think I want to have kids. Would you be okay? That's fine.
If she was a 20-year-old person and she was saying that I don't think that I want to have kids, then what I would say is that's pretty typical because you're 20 years old and you haven't yet had the biology thing happen to you. Which, like when they say that your biological clock starts ticking, it's very real. When you get into your mid-20s, you have a totally different feeling.
So if
like
a woman
it's
is 25 or 30 and says, I don't think I want to have kids, I think I like my career, I'm going to stick with it, you'd say, okay, that's fine. It's your choice.
Yeah, as long as that person isn't trying to, and by the way, I think that person would probably be, it would be unusual. Like it wouldn't be, the majority of women I think do want to have families and want to aspire to family, and that's fine. But when you try to create a brand of it and you say things like, oh, well,
well, in '85, didn't you run
my cousin off the
What is this person doing?
Yeah.
I look in my rearview mirror and I see these headlights coming, and all of a sudden
if you have kids, then you can't just smoke pot and stay in bed and be naked all day. This is actually something that like Seth Rogen just said.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
you're
Seth
doing there
Rogen
is you're
said
actually
some
trying
weird
to.
shit.
You're 30. How old are you? You're 35 years old.
Yep.
Okay, so what is that? What do
I do?
Like if you were 20
well, let's
and
say
you were
I'm a
saying this
millionaire,
stuff.
I travel the world, I get to research and talk about whatever I want, I get to talk to cool people like you and other people, I live in Miami in a high rise for $5,000 a month. I mean, I think my life is pretty okay. I mean, what do you...
But no, but I'm saying like, what are you doing when you're trying to sell to people that, being a hoe is cool, smoking pot, saying
I don't necessarily think that being a hoe is cool.
Are you going to age out of that?
Because
you're a 35-year-old man, right? And you're kind of doing the like, I'm a college dorm kid and I'm trying to make everything sound cool. But I just want to point out the fact that you're a 35-year-old man and your words should matter and they should have weight. Like I said, if you were 20, I get it. When you're 35. Say things with conviction. Say things that have meaning.
I'm so confused.
And like when I asked you, what would you recommend to a woman at 25 and 30? I didn't start rambling about what a 20-year-old should do and how biologically blah, 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 blah. I would say exactly what I would tell a woman at 25 or 30.
Yeah, I know, but your behavior, and I will appreciate that people that are younger won't understand what I'm saying until you hit 35, which is, I'm going to be 35 this year.
Okay.
You're acting like you're a college dorm kid.
Yeah, and your catty insults towards people online make you seem like a high school mean girl. Okay. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, we all have our things.
But you're selling to them things that aren't good. So
what do you think I'm selling to them?
If you were a 25-year-old,
like
when I'm on the Whatever podcast and I'm surrounded by women that are in their 20s and they're saying like, the whole life is good. The reason why I said to that girl that I'm going to pray for you is because I know that she's going to have a different perspective when she's older. So I'm not upset by that. I don't feel like that needs to be attacked when those young girls are around me and we're talking about all of these topics. When I'm sitting with a 35-year-old man, okay,
and what do you think I'm selling people?
And you know better, okay?
Wait, what do you think I'm selling people?
Well,
do you think I'm telling people to be a hoe?
What I said when you were defending the lifestyle of being a hoe, why are you doing that?
I don't think I defend the lifestyle of being a hoe.
You did a whole video basically saying that none of my points of me trying to tell these women that they essentially, you can do something better, you don't have to sell your body. This was your like snazzy video comeback to it. Why are you making a comeback? Yes, you can make a video and be like, why can't someone do heroin? But why?
Hello?
What are you doing?
Streaming? What are you doing?
Oh, you're still
All right.
Why would you, as a 35-year-old man, want to sell something to someone or make it seem okay or cool or relevant when you know it's harmful to them? I don't get that because of your age.
So yeah, so I don't understand. I don't know what your takeaway from the video was, or if there are researchers that give you like talking points to my videos. But generally, what I talk about is when it comes to lifestyle, you have to analyze both sides of things. If you grow up incredibly religiously conservative and you are like shamed out of sex and you don't have sex with anybody your whole life because you're super, hyper cognizant of your virginity and all of these like weird things, and that's like coming from an unhealthy external place, to say, oh well, maybe that's worth exploring. On the flip side, if you grow up like hyper liberal and you fuck like 20 guys by the time you're 20 years old and you just want to bang everybody and you've got like weird associations with men and everything, I'd say, hey, you should probably slow down. It's probably not healthy. I just encourage people to like explore honestly, to have like conversations with themselves, with their parents, could be with priests, could be with therapists, could be whatever, and to kind of figure out like what works for them and don't get pushed into one direction from a culture side. It could be the left encouraging people to be way too promiscuous, or it could be the right for people that are shaming people for being promiscuous and saying that, well, this one lifestyle of family stuff is going to biologically be suited towards
or at
you
least
as you get
let
older.
me
I think both of
attack
these are
Red.
equally stupid because it just pushes
One of
people in
us
the
needs to
other
attack
You don't
Red.
believe in
Red's
anything.
fucking.
That's what you're saying.
Is that what you got from that?
Well, you're not committing to
I
anything.
believe in actually thinking for yourself. That's what I think. I think that every human being roughly exists in this like paradigm where if you fuck 100 people.
I'm working on this new
What the fuck is going on in this game?
frozen solid. I've seen that before, years ago.
People by the time you're 20, probably not healthy. If you've never had sex before and you're 30, probably not healthy. And that you should probably like try to gravitate towards what are like human norms, and then what are things that make you happy, depending on your culture, depending on your geography. And then you kind of like explore in there, and don't be shamed out of exploring from one side to the other. Don't be pushed into something because somebody like Candace Owens or somebody like Stephen Bunnell tells you that you have to do a particular thing, but just like kind of
I
explore
don't
and figure
tell
out
people
things.
that they have to do a particular thing, but if I see somebody
course
that's
not. Yeah,
just
that's
doing
Destiny's
heroin, I'm not going to be like, it's whatever, and it's just like whatever. You're just
Do you think that
having
heroin
yourself.
is comparable to recreational sex?
I am.
I think recreational sex is probably worse than heroin, honestly.
Quite frankly, I actually think a woman, as the one that I sat across from when you were critiquing this video, who says that she slept with up to, 20 men per night, yeah, it's just as bad. And I know that that has to be hurting her soul. So I look at her as a human being.
Hurting her soul? What if she just has a different lifestyle than you?
Doesn't.
Completely.
She
No,
does,
she does.
No, what do you mean? She's telling you. She was very honest, actually, and that's why I appreciate her, because she was very honest that for her it is just about money. Okay, but when I see that individual, when a young woman is saying that she'll sleep and see up to 10 to 20 clients per night, that's a broken individual. And it's just as when you see somebody who says that they're doing heroin or doing this, they don't need the cool guy at the party to be like, yeah, man, it's whatever. Like, it's like, no, you actually like structure. You need somebody to say to you, you don't have to do this. There's so much better potential within you. You are young. You have your entire life ahead of you. Let's figure out what it is that you're great at. I understand the economic concerns. It's a really tough economy and it's easy money, but there's other things that you can do to make money that will give you better self-value. And so that's why I say that I think that what you're doing as a 35-year-old man is you're lying. You're just lying to
Do you think
people.
I'm telling women on average that fucking 20 guys
When
a night
you
is a
make
good idea?
videos and you're replying to conservatives who are rightfully saying that this lifestyle is not good, which should be abundantly clear to every single person, yeah, what you're trying to do is lie in a clever way. And ultimately, like I said, if you were 20, I'd be fine with it. But when
First of all, I don't know why if I was 20, why that would make you fine with it.
Because
you'd have the same influence in your audience regardless.
Because your
Number
brain's
one.
not developed when you're 20.
Number two, so what? what? Your brain's always developing as you grow.
No, your brain develops when you're 25, 26 years old. And so when you see a 20-year-old and they have a bunch of positions, I don't hold them to it. I
don't think that's with brain development. I think that's with life experience. I think as you grow older,
but like
you
literally
experience
factually, I don't know if you want to Google this, but your brain develops when you're 25, 26.
If you really want to Google it factually, the 25 number came from one study that was done like 30 years ago where they only measured brain development up to 25. And the reality is the plasticity of your brain and every other structure of your brain continues to grow into your 30s. That's technically where that number comes from. It's not true. You can look it up later if you want. The 25, 26 thing is a misnomer. It's not actually true.
Well, like I said, if you were 20,
Sure.
I would accept. But there is such a thing as objective truth, and people that shirk and pretend that there's not, and like everybody
Objective
can
truth
just do
relating to
whatever
how
they
you should
want.
live your life?
It's about things that are harmful to people. Like objectively speaking.
So I'm curious.
like,
Wait, what is the upper bounds on recreational sex that you think is harmful or not harmful?
when you're selling your body and sleeping with old.
I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, what is the upper bounds on recreational sex that you think is like healthy for a human being? Or like if you go past this, you're like clearly over the line.
I'm not gonna say to a person, this is a number that you should sleep with, and this makes you bad.
Don't accuse me of believing in nothing. I'm not saying out of a position where you only attack the most
specifically talking
extreme
about
people.
the whatever podcast.
I'm going to attack the same people that you do. If some woman is on saying like, oh, you can fuck 20 guys a night and do only because you're 18, I'm going to say, in general, that's a pretty wacky, that's a pretty out there position. I argue with tons of people over this. I don't encourage people to start
what are you trying to do? What purpose are you trying to fulfill? When you, as a 35-year-old man, see me sitting down with these young women trying to say, you don't need to do this, you don't have to do this for money, and you like attack it and try to be like, Candace is just a bitch, or like whatever, like she's blah, 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 she's just being a high school mean girl. It's like, no, I am trying to tell these women that they are worth more. And when I said to that girl at the end of it, which I don't believe you showed, that I will pray for you and that you can do much more than this, that came from the heart, actually.
No, that is the most condescending thing a religious person could say to a non-religious person. I will pray for you.
Okay, you can deal with your,
No, it's not.
I know that you went to a Jesuit school and you've got some issues with somebody.
Why do you think I have issues?
But I meant that because
I loved my high school. I think it's fine.
Because for me to say, like, I meant what I said to her, that I would pray for her. Like, when she was describing
Why
her
do
life,
you
she was
need to
very
tell her
upfront.
that you'll pray for her?
Because I did pray for her.
Then do it privately. Why do you need to tell her that? You're only telling her that because you think you've got such a condescension about you. You've got such an air of superiority that you're going to pray for her.
Air of
to your
superiority? Because
Yeah,
I
of
said I
course.
would. God forbid someone says they'll pray. That's obviously an air of superiority because they're saying they're going to include you in their prayers.
Well, I mean, like, when you
literally
say
something that my
God forbid,
husband
but like
texted me.
quite literally, God forbid.
Literally
Isn't there a
something-
whole story of a lady going to a temple and quietly putting like 2 per chance or whatever the fuck in the
weird
tray? versus the guy that
rhetoric. I don't
What
know.
is
Oh my God,
anti-Christian about this?
If you say I'll pray for you, it's obviously you trying to be better. It's like, no, why are you even reacting to that? I'll pray for you. I'll pray for everybody that listens and watches this show. When people say that they're going to pray for you, they actually mean it, you guys. They just mean it. There's no
Wouldn't it be better if a leather holster could lock? With limited carry options, responsible gun owners know the frustrations that come with carrying a gun. Unlike leather that's flexible, Kydex and plastic holsters can often be rigid, uncomfortable, some commonly break while others may even damage your valuable gun. However, Kydex is far superior to leather when it comes to securing your firearm, especially during quick, everyday movements or in that critical moment of confrontation. Imagine if we could fuse the tactical advantage of Kydex with the all-day comfort of premium leather.
double entendre thing going on there. And anybody that can go back and watch that clip, you will see that I was not speaking above her. I actually genuinely responded to that girl because she was so honest and she was so forthcoming. I thought I actually wanted to do more stuff with her, and we tried to reach out with her because she wasn't trying to lie or trying to pretend like her lifestyle was for health. She was clear that it was for money, and she was like, I'm not gonna lie, this is why I do this. And I genuinely prayed for her. Actually, we were not enemies that were sitting across the table. So no, it was not condescending when I said I pray for you. It was a fact. When I left, I said, I will keep you in my prayers because I have in my heart, I want to see that girl in 10 years and know that she left that field and she is able to speak to women that are still within it and think that they have to sell their bodies for money and sleep with 10 men per night. I am going to continue to pray for that young woman because we need people who transform their lives to then show people that they can transform their lives. And it's not condescending to pray for anybody ever. So
okay, I will pray for you too then. Okay.
You should.
Okay.
I hope you pray for me. I want you to include me in your prayers. I want every person watching this to include. But I feel like our society's gotten so like anti-Christian. Like, oh my God, they're trying to be God. It's like, no, like I'll pray for you. I will literally pray for every single person that I think needs a prayer. And I felt like she needed a prayer. Like she could be there, you know?
Okay.
What is this
And you should watch
game?
it. Her and I had no, like, there was no beef between her and I. Like, we were
Well, you're
just
telling me I
talking.
did watch it and I responded to it. So I remember watching and responding to you. It was going over the TikTok clip. I don't remember.
Praying
much
is
of
cool,
the-
you guys. Just so you know, it's super dope to pray.
Yeah. Telling other people you pray.
I'll
though,
pray for
A
you.
little bit cringe.
Look at that. But it's not cringe. There's nothing cringe about being a Christian. It's actually
Never
the
said there was anything cringe about being a Christian. Never said that at all.
The dopest thing you can do
Who
is
are we
pray
talking to right now?
in
Who said
public.
that?
You know, talk about your faith and your Christianity. There's nothing cringe about being a Christian. There's nothing cringe about praying for others. There's nothing cringe about getting on your knees and praying
Correct.
to God when things are wrong
I agree with all
in
of
your
that.
life. And
Yes.
so that culture
Yep.
needs to come back.
Yeah,
And
I think that's totally fine.
everything that's gone wrong in this society is by people being like told that praying. No, there's nothing constant about it. It's dope. It's
I
cool.
don't know about that,
This is
but-
this is the new this is the
Do you
this is the new wave.
Well, listen. I disagree with everything you say. I think you're harmful to America. You think I'm harmful? That's fine.
No,
I do appreciate
didn't say
you
you're
talking
harmful
me,
to
though.
America. I
Oh,
just said that
my
it is harmful when you do things like that. You know, when you know something's wrong and you still try to like find a way out. And I just
Gotcha.
think that we can all acknowledge that selling your body is not a good thing, and we shouldn't encourage people to do it.
Okay. If people want to find you, or if you want to direct them to anything that you're working on, where would they?
Listen, if you are a super not Candace Owens fan, if you're like the biggest non-Candace Owens fan, I really challenge you to not believe the headlines that you've read and just watch one episode of my show. You don't have to commit to anything. Just watch one episode and actually listen to what I say out of my mouth and not how it's being interpreted by other people. And I know I've gotten so many emails from people saying that like they changed their lives because just so you know, I am not better than you. Like I say on my show the whole time, I drank with the best of them. I took the most liberal route to conservatism that there ever was. So I'm not better than anybody that I speak to. I'm speaking from the heart and trying to get people to avoid certain traps that, you know, I wish that I would have been able to avoid in my life. And we can have disagreements, but I think if you check out my channel on YouTube, check out the podcast, listen to one episode, you're probably going to be able to very quickly determine and see where my head's at.
Okay. Candace Owens on YouTube. Thanks. And again, we're combative, but I do appreciate the conversation.
No, I do too. I would, by the way, I would love to have you on my show. We could.
I wonder when the Destiny and Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson, Destiny. Oh no. What? I just put debate. Yeah, there we go. See, because he said that he had a talk with Jordan Peterson, but was there one where it was just an interview with Candace Owens on Fresh and Fit, or did she just go on with the girls? I didn't watch this. Why does it say that I watched some of it? Maybe just the interviews on Rumble. Special get. Yeah. Okay. They just put this on Rumble.
Are you still interested in a solar-powered generator? Because pay special attention, because I'm going to do something that until recently we've never done. I'm going to offer this solar generator with 2 times the power, and if you want, you can even make it expandable. And I'm even giving away a free solar panel and an easy optional payment plan in case
I do not like how slow this game is
These
going.
new adjustable glasses are taking the country by storm. Are you tired of buying a new pair of glasses?
In the house, probably one of the most requested guests we've had in a very long time. We got Candace Owens in the house.
Yes.
Candace, welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast. We're happy to have you.
Thank you guys. I'm excited to be here.
Well, we know who you are. We support your work. But for those that live under a rock that might not know who you are, can you please introduce yourself to the people?
Candace Owens. I'm a podcaster, a public speaker.
I'm repping CT hard, right? We're repping
Yes.
CT hard tonight,
Yes.
since nobody ever says that. Mother first, also a wife, and yeah, I just tell people what I think. For whatever reason, we live in a society where people are not allowed to just...
Is red and pink working together or something?
just say what they think, and everyone's trying to, you know, castigate thought. So people have probably seen me on the internet. I think I'm trending on Twitter right now.
You always are. For
Always
something.
trending. For something.
So can you tell us a little bit about? You mentioned Connecticut earlier, but you know,
What
you
the
might not know
fuck?
your past.
Yeah,
Can you
bro.
tell us a little bit about your upbringing, what family life was like, and how you became the woman that you are today.
Yeah, so I was born in New York, but then was raised in Connecticut. Been in Connecticut pretty much my whole life, like from kindergarten all the way up till graduating in Stanford. And I mean, life was pretty normal. My family didn't have a ton of money, so my grandfather, when I was 8 years old, like came to the crappy little apartment that we were living in and was like, I don't want my grandbabies to grow up like this. And so I moved in at 8 with my granddad and my grandma. The whole family moved in. My mom and dad were in there too. And yeah, I think that was probably what shaped me a lot. I always say those were the formative years because, you know, 8 years old and then through to high school with my grandparents, and my granddad was like super conservative, not politically inclined. My family was not politically inclined, but just like read the Bible every morning when he was like making breakfast sort of a thing. And I obviously hated that when I was in public school, and I went the exact opposite way because, you know, public school, atheism, it all is in lockstep. So I became a liberal, not politically inclined, just believed everything that was coming out of the school system. So, you know, the racism, the sexism, all of the isms that is pounded into your head every single day. And then, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my story. I have two sisters, one brother. So I come from a pretty, what would be considered a big family now. Very close with my sisters and my brother. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing too interesting in my childhood. I don't think so.
And I went to high school right around the same time that you did, and I can definitely attest to the public school system. And you know, Connecticut was super woke, very liberal, very you're a victim, like, you know, the man is evil and all this other stuff. And it wasn't also because I grew up fairly liberal myself. It wasn't until like I graduated from college that I started to like see like what the hell, this is BS. Like it's being conservative is not as bad as they try to paint it as.
Right.
When did you kind of like? For me, it was after I graduated from college that I noticed this.
Exact
but for you,
same.
when was it?
Exact same. I think like because once you're in the real world, you realize that a loser mentality will just will yield loser results. And if you're a person that's hungry and you want to be successful, it's not going to serve you to go around thinking that the world is out to get you, right? You want to be a part of the world. You want to be the purveyor of your own destiny. And so it just didn't work for me. I wanted to be successful. I didn't consider myself to be a victim. But my big aha moment was definitely, because I wasn't paying attention to politics, but was when Trump came down the escalator. I hadn't even voted, you know? Like, I mean, I was that much abstained from politics. But then, like, because I grew up listening to hip-hop, watching them go from, like, everybody loves Trump, hip-hop world, everybody, he's this icon of status, and Jay-Z and Beyonce are sipping poolside at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, if you're listening to music, it's like Trump's fine. And then just like that, a drop of a hat, they were like, no, actually he's racist. He's like wants to own slaves. I was like, what? He definitely hates all black people. He wants you back in chains. I was like, the narrative flip was too aggressive for me not to kind of pop up and be like,
This is a losing position for me right now. I need to figure something out. Good. Oh, they think that it's a...
What's actually behind this? And then I made a couple of YouTube videos talking about that, and they went viral, and people were essentially calling me a coon, Uncle Tom, just for daring to think outside of the matrix. And
I'm very stubborn. So if you're gonna tell me that I can't be myself, that's my number one thing. I listened to way too much Kanye music growing up. So as soon as you're gonna tell me that I can't be myself, I'm gonna be the biggest myself.
How old is Candace Owens? How old is Candace Owens? 34.
That you've ever seen. I'm gonna make you hate how much of myself I am, and I think I've done a very good job of doing just that. There are a lot of people that hate me for daring to be myself, you know?
Oh, yeah. You've definitely done some things that take a lot of courage. I'm going to talk about that here in a second. But you started also something called Blexit. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because, again, coming from Connecticut, it's a blue state, right? And everyone that's colored there, minority, they vote Democrat. They say fuck the rich people. You know, because people think that, all of Connecticut is rich. No, that's concentrated in just a few towns on the shore, guys. Connecticut actually, most people are blue
dumbass,
not as rich as you think they are.
What are they doing?
Greenwich,
yes.
right on the water. What kind of stimulated you to create Blexit, and what was the ideology behind it?
So I think what happened was I started falling down the rabbit hole, and what I mean is, at first I would have never gone to like foxnews.com. Like, that was like the worst possible thing you could do as a black person. And then when I saw them lying about something, I watched a Trump speech live. It was in Dimondale, Michigan, where he made his pitch to Black America, and he just started listing statistics and was like, you know, you've given your vote for 60 years to Democrats. Why not just do something else? And I was like, that's not a bad pitch. Like, I'm not for this dude, but like, fair. And then I watched the media that I trusted interpret what he was saying, and they were like, he looked Black Americans in the face, you know, Don Lemon, close to tears, you know, the whole bit, and told them they have nothing and they're poor, and we haven't heard this sort of racist rhetoric since. And I was like, whoa. It really made me go, okay, what's actually up? And so I have to be honest, because I make it sound like it's so easy, but when you wake up one day and you realize that everything that you thought, that you have been propagandized in the school system, you've been told that this is true forever, that you're justified in every feeling that you ever had, and one day you realize that the exact opposite is true. Because that's pretty much how it happened. I basically just went flip. You do go through a period of cognitive dissonance. Like, you actually start to wonder if you're crazy. Like, oh my, how could this possibly, like, what do you mean the Democrats aren't here to rescue? What do you mean those racist Republicans could actually be trying to help? Like, that's a lot to go through emotionally, and it's going to immediately impact your relationships, right? Because you're coming from, all your friendships have this viewpoint, your family members have this viewpoint. So to go through this period of cognitive dissonance, you have to first think you're crazy. Then I just wanted to read, and I picked up the Coons. Like, I was like, well, you know, those people that I thought were Coons, what were they saying, right? And I started reading Thomas Sowell, and he was a good first step.
Work.
Yeah.
Bro, Red's so dumb. He was a good first step in terms of educating myself, because he's not overtly political, and he just made the economic arguments. And I read this book, and I was like, wait, I think I've been a conservative my whole life. I just didn't know it. I agree with everything that he's saying. This is what makes sense. I just want opportunity. I want to be able to climb a ladder. And so I went through a year and a half of just reading to make sure that I understood what I felt was true. And then I was angry. Right? Because then I realized how sinister, how evil, how manipulative, how Machiavellian. I mean, really, the public school system for Black Americans is just a pipeline to the prison system. And I was like, I am going to now be the loudest voice against this. And I understood, obviously, the bullets and the arrows that I was going to have to take, but it motivated me to action. And I just was like, I'm going to start my own YouTube channel, and I'm going to start saying stuff that people need to hear for the first time.
I can see that you take things into a different perspective. You just answer the question, why? Why is this happening? What's going on in the background? Let me ask you this, though. What about free speech? Is it really free speech nowadays? What do you think?
No, I mean, obviously not. It's even speech. The consequences that people suffer. So they've kind of gotten around speech. And if they don't like what you're saying, or if they want to control or manipulate what you're saying, they will smear you and libel you. And so people then will not say something, even if they know it's true, or even if it's how they actually feel, because there is this consequence of organizations like the ADL that exists. Literally, they're not anti-defamation, they are doing the defamation, right? But we're going to call ourselves anti-defamation, but we're actually the ones that are defaming. And by the way, everybody, if you want to get educated on the history of the ADL, they literally existed as an arm of a gang, right? Like, to start calling people anti-Semites when they started looking into gang activities in New York. So they can
to protect someone that assaulted a child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it was
his name was what was it? It was something Frank.
was originally created.
Absolutely. And you can miss me entirely. And they're still trying to blame it on a black man. Still trying to blame it on a black man.
Yeah.
Unbelievably wealthy man who raped, sexually assaulted and killed a 13-year-old. And they're still trying to blame it on a black man, as if Atlanta, Georgia would have not gladly hung a black man for the crime if he had done it. But so now you have these sorts of organizations that are doing this kind of bullying tactic, which is why I was dragging someone on Twitter for the last 24 hours who's been trying to thug life, like threaten me into speech, like, to compel me to say things I don't believe or to shut up if I do believe them. And so, no, we don't.
Who he is, fuck that guy.
Yeah, he's a horrible human being, horrible backwards human being, definitively racist. There's no question about it. But yeah, so it's speech with consequences. And they go, oh, you still have free speech, but we're going to run this whole arm of people that are going to assassinate your character if you don't say the right things. And I'm not with that at all.
Well said.
You mentioned something, and I didn't want to stop you when you were speaking. You said that the public school system
pipeline to prison.
Pipelines black people black children to prison. What component of the public school system do you think is the most damaging that leads to that?
So this is really important, and I'm glad you asked me this question. So currently, right now in America, 40% of students can't pass a basic literacy exam. Within inner city communities, that's 70%.
That's true, because the CAPT exam, I don't know if did you take that when you were in Connecticut?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah. Half my class failed it.
Okay. So they can't pass a basic literacy exam.
Yeah.
So they created the public education system for that very reason, to slowly dumb people down, right? And the reason why you want to dumb people down, the reason why you want to reverse education, it's actually the Department of Non-Education, is because educated minds can be enslaved. It's the reason why we had slave codes. It's the reason why they were not allowed legally to teach black people how to read when they were slaves, right? And that was such a severe law that if you were a white person in America and you were caught teaching a slave how to read, they punished you too, right? And so the design of how to enslave people, how it works, how you can do that, has already existed. Now they're just modernizing it, right? And so they're giving you a fake education. Actually, what they're doing is they're emotionally engineering you, which is why we talk about, like, oh, believing in you're a victim, all this stuff. Because then whenever they want to press a button and get you to go after somebody, white man, rich man, you'll do it.
You attack black first.
Because you're not educated about why you're in that circumstance. You don't understand how economics works, right?
Divisive.
Yeah, you don't understand.
I'll attack right after you do.
You have no money and he has money, right? And so when they say, oh, go out and do our bidding and scream, you don't even know who is controlling your plantation. You don't even understand who the plantation supervisor is. You're just warring. You're a bunch of slaves that are warring. And the other reason is to slowly erase history. It is stunning to me how little we know about history, how little Americans know, how little Christians know about their history. I mean, once you become awake to everything, you realize that actually what's happening is just holy wars. Holy wars. Everything actually really does trace right back to
And then I
religion,
will.
and the battle for Earth. But that is another reason. It's because then they can edit history or no history. You're living in ever-present. You know, you're just in an ever-present. You have no idea what's happened and how you got here. Black Americans thinking LBJ is a hero, validly racist man. Well, they own the textbooks. You know, he who can print the textbooks is king, right? This is what happened to you. This is what happened during World War I. This is what happened during World War II. This is the bad guy. This is the good guy. This is all you need to remember. LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act. That is true.
Lyndon B. Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also completely out of context.
Yeah.
The decades in the Senate, voted against every single measure that would have given blacks any freedom. He was an avowed racist. He said, I will have those N-words, hard R, voting Democrat for the next 200 years. He signed the Great Society Act along with it to enslave black Americans to the Democrat plantation. And he was forced to sign the Civil Rights Act because of the America was just on fire. You know, JFK had just died. There was riots. There was protesting. Too much was happening, and they were like, "This you have to get done." He did it begrudgingly, but they don't tell you any of that. They just say he signed it, right?
Not to mention he forced a bunch of military people on the U.S.'s liberty to sign a non-disclosure, not talk about them being attacked by a certain place.
He also, I just learned this actually over the PBD podcast, intentionally drafted black men to Vietnam. And so he just was so racist, and yet black Americans think, yay, that's when we got our freedom. Nope, that's actually when we were enslaved, re-enslaved.
He wanted Kennedy dead. They never got along either.
Yeah.
He didn't like Robert F. Kennedy either.
Wow.
See, and this is the thing, like, no one talks about this stuff in the history books whatsoever. No one knows
Not
this
in
stuff.
school, at least.
But hell
No.
no. They would
Yeah.
never tell you this about Lyndon B. Johnson, but they...
We just don't know who shot JFK.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
Candace knows what's up,
Yeah,
man.
Candace knows what's the buzz, man.
JFK was like, I'm going to shatter the CIA and throw him into the wind, and then he ends up dead, and you're like, I don't know. The CIA just doesn't know who did it. I don't know.
Damn, they fucking know.
They know.
You know, Alan Dulles, the original CIA director, didn't like Kennedy. Kennedy had a lot of enemies.
Yeah.
We need a Rumble-only episode with Candace. Go really deep into this, man. You can't say it on YouTube, but hey, so it's funny.
I say it on my show, and I'm on YouTube. I mean, I just don't care. I mean, these.
What does she say? What were they saying?
Director didn't like Kennedy. Kennedy had a lot of enemies.
Yeah, we need a Rumble-only episode with Candace. Go really deep into this, man. You can't say it on YouTube, but hey, so it's funny.
I say it on my show, and I'm on YouTube. I mean, I just don't care. I mean, these people are criminals. It's a criminal enterprise that's running the country, and they're using tactics of blackmail. Everyone can see it now. I mean, the Diddy lawsuit, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, it's all the same. This is how they've been able to control people. Did you guys read through that Diddy lawsuit?
Yeah. I want to get your thoughts. I know we've been looking at it. I know you've been doing a deep dive.
Diddy from all fronts, literally.
Yeah.
Like,
what's your thoughts?
What are your thoughts? I mean, if the person, like, listen, anybody can file a lawsuit and it can be frivolous. With the pictures, the photos, the thing that he showed saying I was in next door in the bathroom and he's allegedly, protect me, YouTube, you know, that he, Diddy and his son shot someone. And then, like, this is the guy that you called to clean it up. And then he, like, had the photos of, obviously the shooting took place inside, and then he says this guy comes, he gets the LAPD to come and write a fake report, and the LAPD said that the person was shot outside in a drive-by, and then he showed how the news reported on it and said, oh, drive-by shooting at a recording studio. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely crazy. And I mean, then you realize that that person that you're supposed to call was the same person that was there, one of the only people there when Michael Jackson died. Like, scary stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Scary stuff, you know? And it rings exactly like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, where you understand that they're getting, this person is alleging that you drug people, you know, you get invited to these parties and you invite underage girls that you know are underage, you invite guys, you groom them for homosexuality.
Freak-offs.
And then, freak-offs, as he called them, and then get them on camera doing this stuff, and then you own the person. And I'm like, that makes sense to me. It really does make sense to me, because
compromise and control.
Yes, because I'm like, what on earth is even being sold to Black America right now? This isn't even our music. And like, who's controlling that? Like, who's making them produce this kind of filth and putting it out there? So it's interesting. It's definitely something worth following.
I always wondered though, like, what would be, I guess maybe to control them from a musical standpoint. Hey, I own the masters, I own whatever it may be. Because I mean, we know why Epstein did it, right? Epstein did it. Yeah, we know he was Mossad. It is what it is, right?
What the fuck? I did not expect him to do that.
Use intel for a certain nation. But with Diddy, it's like, all right, you already got Bad Boy. You're already making a bunch of money. You've been doing this for a very long time. Is there really a need to be doing this? But I guess at that point, it's like, oh, I get all the girls I want now, I have all the money that I want. Let me just explore new things.
Well, don't forget, the documents also said, like, heavily implied that he was having a relationship with the CEO of Universal, Lucien Grange.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's
That's pretty scary stuff.
Are they gonna kill me?
They weren't saying that like Diddy was at the top.
Yep.
He was saying that all of the execs were in on it and were sanctioning.
Bro, if Red kills me, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Sanctioning Diddy.
Oh.
To do this, like Diddy's kind of
middleman.
Yeah, he's the middleman,
Yep.
so to speak.
He's
if
the
those
token black.
documents are
Yep.
true,
Wink,
yeah,
wink. Yep.
exactly.
Clive Davis was involved as well.
And now we're unearthing everything. Now it's like, okay, let's revisit what Michael Jackson was saying. Let's revisit what a bunch of people in the industry have been coming out saying, that there's like some sort of a ring that's happening. But every time those people speak out, you're wacko Jacko, you're crazy Kanye, you're this. It gets the full
Kanye talked about
effort
this a while
smear
ago.
thing.
He mentioned it.
He did, and the thing that was crazy at that time was that Kanye showed a text that he had received from that Harley Pasternak, right? The media didn't even report on this. That Harley Pasternak like wrote to him, if you don't do this, I'll put you back into like a psych ward, drug you up, and take your kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
Media didn't even care about that, you know. So it's now everybody's kind of revisiting the things that have been said by a lot of artists and wondering what's really happening in Hollywood. It's very scary.
I believe Meek Mill, man. I think he's innocent. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Speaking of Kanye, you and Kanye are good friends. You guys went viral with the White Lives Matter shirts, which, you know, it amazes me how that caused so much controversy, because it's like, wait, is there an issue with saying White Lives Matter too?
That was the point.
Like, what the hell? And the fact that you guys went viral for that
Something's wrong.
is crazy to me. But again, we live in a wild world where you know, no one's life matters unless you're black, apparently.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about how that came? Well, how you guys became friends, and then how that came about with the T-shirts?
So I honestly, I'm a person, I believe in frequencies. I think that things happen in your life, and it's whatever you're channeling. So just a funny backstory. I grew up listening to Kanye's music, and leading up to Kanye tweeting me, I was listening every day to, why can I never remember the name of a freaking song? You know the one,
Which album?
Which album?
I can never remember the name of a song. It's a freaking one that he, FSNL and the whole cast, tell him, Yeezy said, you can kiss my whole, more specifically, my asshole, I'm an asshole. You know what I'm talking about. He was after he did the Taylor thing, and they were like, you're canceled, and he just came back with a fire song. My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Twisted Fantasy is but what's the song called? It's going to drive you crazy. Power. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, literally Power.
That is a good song.
That song, forget it. That is that's my anthem, honestly. Anyway, so I was every day just listening to this song, like running on a treadmill, like running like 5 miles a day, just like getting on my like F what the world thinks, because that's what that song does to you. It's like, forget what everybody is saying, you be you, and don't apologize for being you. And I was explaining this at the time I was working with Charlie Kirk, and he didn't even know who Kanye was. It was crazy. I can't believe he even asked me that question. And I'm playing this music for him, so Charlie starts listening to Kanye's song, and I started talking about Kanye when I met Nigel Farage and somebody that worked with him named Dan. And I just remember sitting there and at my house after all of this, the months leading up to this, and
I wonder
Dan
if they're gonna bot
sends
out.
me a screenshot, and it's like Kanye's account, and it's like, I love the way Candace Owens thinks. And I thought, is this like British humor? Are you being funny? Because I just said to you like how much I love Kanye and like how I listen to a song every day and da-da-da. And I was like, this can't be real.
Yeah.
And then I like go and check, and he just tweeted, I love the way Candace Owens thinks. Wild. It was just crazy. It was just, the energy of that was insane leading up to the moment. And I was so excited because his music got me through a lot in life, you know, and his music inspired me to take a chance on myself, you know. The song Power directly
This person is
inspired
so
me to take a chance
slow.
on myself. And so we
They're
met
gonna
up
kill
in
me.
LA. I then tweeted back like, let's meet up, you know, super like, like, well, actually, I think I actually literally cried.
Wow.
It was just, think about that. Every morning you're listening to this song. You have no idea. He's not involved in politics at all. It inspires you to get in politics, and then just tweets.
He was more low key with it back then.
It was wild.
All right, I'm done. Let's see what they were, and then we'll be done. I don't think... Whoa! Black was a master? He probably knew that if he didn't kill one of us fast, that he was going to be the first one to die, actually. I'm surprised that he was a master with getting that pissed that fast. Blue. Oh, yeah, blue just kind of got screwed. Red was an expert.